This is the first in a complete 4-book series. Hex. If you like a bit of snark, a dash of violence, and a lot of magic, then this one's for you. I do a favor to ask of you. Please hit the subscribe button so I can keep this free audiobook channel open.
Hex. Book 1. Big City Magic and Urban Fantasy Series. Written by Craig Zerf. Narrated by Chance Hartman. Chapter 1. Man, this dude was persistent. As dumb as a sack of horseshoes, but as relentless as a mosquito. I had killed him twice already today, hoping that he would take the hint and stop following me. But it looked like it was going to have to be wooden stake time. Or maybe a simple beheading. That's the problem with vampires. They just don't know when to quit. Not that I blame them. You try going on a liquid protein diet for a couple of 100 years and see how bright-eyed and bushy-tailed you feel. But this particular bloodsucker was starting to get irritating. An irritating Sholto gun tends to be a life-shortening career choice. Or, in this case, an afterlife-shortening one. First, I needed to find out why he was trailing me so determinedly. Ducking through the casino and exiting through one of the side doors that led to the car park, I headed to the steps. Readying myself as I walked, I rolled my shoulders and flexed my fingers. The thing with vamps is, they are fast. And I mean shit out of a goose fast. You gotta take them hard and without warning, or you will find yourself in a 1-to-1 situation with a streak of lightning. And that never ends well. As I reached the top of the stairs, I palmed a spell cartridge in my right hand, turned the corner, and spun around, dropping to one knee as I did so. Sure enough, Mossy Boy was right behind me. Chucking the spell at him, I released its power in the form of a binding conjuration. Ligabus! Ropes of air wrapped him tight as a tourniquet, and I felt a slight burn of energy flow through my chakra brands as they helped to channel the power. He keeled over and lay on the concrete floor. He made no attempt to shake loose because he knew, when Sholto Gun spelled you, there was no getting out.
"Hello, Hex," he greeted. "You going to kill me again?"
You don't get to call me that, I snapped at him. Only my friends call me Hex. He looked puzzled.
"But you have no friends."
How do you know? I asked him. For all you know, I got tons of friends. He shook his head.
"No. Everyone thinks you're an asshole. It's a universally accepted truth."
It was pointless arguing with the bloodsucker. After all, he was pretty much correct. It's hard to be a kick-ass magical enforcer and Mr. Nice Guy at the same time. Particularly when, like me, you aren't too fussy about who you work for. It's not that people hate me. I just make them uncomfortable. A bit like having a red-headed stepchild. Why are you following me? I asked.
"You're in Vegas."
Shaking my head, I repeated the question. I didn't ask you where I was, Blood Boy. I asked, why you following me? The vamp looked puzzled, which was sorta a default expression with them, so I didn't read much into it.
"Someone always follows you when you're in Vegas," he continued. "On account of your gambling ban? The Syndicate insists that someone keeps an eye on you 24/7 whenever you're in Sin City. I thought you knew that."
Of course I knew about the ban, and the fact that the casino bosses always put someone on my tail whenever I hit the city. But it was usually a normie, mundane, someone outside of the paranormal spectrum. A down-at-heel gumshoe with a bad trench coat, a fedora, and a cheap suit. Not a vamp. Although vamps made sense, in Vegas you could move from hotel to hotel in a blacked-out limo, and once inside, well, it was always nighttime. So the old burst into flames in the sun thing didn't really come into play. And they were like the bloodhounds of the paranormal world. Why you? I asked. Why not a run-of-the-mill Seamus?
"You always give them the slip."
I shrugged. That was true. The thing is, I often didn't even mean to, but that's the problem with being a wizard, or any of the paranormal stable. Mundanes tend to overlook us if they lose concentration for even a moment. There, then gone. It frustrated the hell out of them. Personally, I thought it was hilarious. They'd be following you, then glance away for a moment, Next thing, Laurel and Hardy-style double takes, rubbing of eyes, and frantic swiveling of heads as they wondered where the hell you had disappeared to, even though you were still right in front of them. Something to do with residual magical glamour or some shit. I don't claim to understand it. What's the point?
So then,
continued Mosquito Boy,
you gonna shoot me again?
I shook my head. Nah. This time I think it's the true death for you. Bit of open heart surgery with a wooden stake. The vamp went pale. Which is quite a feat, let me tell you.
Mercy,
he croaked. I'm only fucking with you, I assured. No harm, no foul. Look, go back to the syndicate. Tell them I'm here into the band and I'm only in town to collect from Charlie Dancer. He borrowed 20 big ones from Tony No-Lips out of New York, and the vig is so high that if he doesn't pay up today, he's going to be speaking Greek on account of the size of his national debt. The vamp nodded.
Will do. And thanks. I owe you one. Rumor has it the Dancer is staying in the Baldwin Hostel. You know the place?
I nodded. Yeah. Pile of crap past Fremont Street. When did Dancer go so down market?
Since he crapped out at the tables. Even bet his watch.
Cool. Thanks. I headed for the stairs, keen to get to the hostel as soon as, lean on Dancer, and then blow this town. Let's face it, Vegas is a shithole if you're not allowed to gamble.
Hey, Hex!
Shouted the vamp as I walked away.
Still tied up here.
Bonds will degrade in another couple of hours, I told him. Consider that your punishment.
Asshole!
Yep, I agreed. And then some. Chapter 2. Dancer was terrified, and rightly so. I'd been paid by Tony No-Lips to retrieve his money, or if Dancer didn't have the wherewithal, then I had to punish him. I deduced that as the lowlife was currently renting a bed in a shared room with 6 other people in a damp, shitty hostel, he was fresh out of dough.
Please, Hex,
he whined.
I'm begging you. Give me another couple of days. I'll see No-Lips right, I swear.
Don't be a dick, Dancer, I replied. How you going to raise 42 large in a couple of days?
42?
Exclaimed Dancer.
I borrowed 20 only a couple of weeks ago.
What can I say? I asked the lowlife. The vig's as high as a bum's body odor. You knew when you took the loan.
But I thought I had a system,
whined Dancer.
Roulette. It worked every time. Then when I got to the casino, it worked for about an hour, and then... nada. Didn't matter where I bet or how much. Not one red cent.
What's the system? I asked. Dancer came over all shifty, eyes darting back and forth, as if the shitty room was full of people who were desperate to steal his stupid non-working roulette system. Talk to me, Dancer, I said. After all, your life is in my hands. So he told me his system. It was complicated, it was difficult to understand, and it worked. I know that it worked because I had used it before. Just one of the reasons I was banned from gambling in the gambling capital of the world. I also knew why it had stopped working. It's a good system, I told Dancer. He shook his head.
Nah, didn't work.
Bet you 10 to 1 that it stopped working in the Bellagio. Dancer raised an eyebrow.
Yeah, how'd you know?
They cursed you, I told the hapless gambler. As soon as they saw your system, they got their house wizard to hit you with a curse. A bit of bad luck juju. All the bigger casinos have got someone, but the Bellagio's is the best. You were had, Dancer. Tough luck. Still, that don't butter no bread with No-Lips. I've been instructed to make an example of you, something public and painful. Can't have the word on the street that No-Lips is soft on non-payment.
You going to kill me?
I shook my head. Truth be told, I wasn't sure what to do with Dancer. The dude was an idiot, but he had basically been conned by the casinos. They could have just banned him the moment they picked up on his system, but they didn't. Instead, they cursed him and let the poor sucker bleed his dumb ass dry. If I was a different person, then I would have taken the issue up with the casinos. And by different person, I mean incredibly stupid person with a death wish. Because as mean and kick-ass as I consider myself to be, one just didn't take on the might of the syndicate without real good reasons. And Dancer's predicament simply didn't qualify. After a few more seconds of deep thought, I came up with a solution. Reaching under my jacket, I took out another spell cartridge. About the same size and shape as an adult's index finger, the spell cartridge held enough power to channel any low or intermediate-sized spell. I could double or even treble up on them if I wanted to raise the ante, but a single would be enough for what I needed right now. Dancer stared with wide eyes. Sweat ran down his face, and he looked like he was going to throw up. Grabbing his head, I smacked the spell cartridge against it and incanted the word as I did so. Morbus. Dancer shuddered as the spell took, and then he started to keen as if in unbelievable agony, dropping to his knees as he did so. "Stop it," I yelled at him. "It's not that painful. Get a grip." After a few seconds, he managed to stop blubbering and look up at me. "What did you do?" "You may want to look in a mirror," I answered. "But be prepared. You ain't going to win any beauty pageants." Dancer stood up and staggered across the room to the dull, chipped mirror in the corner. He took one look and started his blubbering again. "Oh, come on, Dancer," I said. "It's just a few boils. I mean, would you rather be dead? Because that can be arranged." "I'm hideous," he squealed. "Yep," I agreed. Well, I couldn't exactly argue. He was looking in a mirror, and he did look marginally hideous. I'd hexed him with boils. Boils on top of boils. He looked like a cross between the Elephant Man and a bowl of lumpy custard. But, on the plus side, I had put a slight spin on the hex that meant that he'd feel no pain. Yeah, I know. Sometimes I'm all heart. "How long?" he asked. "That's up to you," I shrugged. "For every 10 grand you pay back, you lose a few pustules. For every week you don't pay, you gain a few. I suppose you could say that it's now a competition against the carbuncles." "You're an asshole, Hex." "Yeah," I replied. "Been hearing that a lot lately. Have fun, boily boy. Keep in touch." Taking the first cab I could find, I headed straight to McCarran Airport and boarded the next flight back to New York. Back home. 3. My apartment is in the eaves of the Dakota Building. It's next to Central Park. Take a look when you're in the neighborhood. It's a well-known landmark, and you can't miss it. It was built back in 1884, and the Eaves apartment has been in my family's name ever since then. In fact, it's the only thing that I have that has anything to do with my family. A 2-bedroom, 2-bathroom apartment with one of the best views in New York. My biological family, that is. Both father and mother are missing. Presumed dead. I was brought up by Father Cooney and a bevy of sisters at the Church of the Ladies of the Cedars of the Lebanon. It wasn't officially an orphanage, but then I wasn't officially an orphan. I was tutored by sundry priests and nuns. I met other kids as and when Father Cooney took me with him to visit the people of his parish, and, all in all, I had as normal a life as one could, given the circumstances. Until I turned 16. Then things got weird. Look, I might go into all that later. Suffice to say, 8 years later, I'm a recognized kick-butt hex-swinging mage of the highest order. I don't see Father Cooney much anymore on account of the fact that I do the odd bit of, well, maybe more than odd bit, of work for the Dark Council, the Brotherhood as they call themselves. But on the flip side, I also do jobs for the Council of Light, and if I ever do any work for the Holy Church, well, I don't charge, only for expenses. And, to be fair, I hardly inflate those at all. Never more than 50% anyway. But what the Holy Father doesn't realize is, if I didn't do the work for the Brotherhood, then someone else would. And if someone else was doing it, well, then we wouldn't have any insight into what they were doing. I'm not saying that I'm any sort of moral double agent or nothing. Far from it. I'm just saying, you know. But Father Cooney is all like, "Heathen, devil-worshipping bastard, get thee hence!" Oh well. Win some, lose some. Maybe someday the old coot will come around. I hope so. Opening the front door, I entered my apartment. The entrance hall stretched before me and out into the near distance. The ceiling was over 20 feet high, and 2 massive chandeliers lit the area with an orgy of rainbow-driven light. Oh, didn't I mention that my cozy little 2-bedroom apartment was only a 2-bedroom apartment from the outside? Once you were inside, it was a fucking mansion. 20 bedrooms, maybe more, a ballroom, a gym, an indoor shooting range, a pool, a library, servants' quarters. Yeah, suck on it, Bruce Wayne. To be honest, I'm not sure how the whole TARDIS effect works. Something to do with interdimensional space. Or is that transdimensional? No, wait, pandimensional. Whatever, the inside of the apartment exists in a different dimension to the outside.
Master Sholto?
It was Gregosh. I called him Grog. Strictly speaking, that wasn't his name as much as his species. Half man, half fairy. Originally from Scotland, but arrived in America via a few hundred years in Ireland. Traditionally, the Gregosh tended to dress in twigs and moss and leaves and shit, but Grog was always in an old-fashioned black frock coat, olive breeches and shoes with a green derby hat, and a pipe that I've never actually seen him smoke. Strictly speaking, Grog referred to himself as my butler, but in reality, he served no man. I saw him more as a consigliere that took care of me as well as giving me his uncensored advice. Home again, jiggity-jig, good evening, Grog, I greeted. Another day, another dollar. How goes? Everything watertight and tickety-boo?
Indeed, sir,
he answered in his rough brogue.
News on the street is that your hex dance is something terrible. Well done, master.
Needs must, Grog.
To be sure, master. Unfortunately, no rest for the wicked, sir. The Dark Council wants an audience with you as soon as possible.
Well, they are going to have to wait until tomorrow, I informed my manservant. I need a shower, something to eat, and then about 12 straight hours of shut-eye.
The shower and food are doable, sir, informed Grog. But I advise you to forego your sleep for a while and rush yourself over to the brethren as soon as. They were hot to trot, and I, for one, would not keep them waiting.
Taking Grog's guidance, I had a quick shower, changed my clothes, and bolted down a sandwich, and went downstairs to hail a cab. Half an hour later, I was entering the massive office building that housed the central nervous system of the Brethren. Their offices, storage rooms, and for many of them, their residences. Most people thought that the black-windowed skyscraper housed a bank, and it did, but it also housed so much more. And much of it? Evil. Although probably not nearly as evil as the bank that provided cover for the organization. There was a side door that only paranormals could see, and it was through this that I entered. To any mundanes, it simply looked like part of the wall. Once inside, the security seemed disarmingly lax, but I knew different. The power of the magical wards that were protecting the area were easy to divine, raising the hair on the back of my neck like a wave of static electricity. Thing with wards is, they don't work so well against me. Why? Because I'm a seriously kick-ass mage. Thought we already had that clear. Okay, there were also 2 trolls on the door, 7 feet and 400 pounds of thick skin and pissed off. They were dressed in ill-fitting security uniforms and carried their traditional cultural weapons, 3-foot-long stone clubs. Trolls were bad. I mean, a combination of evil, stupidity, and immense strength, which is a particularly nasty blend. Plus, they had this unbelievably tough skin, 2 inches thick and based on some sort of silicon element, like rubbery rock. And these ones had been enhanced by the Brotherhood, upgraded to be slightly less stupid and slightly eviler. That's why I always carried my traditional weapon, a effin' 5.7 semi-auto pistol that takes the latest 5.7mm ammo in 30-round mags. It's armor-piercing as well as being silver-plated for werewolves and thoroughly spelled for all other nasties. It even has a couple of milliliters of holy water and a tiny reservoir drilled in the back of each slug. Because only a real mug relies on magic alone when it comes down to self-defense. One of the trolls held out a wheelbarrow-sized hand, stopping me from entering the elevator.
Must check for weapons,
he rumbled. Fuck off, I retaliated, my repartee as sharp as ever. The heap of muscle looked puzzled for a few seconds. Then he defaulted to type.
Must check for weapons, or I bash you in the head with my club.
You try, bridge dweller, I said, and I'll shoot you in the face. Now fuck off. I have special permission to carry. As it happens, I do have permission to enter both councils under arms, but I was sure that this heap of brain death probably wasn't in the loop. Still, not my problem. No one tries to disarm Sholto gun and lives to tell the tale. The second troll hulked forward. Back up.
Must submit to full-body search and leave weapons at desk,
he added. Well, I'm a wizard, I argued back, and some of my spells I can do using brain power alone. So that would make my brain a weapon. Do you want me to check that in at the desk as well? I could almost smell the circuits in their tiny minds burning as they processed the argument. Eventually, the leader shook his head and raised his club.
I count to 1, then I smash your skull. Or you let me search for weapon.
You're meant to count to 3, I informed him. He shook his head.
Not too many numbers. I count to 1.
I nodded. Fine. Go for it.
1.
I drew my FN and shot him in the face. He keeled over like a felled redwood, crashing to the floor and twitching a couple of times before laying still. I turned to the second troll. You want to count? He shook his head and ushered me to the elevator doors, bowing as I entered. I pushed the button for the top floor. The Brotherhood upgrades must be working with this one. They weren't going to be well pleased with me when I got upstairs. They tended to frown upon knocking off their guards. But I wasn't going to back down. I mean, if I had $1 for every Brotherhood troll that I had shot, let's just say I'd have $5. Okay, but still, how many trolls have you killed? I am Sholto Gun for gnome's sake, and I don't take no shit from trolls. The escalator doors opened into a reception area. Marble floors, tapestries, subtle hidden lighting. No pot plants. The brethren didn't do indoor foliage. Behind the reception desk, my perfect woman. And I mean that. She was everything that I desired in a woman. And yes, I know, I tend towards the standard cliches. I can't help it. I'm young and dumb and, well, whatever. She was tall. Blue eyes, long blonde tresses, shiny red lips, and a figure to kill for. She even had a Cindy Crawford mole that was a part of my living doll fantasies. Perfect. Of course she was. She was a succubus. Typical brethren, using a denizen of Hades to greet their clients. With an effort of will, I scrubbed her glamour from my sight and opened my mind to her real visage, as opposed to the vision she was projecting. The thing with succubi is that they are basically vampires. It's just they feed on sexual energy as opposed to blood. When you pierce their glamour, what you get is your basic vamp. And contrary to popular literature, vamps aren't super gorgeous. Neither are they possessed of vast pools of charm and sophistication. Also, they don't sparkle in the sun. They burn the hell up. You see, a vamp is simply an apex predator. Fast, mean, and almost immortal. In return for these gifts of the hunt, they give up any vestige of humanity, sense of humor, human empathy, and ability to do complex mathematical equations. Actually, I'm not sure about that last one. It's just that pretty much every vamp that I've met is as dumb as a fish. This one was average height, long black hair, pointy ears, thin lips, and oddly protruding fangs. Not an ugly by any stretch, but definitely a far cry from the total hotness that I had seen when I entered. We'd met before. Many times. Her name was Eva, and she had no idea that I could penetrate her glamour. As a result, I baffled the hell out of her. She was used to men and women swooning at her image, willing to do anything for her on the off chance that she would indulge them with some manner of sexual favor. "Watcha, Eva?" I greeted. "How goes?" "I've been summoned. Not sure by who. Message was left at my house to come as soon as. Any ideas?"
"Senior Mage Dougherty wanted to see you," she said.
Dougherty was a big deal in the Brethren. Number 2 in the hierarchy. I didn't know who number 1 was, and I didn't want to know. But for the number 2, as it were, to be handling whatever this was, man, it was a big deal. Grog had been correct, as usual, when he advised me not to blow off the meeting. "Can I go through?" I asked. Eva nodded.
"Oh, Hex," she called out as I started to walk off. "He watched the CCTV footage of you downstairs, you know, where you unnecessarily killed the guard, and he is pissed at you. Watch your attitude with him for your own sake."
I winked at her. "Trust me." The succubus shook her head and sighed. Dougherty's office was at the end of the corridor that ran off the reception area. I knew it well. I knocked and waited. He definitely wasn't a knock-and-enter kind of guy. Disrespect could very well earn you a fireball to the face, or worse. So I knocked. I waited. I knew that he wasn't that busy. After all, he was expecting me. But there are games to be played in the corridors of power, And one of those games is the big cheese always makes the smaller cheese wait for an uncomfortable period of time when he comes calling. But I ain't nobody's cheese. I opened the door and walked in. The man reacted like I'd just crapped in his soup.
Sholto, what the hell? Don't you knock?
I did knock, but you chose to ignore me.
I wasn't ignoring you, young man. I was busy.
Too busy to speak?
Watch your tone of voice,
snapped the second in command of the brethren.
Remember your place. Also, the hell do you think you were doing downstairs? Now we're going to have to grow another one in the vats, and we don't have an endless supply of troll-based nutrients.
Well, this time, why don't you add some brains to the mix? Then I might stop putting them down. Anyway, it's an education, a practical demonstration of the Darwin principle, I answered. Namely, those dumb enough to attempt to disarm Sholto Gun need to discover that they are at the end of a very short evolutionary road. Dougherty sighed.
You know, boy, he said, your mouth keeps writing checks that your ability won't always be capable of cashing. Why don't you take that chip off your shoulder and think before you speak next time?
Thought indeed, uncle, I said to the second in command of the Dark Brethren. Thought indeed. It's part of my irresistible charm. Yep. Gasp. Shock. Horror. The right-hand man to the Prince of Darkness was my uncle. Well, not my actual blood uncle, but close enough that I called him such. It's a long story, and like many others, I will get around to telling it sometime. But suffice to say, I owed Mr. Daly Dougherty big time. And while blood is thicker than water, when you got no blood family, then water will just have to do. What's the down low? I asked.
Big problems, answered Uncle Dougherty with a sigh. We got some imports muscling in on our territory.
Human or fey?
Human. The Fae are still bound to their inner lands. As well as we can tell, it's 3 senior mages and maybe a few acolytes. They're from Africa. Dark earth magic, very powerful. We can't track them down. They're using some sort of shielding spell. Not even sure when they arrived, but they started to make themselves known around a week ago. Already stolen a couple priceless artifacts from some of our brothers. Apart from that, nothing too overt. But it's obvious that they are making a move of some sort. We can feel their vibrations. Also, I heard rumors they have already killed a few of the low-level street mages, protection boys.
The street mages were the basic ground-level muscle for hire who worked for the more criminal elements. The equivalent of mafia thugs, button men for the mob, the sort of guys who could arrange to have your garbage delivered, as opposed to picked up. And for someone to openly take out a few meant that either they were insane, or they were supremely confident in their abilities. Or, worst-case scenario, both insane and confident. How many have they taken out? I asked.
Not sure. A couple, maybe a few.
How?
Apparently basic attack spells. Burning, dismemberment, that sort of thing. Brute force stuff, over the top.
A warning, I said. Flexing their magical muscle. Not good. I mean, those protection boys aren't the sharpest tools in the box, but when it comes to basic muscle magic, they're pretty damn respectable. Did the boys put up much of a struggle? Dougherty shook his head.
Hey, I don't know the down low here. It's just stuff I've heard. But rumor says that they have tried to fight back. There were signs of counter spells, but whatever they used just bounced off their attackers. We're talking master-level stuff here.
So what do you want me to do? Dougherty stood up.
Find these interlopers, he said, and kill them. Make an example. The messier the better. Discourage anyone else from thinking that they can come over here and steal a piece of our action. The Brotherhood controls New York. I want that written in neon.
It's what I do, I said. The usual price.
Plus a bonus, if you sort this out quick. 2 weeks tops. We'll double your fee.
I held out my hand and we shook. A binding contract. I'm your mage, I said. I'll be in touch. As I left, Dougherty called out.
Hex, he said. Be careful. These guys are heavy hitters.
I laughed. So am I, Uncle.
So am I.
4. Despite the savage injuries to her face, it was obvious the body laid out in the mortuary drawer was his sister. And although he had already known it would be her, the loss hit him like a wrecking ball, taking his breath away and settling a dark blanket of grief over his shoulders. Looks like it was a mugging gone bad, said the detective. Her jewelry, watch, and handbag were missing. Of course, we're presuming she had such accoutrements on her. How did she die? Stab wounds to the torso, answered the detective. Her left eye was removed by the perp, post-mortem. We couldn't find it. May I see the wounds? The detective shrugged. If you want to, but I'm warning you, it's messy. He gestured to the mortuary assistant, who folded the sheet back to expose the rest of the corpse. The man drew a deep breath. He had hoped against hope, but now he could see the exact shape and size of the wounds. He knew what he was up against. Her liver had been removed, as had her navel and a patch of skin from her breast, the raw flesh standing out against the unblemished ebony of her perfect skin. He pointed at the cuts. Her liver is gone, also here and here, he continued, skin and navel. Yeah, admitted the detective. The perp was a real sicko. I'm sorry you had to see that. The man looked up at the detective. His eyes blazed with a mixture of anger and scorn. How could this possibly have been a mugging gone wrong? He asked, his African accent thicker than usual due to the emotional stress he was under. Her eye, liver, skin. She has been desecrated for a reason. Surely you can see that. There was method behind this killing, and I can guarantee that it, or something similar, will happen again. Soon. The detective's eyes flickered away, unable to hold the man's gaze. Look, mister, he said, don't try to read more into this than there is. I know that it's hard to accept the death of a loved one, but facts are facts. There is nothing to lead us to believe that this is anything else than a theft that escalated. Case closed. Trust me, at this current time, the city cannot afford to panic about serial killers and methodical desecration of bodies. Why start one? He pulled the sheet up, covering the corpse once again. Look, I'm sorry for your loss. Now we got some paperwork to do, loose ends to tie up, and then you can be on your way. The African man shook his head, but didn't answer. What was the point? The outcome had already been decided. The strange death of a foreigner in the city was not something that was going to rank highly on the to-do list of New York's finest. All they wanted was to wrap the case up, ship the body back to Africa, and clean the case number off the whiteboard. Efficiency trumps truth every time. He followed the detective out of the morgue and back to his office. A cab ride later, and I was back in my apartment. Stripping off and falling into bed, I slept for 12 hours straight. Late the next morning, I awoke and stumbled through to the kitchen. Greeting me was a mountain of victuals. Breakfast a la grog. Id est, a platter of sundry deep-fried meats. Heart attack on a plate with an after of acid reflux. Eventually, stuffed to the gunwales, I pushed the plate away, managed to burp out the entire first verse of Mary Had a Little Lamb, lurched back to bed, and passed out until nightfall. Yeah, I know. Acedia. The seventh deadly sin. Sloth. Whatever. I was tired. And anyway, I work better at night. I dressed in my usual nighttime attire. Dark charcoal Italian suit, deep red shirt, as dark as congealed blood. No tie. Ties were merely something for an attacker to grab a hold of. In a shoulder holster, my FN-57, 2 extra full magazines, and a bandolier of 6 spell cartridges. My last 6, I noted, reminding myself I needed to forge another batch as soon as, preferably tomorrow. Taking the escalator, I stepped outside and ordered a cab to Times Square. The Dullahan Bar. The go-to place when I wasn't sure what to do next. The thing with the Dullahan is that it was inaccessible to mundanes. Well, strictly speaking, that's not true. A paranormal could take one in as a guest, but a person without power would be unable to even see the entrance. It's bang next to Ellen's Stardust Diner, which does a great choc chip pancake, by the way. If you're a mundane, then don't even bother to look for it. You won't find it. To anyone watching, it looks as though we just walk into Ellen's, but that's where it ends. We end up in the bar, and you end up ordering a Jerry Lee Lewis wrap at $17 a pop. The Dullahan is owned by a 600-year-old Irishman by the name of Gan Cian. His name literally translates to without a head, and I suppose that's because Gan doesn't have one. A head, that is. Well, he does, but it isn't actually attached. You see, Gan is the original Dullahan, or headless horseman. He doesn't carry it under his arm all the time. Instead, he plants it on a dinner plate in the middle of the bar counter, while his body moves back and forth behind the bar serving drinks. And what a bartender that body is. Harry's bar has nothing on the Bloody Mary that Gan's body can mix up. And don't even mention his Long Island iced teas. Sublime does not do it justice. "What's your hex?" greeted Gan's head as I walked in. "The usual." Nodding my agreement, I sat down opposite the head. The body slid my drink over. 2 fingers of Jack Daniels, 1 finger spring water, and 3 ice cubes. Exactly the way Frank used to drink it. Good old Blue Eyes. Toasting both head and body, I took a long sip. "So, Gan, what's the scuttlebutt? Any big news on the street?"
"There's always some shit going down," answered Gan. "You looking for anything specific?"
Waving my empty glass at the body, I waited for it to bring me a refill before I continued. "Looking for new faces?" I said. "Heavy hitters, maybe African?"
"Is council or brotherhood business?"
asked Gan's head. "You know I can't go into that," I replied. "But as usual, I pay well for any info."
"I'll put the word out,"
promised Gan.
"You throw enough money about and one tends to get a response."
The body brought me another drink, and I turned to survey the room. Checking out the clientele, the place wasn't exactly bumping and grinding. It wasn't that sort of place. Large enough to never appear full, but designed with enough character to feel cozy. A row of booths filled the far wall on the left of the bar, random tables and chairs scattered about the room, and then a few doors opposite that led to a variety of restrooms. Male, female, and others. Dwarves, for example, had their own restroom. Dark elves tended not to abjulate with any other species, and trolls and ogres needed outsized sanitary ware. In fact, the restrooms took up as much space as the bar itself. The room itself was cleverly broken up into areas of dark and darker. Some of the booths had curtains drawn across, and others didn't even have tables and chairs. They were simple stone slabs suited to both troll and ogre. But not for orcs. Orcs weren't welcome, not in this bar. Not in New York. Why, you ask? Oh, come on, you've all seen Lord of the Rings. Well, Tolkien got it right, let me tell you. Orcs are bad, and that's that. As I perused the clientele, it hit me. I felt his presence before I saw him. A palpable sense of power. In itself, that wasn't too unusual. A lot of powerful mages can broadcast their presence like an amateur radio ham. It's just that most of us tend to cloak that power. Whoever this was either wanted everyone to know, or he didn't care, or maybe he simply had his mind on other things. But the alarm bells really started to clamor when he walked in. A little over 6 foot, long black leather coat, white t-shirt that made his skin seem even darker than it was, black coffee with a hint of blue India ink, worn but well-maintained jeans, some sort of Special Forces military footwear, wide shoulders that tapered to narrow hips, well-muscled, but not like a bodybuilder, muscle built from hard work, as opposed to the sterile confines of a gym. His hair was cut close to his skull, nothing fancy, no design or shape, simply cut. Could this stranger be one of the African mages that I had been tasked with finding? Just in case, I subtly palmed a spell cartridge, stood up, and headed in his direction. As I approached, 2 things became apparent. Firstly, the dude was even more powerful than I had first suspected, maybe even more powerful than me. And secondly, he had a real wild look in his eyes. Not unhinged or anything, more a combination of surprise and bafflement. Deciding to revert to my usual bull in a china shop technique, I approached and greeted him. "Yo, what's up, dude? You look like you just woke up from a bad dream. Can I help?" He turned to face me, and as he did so, I saw him visibly take control of his feelings, suppressing his emotions and throwing up a shield that hid his power. "That man has no head," he said. "Not true, dude," I contradicted. "There it is, on the dinner plate on the bar counter." He nodded his acceptance and then cast his gaze around the rest of the establishment, taking in the many various denizens of the paranormal that frequented the place. "And this bar is full of tokoloshi," he continued. The word tokoloshi was a new one to me. but I could guess by its context and the manner in which he said it that it was probably translated to something like ugly supernatural motherfuckers. Well, it is the Dolahan, I informed him. I thought I had entered Ellen's diner, he said. I was looking for a beef sandwich. How did I end up here with a man with no head and a crowd of tiholi? Another word I hadn't heard before. Still, once again, probably a similar translation. Our type of people often come here when they are seeking sanctuary, I told him. A break from whatever they are doing. It's one of the few places in New York we can meet and greet without all the hassle it often brings with it. The wards must have picked up your need when you walked into the diner, and they redirected you here. Our type of people? He questioned. Yep, you know, wizards, mages, trolls, paranormals, the mystical set. He nodded. I see. This is a meeting place for witch doctors and their familiars. Never before have I come across this. New York truly is an amazing place. He held out his hand to me. Greetings, he said. My name is Bekumbum Vusi Mpenganzitha, and I am pleased to make your acquaintance. My brain struggled to register and reproduce his name, but there were simply too many vowels and consonants crammed into too small a space for that to happen. So instead, I just stared blankly at him. He smiled. My friends call me Vusi. I took his hand. Cool, Vusi. My name is Sholto Gunn. My friends call me Hex. We shook hands, the African way, reversing grip halfway through. After I showed him to a seat and introduced him to Gan's head, I wanted to spend some time with this stranger, feel him out, and see if he was one of the people I was looking for. What's your drink? I asked. Brandy, straight, no ice. Full glass. Gan's head acknowledged the order, and his body served it up, at the same time freshening my drink. So, Vusi, what brings you to the Big Apple? He didn't answer for a while, settling back in his bar stool, his eyes blank, hiding his thoughts, obviously making a decision. Finally, he spoke. I flew here from the Valley of 1,000 Hills in South Africa, in order to identify the body of my sister. Even now, she lies unattended and alone in a stainless steel drawer at the city morgue. Murdered. Sent to her ancestors before her time. She actually died some 3 weeks ago on a full moon, but it took me that long to organize a visa and get over here. Although he was cloaking his thoughts, I could sense his pain, as obviously as if he were beating his chest and rending his clothing. This was not one of the men I was looking for. Neither Gan or I reacted for a few seconds. The clichés rushed to the fore. I'm sorry for your loss. I'm sure that she's in a better place now. Time heals all wounds. All of them too trite and hackneyed to be uttered. Instead, I simply put my hand on his shoulder. Sometimes life just sucks, I said, and I chinked my glass against his in a toast to his sister. Truly, he agreed. We ordered more drinks and the evening wore on. Vusi discussed his sister, his life in the hills of Natal, South Africa, and his amazement at the heaving city of New York. It was his first time out of Africa. But his stories were tempered with caution. There was no mention of his training, his power, his craft. I, too, gave him a precise version of my life, strictly G-rated. Well, maybe PG. We both knew we were lying to each other by omission, but I figured that as we were both complicit, it was the same as not doing it. Around midnight, Vusi opened up a little more. I suspect that the alcohol, the company, and the fact that he was surrounded by beings he insisted on referring to as Tokoloshi brought home he had no real reason to hide his powers anymore. What do you know about the Ingelosi Iwele? He asked me out of the blue. I shrugged. Never heard the words before. He frowned slightly, then carried on. You might call them Idemonai. Demons? Yes, demons. Well, let's assume I know enough to hold a conversation, I admitted. Why? When my sister was murdered, the perpetrators took her left eye, her liver, navel, and a patch of skin. My stomach cramped. There was only one spell that called for those specific body parts. Daemon Sublato. Raising a higher demon. And even the most psychotic, deranged member of the Dark Brotherhood wouldn't dream of casting such a spell. But there was no conceivable other use for such a specific shopping list. But why her? I asked. Just bad luck? Vusi shook his head. She is of royal blood. My family are of the line of kings, albeit far from the actual throne. This fact made things worse. Worse by a factor of many, and more. If the spell of Daemon Sublato was performed with the inclusion of royal blood, then the demon that could be raised would not only be a higher one, it would also be a prince. A prince of darkness. To put that into perspective, the last time that demon princes walked the earth was during the rebellion, when Lucifer himself was cast out of heaven for starting an argument with the big man. Another description for demon prince would be fallen angel. So, some power-hungry nutcase was out there getting ready to attempt to summon one of the most powerful, most evil beings in the multiverse. This was less than good news. But there was one fact that was still in our favor. If memory serves, I said, don't the conjurers need another 3 sets of body parts? I must admit I'm a bit hazy on the ritual, being of the thought that no one would ever actually use it. 4 sets, agreed Vusi. 1 from each corner of the world. Africa, Asia, Caucasian, and Australoid. Australoid? Vusi nodded. Basically Australian aboriginals. But it doesn't mean that they have to be harvested in their actual countries. As long as that was their place of birth, the spell will work. My sister was murdered 4 days ago on the last full moon. That means the ritual will take place on the night of the next full moon. I have 8 days to find these people and kill them. Big ask, I said. You don't have much to go on. On the contrary, said Vusi. When I saw my sister's body, I picked up much residual magic. Whoever did the murder was powerful, but clumsy. I would say 3 men, all upper-level mages. They used dark earth magic, and they were definitely from my home continent. They were Africans. Raising an eyebrow at this news, I told Vusi about the task the Dark Brotherhood had set me. We had both agreed that, in all probability, we were seeking the same people, and that called for a few more drinks. Six. My head hurt. Must have been something I ate the night before. Staggering to the kitchen after a long hot shower, I saw Vusi already sitting at the table, bright-eyed and bushy-tailed. I hated him. He was obviously one of those sorts of people that could survive on an hour's sleep and were unaffected by industrial quantities of alcohol. 2 grog specials graced the table. Deep-fried eggs, bacon, hash browns, sausage links, and some sort of round black thing of dubious origin. I sat down and manfully ate everything on the plate, even the round black thing, knowing that if I could keep it down, it would most likely cure the temporary brain tumor that was assailing me. By the second mug of strong black coffee, I decided that I was able to talk without incurring irreparable damage. I assume that at some stage of the evening I asked you to stay here? I asked Vusi. He nodded. Yes. You asked where I was staying, and when I told you, you stated that it was a shithole, and I was to stay here instead. Cool. You have a good night? Very. Thank you. Taking another life-giving sip of coffee, I ran a quick daily plan through my brain. Right then. First thing I gotta do is forge some more spell cartridges. I've only got a handful left, and I have a feeling that we need to go large on spells for what's coming up. Vusi nodded his agreement. You have the facilities here? Yep. Pretty much got everything here. Come on, I'll show you. As we walked through the myriad of passages that led to my forge, Vusi seemed to take the unbelievable size of the place in stride. Literally. I must admit to a vague feeling of disappointment. Most people walked around with eyes the size of dinner plates, oohing and awing as room after room revealed itself in the world's largest 2-bedroom apartment. Vusi acted as though every house that he went into was situated in transdimensional space. Finally, we reached the forge. I showed him in, and he proceeded to explore. It was a standard blacksmith's forge. As I am sure you all know, there is little difference between forging metal and forging spells. I work in the standard way, pretty much the same as most mages. First, I concentrate on pulling the essence from the atmosphere, the basic raw ingredients of magic that exist in every molecule of creation. This is the tricky part, because raw magic is incredibly unstable, and the power involved is astronomical. Don't believe me? Just take the nuclear bomb, for example. That uses the selfsame energy, the essence that binds all together, the glue of the universe, if you like. I do this using meditation. Good old-fashioned cross-legged on the floor, hands on knees, tree-hugging, vegetarian-type Om Mani Padme Hum. Become one with all, and then tease the loose bits of energy from the whole. Heavy stuff. I know. Then, using a set of magical tongs, I grab the football-sized cloud of essence that appears in front of me and heat it in the forge. The intense heat causes the cloud to reduce, shrinking in on itself until it is no larger than a baseball. After the first reduction, I take the ball of essence to the anvil, grab a hammer, and hammer it flat, turning and folding over and over. 10 minutes of that, and it's back into the forge, reducing again to the size of a gumball. Another round on the anvil where I hammer it into finger-sized length, and then a quick plunge into iced water, and there you have it. A transportable cartridge of pure magical essence. Of course, to the uninitiated, it's simply a shiny finger of nothing. The true skill comes at knowing how to unleash the magic. And that takes years of training, as well as an innate ability that very few have. There you have it, Magic 101. Don't try it at home. Just before I assumed the position, Vusi finished his exploration and came and stood in front of me with an inquiring look on his face. "What?" I asked. "Do you have any clay? Earthenware, preferably, a pound or so?" I shook my head. Not exactly standard mage equipment. Why? "I needed to encapsulate my essence." He held out a golf ball-sized clay ball. It was marked with various runes and had been fired to rock hardness. I held out my hand and he threw it to me. I could feel the power in it. I had never seen anything like it before. A clay magic cartridge. Oh well. Live and learn. "I can get Grog to source some," I informed Vusi. "It'll be here within the hour." Vusi nodded his thanks. "Grog!" I yelled. Vusi frowned. "He won't hear you," he said. "I mean, we walked for over 10 minutes. "Yes, sir?" said Grog, from behind Vusi's right shoulder. To give the big man credit, he barely flinched at Grog's instant arrival, and I managed to stop laughing out loud. "Could you organize our guest a pound or so of premixed earthenware clay, as soon as?" "Of course, sir," affirmed Grog. "Terracotta or standard grey?" "Grey," instructed Vusi. "The less iron, the better." "I shall have it in your hands presently, sir," assured Grog. He left via the door, but in what I felt was an ostentatious display of skill, he actually vanished before the door fully closed. True to his promise, Grog returned with Vusi's clay 40 minutes later, by which time I was finishing my first cartridge, quenching it, and slipping it into a bandolier. I stood back for a short while and watched Vusi work. He gathered the essence in a similar fashion, grabbing it with the tongs and heating it. But then his method differed slightly. Instead of merely hammering the essence into folds, he beat it flat on the anvil and then added a small pinch of some type of powder to it. Then he rolled and struck until it had reduced in size to a golf ball, eschewing the second visit to the forge. This way of forging spells seemed to take much more energy than my method, and I wondered what the powder was. Still, if he wanted to tell me, he would. A magician and his secrets are seldom parted through mere questioning. So, for the next 5 hours, we worked together in companionable silence. When we stopped, I had 10 new cartridges, and he had 6 golf ball-sized clay spell pellets. I loaded all of mine into my bandolier, and Vusi placed his in a small leather pouch that attached to his belt. "Lunch?" I offered. Vusi nodded. We wandered back to the kitchen, where, true to form, Grog already had 2 plates of mystery meat stew ready and waiting. We ate in silence, washing the spicy concoction down with soda. When we were finished, I leaned back in my chair and stretched. "Right," I said. "Time to start with the old bump and grind. We need to get out onto the streets and find these fuckers before they cast their spell, and hopefully before they kill again. I recommend we hit the usual suspects first, my informants, lowlifes, and traitors in dark magic. We hit them all hard and fast and see what we can stir up. You agree?" Vusi nodded. "It's your town, whatever you say." "Cool. Let's saddle up and head out. I need to change. Meet back here in 10. 10 minutes later, we were ready to go. I was dressed in a dark gray Italian suit, Chelsea boots, and cashmere trench coat. Underneath, my FN, 2 extra mags, and a bandolier of 10 spell cartridges. Vusi was in his customary jeans, t-shirt, tactical boots, and a Matrix-style leather jacket, his spell cartridges in the bag on his belt. "You got any other weapons besides the spells?" I asked. In answer, he twitched the leather coat to one side to reveal a shoulder rig. Hanging from it was a 3-foot-long assegai, its blade fully a foot in length and 4 inches wide. The edges were so sharp that they looked like 2 slivers of moonlight. "I'm not sure if that is legal," I informed the Zulu. "I'm not sure that I care," he answered. "Fair enough. We'll take my car. It's in the basement parking. Let's move." 7. The thing with being a magical enforcer that works in the gray areas, you need a mode of transport that blends in, something generic, like a family station wagon. I drove a black Porsche Cayenne Turbo SUV, 0 to 60 in under 4 seconds, over 550 horses, run-flat tires, and bullet-resistant windows. It blended in like a pile of dog poop on a baby's blanket. But then, I was Shoto Gun, and sometimes people needed to know that I was coming. And anyway, I do like a fine automobile. Driving to Brownville in Brooklyn, I headed for the areas that weren't quite sure if they were light industrial or residential. A stew of pawn shops, street hookers, and dilapidated houses. On the way, I explained to Vusi what we were going to do. "Time to shake the trees," I said. "See if we can knock down any of the low-hanging fruit and then stomp on it until it gives us some information. We ask if anyone has seen any newcomers, sorcerers, Africans. Try to track down any new action on the street. If anything is going down, then one of my informants will know something." The traffic was the usual mosh pit, and the 40-minute trip took over an hour. In between swearing at the useless drivers, yes, all of them, I tried to chat to Vusi. But I soon discovered when he wasn't lubricated by gallons of brandy, he was a taciturn, monosyllabic mother with a bleak outlook on life and a solid belief that seemed to boil down to, life is a bitch and then you die. Man, talk about depressing. Maybe it was the death of his sister, or maybe it was simply that he was the darkest SOB I had ever met. But safe to say, even my sparkling wit and repartee couldn't get the atmosphere much above that of a wake at a favorite uncle's funeral. Finally, we arrived. I found a parking space and we got out. A bunch of young wannabes were lurking on the corner, 6 or 7 of them. Gang colors, jeans hanging below their crotches, leather jackets 3 sizes too big for them. Laughable if it weren't so sad. I called them over. They moved slowly to ensure I knew they were coming of their own accord, and their obedience had nothing to do with me or my rep. "You all know me," I stated when they stood in front of me. It wasn't a question. All the street hoods knew about Hex, and they all knew to show the appropriate respect. There was a general nodding of heads. "Cool. Watch my car. Anything happens to it, I come after you. All of you. And you don't want that." They all nodded, except for a big one at the front, obviously the leader. I hadn't seen him before, so he must have recently risen through the ranks.
"Yo, what's in it for us, man?"
Taking a deep breath, I answered. "Ask around, dude," I told him. "Shoto Gun don't do no carrot. He only does the stick. You good? Then I don't hurt you. You bad? And you'll end up living in a world of hurt. Comprende?" Newbie nodded. Good man. He would go far. "Any of you fine gentlemen seen Fishy Stevens?" I asked.
Newbie nodded. "Sullivan's house of pool," he said. "Saw him go in a couple hours ago. Maybe he's still there."
I gave him a wink and set off down the street towards Sullivan's, with Vusi following in my wake. Sullivan's house of pool wasn't supernatural in any way, except for the fact that a lot of low-level bottom feeders from the paranormal world tended to hang out there. Mainly street magicians, magical doormen, thugs, and grifters. The place was run by Sullivan. Not sure if it was his first name or last name. He had always been just Sullivan. And although I had my suspicions, I had never been able to get a solid take on the man. He'd been there since I was a kid and still looked the same. Short, grizzled, pissed off at the world, and a personality that was nicely balanced by having an equal-sized chip on each shoulder. The establishment was on the first floor, above an old boarded-up general store. A narrow stairway led to a steel door with a doorman. Like Sullivan, the doorman had always been there. Squat, square head, no neck, and a body odor that could fell an ox at 20 paces. His name was Sweet Jack. Those who knew him well, like me, simply called him Sweets. Sweets?
Hex?
How's it hanging? I asked.
Long and free,
answered the smelly man. He opened the door and nodded us in. Sullivan's was the pool bar that had started all the cliches. Large, open-plan room, 8 tables with low-level, old-school pool lights above them, frayed carpets, olive-color walls, faded maroon velvet drapes that were always drawn, overstuffed leather wing-back chairs, coffee tables, and a half-dozen of those pedestal ashtrays, circa 1970. Along the right-hand wall, a bar. Behind the bar, on mirror-back shelves, rows of never-touched liquors in virulent shades of primary colors. A cash register that was always open, and whatever the take, never had more than a handful of change in the drawer. As usual, Sullivan was polishing a glass with a grimy washcloth, an unlit cheroot clamped in his jaw and a scowl on his face. Jack and ice for me, brandy straight up for my friend. Sullivan poured and served. Put it on my tab, I commanded imperiously. Sullivan pointed at a sign that hung behind the bar. It read, "Please don't ask for credit, as a punch in the face often offends." I chucked 2 20s on the counter. Need a side of info, I added. Go, replied Sullivan. Firstly, seen Fishy lately? Sullivan nodded. Came in earlier. Looked like shit, asked for a loan. I told him to fuck off, so he scuttled away. No idea where he went from here. Sorry. Damn it. Ah, well, I'll find him. Any new talent in town? Heavy hitters, 3 of them. Foreign, probably Africa. Sullivan gestured towards Vusi. There's one. Oh, haha, you're a riot, Sully. Now get serious. Word is there's some foreign gents in town, admitted Sullivan. Looking for unusual ingredients for a spell. What ingredients? I asked. The barkeep shrugged. Don't know. All I've heard is that it's not your usual Ayanut stuff. Darker than that. Also, heard that a couple of the boys had run into trouble with these newcomers, giving them a bit of lip and suffered the consequences. How bad? Real bad, said Sullivan. Like total overreaction bad. Dismemberment, broken bones. Not death, but close. Psychos. Where? Everywhere. They've been getting around. The Bronx, Brooklyn, even out of town. Why? They got a price on their heads. I nodded. Could be. Put the word out I'm looking for them. Big bonus for real info. I'm talking 5 figures here. Have you spoken to little Frankie yet? Asked Sullivan. 2 of the boys that got hit were his. Could give you the lowdown. Shit. The last dude I wanted to see was little Frankie. In a world where anger was a currency and fear was a method of bartering, Frankie topped the heap when it came to both. If your normal, common, or garden variety psycho ran at around a 9 or 10 on the anger scale, Frankie was at a constant 12, and that was his default mode. When he really got riled up, he escalated into the high teens. And to put the proverbial cherry on top, he was actually a halfway decent mage. Not my level, of course, but heavyweight enough to cause me some bother. And that, combined with his unpredictable insanity, added up to a mess of problems that I simply didn't feel like dealing with. But Sullivan was right. Frankie ran the darker side of New York. His organization comprised of the true bottom feeders. They took on the jobs that the Brotherhood wouldn't touch, either because it wasn't big enough, or it was simply too risky and too shitty to bother with. Basically, Frankie and his boys were like a pack of hyenas with a side order of vulture. Oh, and he couldn't stand my guts. Hated me, if truth be told. Come on, Vusi, I said. Let's go and fuck up our day. He followed me back to the Porsche, and I headed to little Frankie's hideout. 8. About a year or so before, little Frankie had decided to go up market and moved his HQ from a shithole in Brooklyn to a shithole in Queens. He had purchased a 6-story office building, and after a few well-placed bribes to the relevant town planning officials, had converted most of it into residential units for himself and his staff. Frankie's pad was the top floor, complete with roof garden and pool. To be fair, it was a pretty cool hangout, not that I'd ever admit that to him. I parked outside and headed for the entrance. Double doors, a covered portico, outside 2 massive doormen. I could pick up on an aura of low-level magic on them as we approached. Now, be a copacetic dude, I advised Vusi. This guy is a real dickhead, as are most of the dudes that work for him. But we're here for information, so just turn the other cheek and let's see what we can get out of him. You cool? Ice cold, rumbled Vusi. I decided on the old half-salute, touched the forelock a la peasant to greet the doorman. Good day, gentlemen. We're here to see your esteemed leader, one known to all as Little Frankie. Pray tell, is he presently in his residence? They both stared at me like I was speaking in Sanskrit, so I tried again. Is the boss here? We need to see him. Toot sweet.
Got an appointment?
Sneered the one. I shook my head.
Well, then you can't see him. Rules is rules. Now piss off.
Are all servants in New York so insolent? Asked Vusi of me.
Who's your servant, boy? Snapped the doorman.
There was a sound like a hammer striking a side of beef, and the doorman fell like a headshot buffalo. I hadn't even seen Vusi move, but he was now standing over the recumbent security guard, his teeth exposed in a snarl. The second doorman took a swing at him, but the Zulu brushed the punch away with contempt and replied with a straight left that struck the attacker on the nose, smashing it flat and knocking him out at the same time.
Who's your boy's servant?
He growled. Ah, shit, Vusi, I complained. What happened to Ice Cold? No one calls me boy. Fair enough, I replied, glancing at the CCTV cameras that had doubtless broadcast our situation to the top floor. But I'll tell you something for free. You haven't made our lives any easier. Come on, let's take the elevator, see if we can explain things to little Frankie before this all turns to shit a la mode. We dashed into the building, and I pressed the elevator button. Fortunately, the car was waiting, and the doors slid open. We jumped in, and I pushed the button for the top floor. In the time-honored tradition, we both stood in uncomfortable silence, watching the numbers flick by as the car shot upward. A soft ding signified our arrival, and the door slid open to reveal a lobby that led straight into the luxury apartment. And the lobby was full of gorilla-sized, gun-toting thugs, all pointing their weapons at us. I turned to Vusi. This is your fault, you know. Thanks very much. He didn't answer, assuming his usual taciturn default expression, like all of this was beneath him and he was merely putting up with it until he had something more pressing to do.
Hex, you stupid son of a bitch!
Wheezed little Frankie.
You are in deep shit right now.
Vusi raised an eyebrow and spoke to me Soto voice. Little Frankie, are you serious? In all fairness, little Frankie was short, maybe 5 feet flat in shoes, but what he lacked in height, he made up for in girth. He was the only human being that I had ever met that was taller when he was lying down than when he was standing. I could see that he was holding at least one spell cartridge in his hand, the glitter of magic causing the air around his closed fist to shimmer. Usually, spell cartridges were harder to detect, but little Frankie, although relatively powerful, was a shoddy forger, and his cartridges leaked like a poor person's piss pot. I would be surprised if any of them retained their power for more than a few days. Mine, however, would last for years. But then, I was Sholto Gun, and he was merely a gutter mage with pretensions.
Hex, you asshole,
continued Frankie.
I reckon that I should shoot you right now and do everyone a favor.
There were 2 ways I could play this. 1, appeal to Frankie's ego and do a bit of kowtowing and ass-licking. Humiliating, but undoubtedly standing a good chance of achieving success. After all, there was nothing that the fat psycho liked more than a bit of brown-nosing. Or 2, I could go full Samuel L. Jackson from Pulp Fiction, draw my pistol and start sprouting Bible quotes and looking real mean. But before I could decide, there was a thunderous explosion, and the next thing, Vusi stood above the fat man, his assegai at his throat growling like a lion. The rest of the welcome party lay on the floor in various positions of all fucked up. Whatever spell Vusi had cast, he had done so with such precision that the explosion hadn't even mussed a single hair on my head. And at the same time, he had managed to nullify the spell cartridge that Frankie had been clutching in his fat, sweaty fist. I was real impressed. At the same time, I wish he had asked my advice before going off like a Russian nuclear strike. Ask the short fat man whatever you want, growled Vusi. If he makes any more threats, I'll start by slicing his ears off. Whoops! Sorry about that, little Frankie. My friend is a foreigner, not used to the way things are done around here. You see, when you said you were going to shoot me, he thought you were being serious.
I was being serious, you jumped up moron,
said Frankie. Then he squealed in pain as Vusi drew the razor-sharp blade of his assegai across his ear, slicing the end of his lobe off. I was learning about my new friend as we went along, and it hadn't taken me long to deduce he wasn't the type to make false threats. If Vusi said he was going to do something, he did it.
What the fuck?
Screeched Frankie. Apologize, demanded Vusi.
Fuck you,
snapped the fat man. Vusi started to slice again, but I held my hand up. Stop. The Zulu scowled, but the assegai did stop moving. I stepped forward and held out my hand to Frankie. He took it, and I helped him to his feet. Look, Frankie, I said, I know we hold no love for each other, but I must admit this all escalated quicker than a fraternity food fight. We came here to share a bit of info that I reckoned would benefit the both of us. Your doormen insulted my friend, and it all went downhill from there. Could we please get a do-over? The fat man stared around at his muscle, who lay unconscious and twitching on the floor around him, and he shook his head.
You broke my boys,
he said in a petulant voice. Yeah, I agreed. But then you did say you were going to shoot us, and then when I gave you an out, you insisted that you were being serious.
I always say I'm gonna shoot you,
argued Frankie.
And I haven't yet. Shit, talk about overreacting. You're such an asshole.
Well, in my country, if we say we're going to do something, then we do it, stated Vusi.
Welcome to the U.S. of A.,
returned Frankie.
Where we say what we feel and we do what we like, and the two are not necessarily concordant.
Frankie turned and started to waddle off, towards a set of double doors that led to his large sitting room.
Come on,
he said.
Let's sit down and talk. I'm sure the boys will recover in their own time.
He wobbled through and sat down in an outsized armchair, gesturing towards the bar as he did so.
Fix yourself a drink,
he wheezed.
And while you're at it, mix me up an orange juice with a tot of vodka, a tot of creme de menthe, 2 tots of Tia Maria coffee liqueur, and a couple of tablespoons of corn syrup. Use a large glass.
I didn't take kindly to being treated as a waiter, but having already decided to go the magnanimous route, as opposed to the cutting the ear with an assegai route, I mixed Frankie his vile cocktail. Then I poured Vusi and myself a drink each, brandy for him, and my usual Jack. Frankie slurped at his beverage like a wet and dry Hoover, then sighed in pleasure.
Now look here, you two have caught me at a bad time, so say your piece, and then I would appreciate if you both fucked off.
I'm looking for some info on a group of new heavy hitters in town, I told him. Allegedly African mages. Heard that some of your boys had crossed paths with them and came last. Any truth in that?
Maybe,
confirmed the fat man.
But to be honest, that's the least of my worries right now. There's always some new group of assholes maneuvering for power. They never last the race. These newbies will be the same.
I leaned back in my chair and wondered how much to tell Frankie. His boys were our best chance of getting a solid lead, so we needed to talk to them. I decided a small helping of truth would be beneficial. Look, Frankie, I think these dudes could be different. They're obviously powerful. We know that because they've taken out a few muscle men without any problems. But secondly, and I am telling you this in the strictest of confidence, we suspect they are gathering the ingredients to perform the Daemon Sublato. Frankie laughed, and his myriad of chins wobbled in cadence.
Bullshit,
he wheezed.
Who would be so mental as to even attempt to raise a major demon?
It is true, interjected Vusi, and it is worse than you think. From the information we have, we suspect they are going to try and raise a dark angel. The fat man stopped laughing.
Don't even joke,
he said in a shocked voice. We aren't, I informed him. Already they have defiled someone who has royal blood. We have until the next full moon to find them and stop them. Frankie slurped down the last of his cocktail and wrinkled his brow in thought.
Why would they do this?
He asked. Power, obviously, I replied. If they control a fallen angel, then they control New York. who could stand against them. Frankie shook his head.
No, look. Someone might be crazy enough to be collecting the necessaries for the spell, but I doubt it. No one has tried to perform the Daemon Sublato for decades now, and no one has managed to actually perform it successfully for hundreds of years. I call bullshit. I think you two are overreacting. It's like I said, this sort of shit happens all the time. It'll blow over, trust me. I've been around a lot longer than you both. Now, could you kindly leave my building and never darken my doorstep again? I have my own problems to take care of.
Out of the corner of my eye, I could see Vusi reaching for his assegai again, so I held up my hand to forestall him. Frankie, I guarantee this will become a problem for all of us very soon. However, I can see you have other things on your mind right now. How about this? You tell us your problem, we see if we can help you, and then, in return, you give us full access to your boys and any info you might have regarding these newbies on the scenes. That seemed copacetic to you? Bubble Boy stared at me for a few seconds before he answered.
You know, Hex,
He said,
I don't like you. You're arrogant, self-opinionated, and full of shit. What makes you think I need your help with anything?
That was it. I was tired of playing Mr. Nice Guy. This fat, overrated gutter magician had finally pissed me off. I had made every attempt to be polite, to pander to his psychotic chip-on-the-shoulder attitude, and all it was getting me was a raft of insults. I whipped out a spell cartridge and flung it at the fat man. Frigas aligas! Bands of ice formed around him, binding his arms to his sides, clamping his mouth shut, and freezing his legs to the chair. At the same time, I used the residual power left over to create an ice broadsword, 3 foot long, complete with interesting spikes and jagged saw-like teeth along the one edge. Strictly speaking, the sword wasn't necessary for what I was about to do, but I was going for full-on show of strength, so I didn't hold back. Brandishing the wicked-looking frozen blade in front of him, I leaned forward and did a bit of intimidating looming.
Listen, Frankie,
I said in my best Clint Eastwood growl. You might want to sit here all day drinking pitchers full of syrup and indulging in the world's most unnecessary pissing contest, but I don't have the time. I just told you what we need and I explained why. Now I have been more than reasonable with you. Just in case your sugar-addled brain didn't understand my sensible offer, I shall repeat it. You tell me what your problem is, and I help you sort it out. In return, you let me speak to your boys and have full access to your info on the street. Capiche? Now, I'm going to free the ice restraint from your ugly mug so you can verbally agree. If anything but 100% agreement comes out of your trap, then I swear by all that I worship I will reinstate the ice and use it to crush your fat head until what passes as a brain squishes out of your ears. Ready? I snapped my fingers, and the ice gag crumbled to slush and fell off. At the same time, I turned the blade into a puff of steam.
Anything you say,
Squeaked Frankie.
I was just joking. Come on, Hex, jeesh.
Enough, I said, as I commanded the rest of the ice straight jacket to fall away. Talk to us about your problem that is so important it supersedes a group of renegade mages calling up a fallen angel. And this had better be good, Frankie, because I'm all out of humor.
It's Eliza,
said Frankie. Who or what is Eliza?
my sister. You've met her.
I did vaguely remember a sister. Similar height to Frankie, not quite as rotund, face like a bowling ball with makeup on. Yeah, I remember. What about her?
She's gone missing. Well, sort of. I know where she is, but it's kind of out of my jurisdiction, if you know what I mean.
I shook my head. No, Frankie, I don't know what you mean. Elucidate.
She's fallen in with a bad crowd. I wanted to come back home, but she won't answer her cell. She sent me a message saying she doesn't want to see me or any of my boys again, and I better stay away or else.
Well, sounds to me like she's made her choice, Frankie. I know family is important, but if she wants to go her own way, then that's that, as far as I can see. The fat man frowned, and I could see he was struggling to control his emotions.
The thing is, Hex,
He said,
Eliza, well, not to shine a harsh light on it, but she's not that bright. Not stupid, you know, just not worldly wise. It's a big bad world out there, and I think these people are taking advantage of her.
For a fraction of a second, I saw a tiny ray of humanity shine through Frankie's usual psychotic exterior, and I gave myself a mental kick for noticing it. If I wasn't careful, I would start treating him like a normal human being, and the moment I did that, he would turn on me and stab me in the back, or front, or wherever he could. "Okay, Frankie," I said. "Who makes up this so-called disreputable crowd?"
A motorbike gang,
he answered.
Call themselves the Elders MC.
I shook my head in disbelief. Holy shit, Frankie. How the hell did your little sister even come in contact with those SOBs? Frankie looked shamefaced.
I was doing some business with them. She must have met some of them. Next thing, she left when they did.
I pushed down the anger rising in me. Some people were just so stupid. The Elders were well known and well avoided by all. A group of 20 or so, they ran guns and drugs and sold their trade to anyone desperate enough to have to use it. They were all necromancers, dealers in death. Even the Brotherhood gave them a wide berth, the logic being that although they were up to no good, they were too small a faction to do any major harm. What the hell were you doing business with necromancers for anyway, Frankie? I asked. You know death magic is bad shit. Seriously, I sometimes think you don't have the brains that you were born with.
Yeah,
snapped the fat man.
I made a mistake. Now there's little I can do about it. You know I can't go up against a gang of necromancers. I'm strong, but I'm not that strong. I was considering hiring outside help, but that would start a war, and I'm not sure we need that right now. Truth be told, Hex, I'm at my wit's end. Eliza's the only family I got left. If you could help me, I'll do anything you ask.
I stood up and gestured at Vusi. Okay, little Frankie, I said. Vusi and I will sort your shit sandwich out for you. I bring Eliza home, and then you give me access to your boys and any info that might help. Deal? The fat man nodded.
Deal.
We shook on it and left the building. 9. I took the 278 to Staten Island because it's the most direct route. Even though the top-of-the-line sat-nav I have in the Porsche informed me there were roadworks, and I should rather go via the Belt Parkway. The day a machine tells Shoto Gun where to drive is the day I hand in my humanity card and head for the hills. After 2 hours of being stuck in wall-to-wall traffic, I had to concede that the silicon chip had been correct. Son of a bitch. I hate sitting in traffic. Once again, I tried to engage Vusi in some idle pass-the-time chat. Once again, he acted like one of the Moai. You know them, those humongous stone heads that live on Easter Island. They just sit there, staring nobly out at all they survey, contemplating all in knowledgeable silence. Well, I could also be a big stone head if that's how he wanted to play it. So most of the trip was spent in silence. His all haughty and contemplative, and mine full of irritability and petulance. Hey, I said I was one of the greatest mages. I never said I was one of the most mature ones. After almost 2 hours of edging slowly forwards, when we were only around 20 minutes from our destination, and it was beginning to get dark, Lucy turned to me and said, My friend, sometimes silence is also conversation. Because one must always remember, if someone does not understand your silence, then it is probable they will not understand your words. Yeah, I snapped back, and a frog with a glass ass only jumps once. We're almost there, so get your head in the game. The Zulu raised an eyebrow, his expression one of puzzlement. My head is always in the game. I had no idea why Vusi's silence was irritating me so much, and then I realized I was nervous, edgy as hell. After all, the two of us were venturing uninvited and unwanted into a lair of darkness controlled by a gang of the most powerful necromancers in the state, if not the country. And I hated death magic. It took massive amounts of energy and control to fight against it. By its very nature, it literally sucked the life out of you. Sorry, I mumbled. I'm nervous, that's all. As am I, admitted Vusi. For some reason, that made me feel a lot better. The Elders MC had made their headquarters in the old Hilltown home for the criminally insane on Staten Island. They had been there since 1988 when it was officially closed down by the state. Don't bother trying to look for it. Trust me. Those dark mages had cast a glamour over the place that was so powerful, even the normals who knew it was there, like the mayor, town planners, and so on, ignored it completely. That was the thing with death magic. It was particularly powerful when it came to controlling parts of one's mind. In their case, the glamour was less of an illusion, which is how I worked, and more of a primal suggestion that you just fuck off. A sort of aggressive doorman spell. Any medium-level mage could see straight through it, but even then, it was difficult to ignore. The harder you pushed against it, the worse it got. Like someone scratching your brain with a pair of chopsticks. Also, necromancers used residual magic a lot, so the fact that they were headquartered in an old loony bin for criminals meant they had a shithouse full of dark and nasty stuff to call on. Yep, as I already said, nervous. The open gates to the asylum loomed as the sun was setting. Shadows stretched out into the road and caressed the Porsche with greedy fingers. I felt the temperature drop a few degrees as I took us through the gates and onto the long potholed driveway. I have a feeling this is going to go south as soon as we get out of the car, I said to Vusi. If it does, I recommend we cut loose with a few explosive spells and hightail it out. We can't win a protracted battle against the whole gang. If they don't attack us straight away, then we'll just take it one step at a time. What are your thoughts? Vusi shook his head. Slow down when you take that corner. There's a bunch of thick bushes there for cover. As you drive past, I'm going to jump out and follow on foot. Provide some unseen backup. They won't be expecting that. I nodded my agreement. His plan was as crazy stupid as my plan, so what was the use of arguing? Have you got a gun? I asked. He looked at me with a scornful expression and touched his assegai. This is better. Then, without another word, he opened the door and rolled out, disappearing into the gathering darkness. I looked for him in the rearview mirror, but he was gone. Half a minute later, I was at the end of the driveway. The asylum squatted in front of me, a great 2-story toad of a building. Once white, and now a mixture of creepers, peeling paint, and raw brick and concrete. It appeared as though the gang had moved into one small wing that led off the entrance, as the windows there were intact and dull lights shone through the filthy glass. The rest of the windows were broken and dark. A low brick wall surrounded the car park, ending at the bottom of the entrance stairway. I cut the ignition, took a deep breath, and stepped out of the Porsche. Welcome, Shotogun. To my inestimable credit, I refrained from jumping 6 feet into the air and squealing like a little girl. The bastard had simply materialized out of thin air, appearing next to me as I climbed out of the SUV. He was dressed in black leather, on his head a black bandana. Over his shoulder he carried an M16 circa Vietnam era. In his left hand a staff. He was using some sort of glamour to keep his eyes in deep shadow, and I didn't feel like using any of my internal energy to disperse it. But truth be told, it was a great effect. Real creepy. I might even use it myself someday. If I got out of here alive. But then I pulled myself together. I was Shotogun, and I didn't take shit from anyone. Leastways from dudes who relied on party tricks to appear meaner than they actually were. Take me to your leader, I said to Mr. Shadow Eyes, at the same time managing to keep a straight face at the cliché. He bowed his head slightly and walked to the entrance. Following him, I was determined not to show any emotion other than super confident mega mage simply going about his everyday work. Shadow Boy walked down a long, dilapidated passageway to another doorway. He pushed it open and ushered me in. Ahead was a large, dimly lit room, some sort of office. Wooden parquet floor, wood-paneled walls, a 3-piece lounge suite, and a desk the size of a football field. Power rippled over me as I walked in, and I looked down to see that someone had inlaid a pentagram inside a circle in the floor using brass. Around the outside of the circle were a series of runes. I didn't do runic magic, so I had no idea what they were for, but I could feel they were part of some sort of heavyweight enchantment. Behind the ridiculous desk sat a man that I assumed was the leader of the Elders MC. He looked just like Chris Christopherson. And by that, I don't mean he had a passing resemblance to, or he looked a lot like. He was the identical spit for Chris. "Dude," I blurted out, You look just like... He held his hand up. Yes, I know. Willie Nelson. No. I shook my head. Chris Christopherson. He raised an eyebrow in disbelief. Never heard that one before. Anyway, Mr. Gunn, what the hell are you doing here without an invitation? Surely you know how seriously we take our privacy. Are you here on Brotherhood business? I sensed movement behind me, and when I turned, I saw that a half-dozen more people had entered the room. They were all dressed in black leather, and they were all packing. A mix of assault rifles, shotguns, and little MP5 burp guns. Look, I just wanted to have a chat, I said. The sound of the newcomers cocking their weapons filled the room. Man, this was going to shit faster than I had expected. I held my hands up in a show of neutrality. Look, dude, I informed the man behind the desk. I'm sorry about the Christopherson thing. Now why don't you all relax? I just wanted to talk to the boss. I have a proposal. You have 10 seconds, said Big Desk Boy. Cool. Look, I'll come straight out with it. Little Frankie asked me to come and check his sister was okay. That's all. Nothing deep and mysterious, just checking on his family. He's worried. Nobody spoke for almost a full minute. Then he said, She's fine. Go, now. Sorry, gang leader dude, I stated. No can do. If I could just have a quick chat with her, to confirm that everything's A-okay, then that would be cool. Again, there was a full minute of uncomfortable silence before the boss man did anything. Then he snapped his fingers. One of the gunmen scuttled out of the room to return with Frankie's sister in tow. I recognized her straight away. She had a peculiarly bulldog-esque look about her, like she had been chasing parked cars all day. Tiny, little ferrety eyes, a nose that some would call retroussé, and other would simply describe as pig-like. She had applied her makeup liberally, and with no seeming clue to where it should actually go. The whole effect was rather disturbing. There, said the boss man. As you can see, she is fine. I nodded, even though fine was stretching it a bit. Looking directly at her, I asked, Are you here of your own free will?
Fuck you,
she sneered. Then she turned to the boss man.
What the absolute fuck? I was watching the Kardashians. What did your gorilla drag me here for?
Boss man pointed at me. Mr. Gunn is here on behest of your brother. I merely wanted to show him you were safe. Eliza rolled her eyes and pouted and stamped her feet. A 3-year-old temperament in a blocky, middle-aged body. Look, Eliza, I interjected. Why don't you come back with me, and you and Frankie can have a chat? He's real worried about you. Before she could answer, the boss man stood up abruptly, slamming his chair back as he did so. Eliza is here because she needs to be, he shouted. She is here because she has a gift. I took another look at her, and opened my mind when I did so, striving to pick up some sort of magical energy from her. But all I got was petulance and stupidity with a side order of ugly. But then maybe that's what the boss man meant. And then the penny dropped. The girl had no special talents, apart from being an A-class spoiled brat with attitude. But the Elders MC knew, as long as they had Eliza, then they had a measure of control over Frankie. And if she remained of her own free will, then Frankie had no real grounds to attack them. This was a simple takeover attempt, an attempt to muscle in on Frankie's territory. The Elders MC were looking to expand. If it had been up to me, I would have left her with them and bid them good luck. But it wasn't my call. In order to have access to little Frankie's guys, I had to take Eliza home tonight. And as I had no real plan at all, I decided to go real basic and simply grab her, blast my way out of the building, get into the Porsche, and fuck off as fast as. As for Vusi, well, that would just have to take care of itself. I quickly palmed a spell cartridge and was planning what havoc to unleash first when the boss man interrupted my thinking by giving his men an order. I've had enough of this, he said. Take him outside and shoot him. What the fuck? I thought I was the stone-cold one. Instinct took over as my mind and body went into overdrive in order to prevent my imminent demise. Time seemed to slow down, and my reactions sped up. I dropped to the floor, smashing the spell cartridge at the same time and calling out the incantation. Caligo! The room instantly filled with a dense mist, thicker than any Victorian London pea souper. I jumped up and ran towards where Eliza had last been standing, concentrating on her aura so as to know exactly where she was. Grabbing her by the arm, I ran on, dragging her towards the door and out into the corridor. I was relying heavily on the hope that the bikers wouldn't open fire on me as long as I had their gifted girl close by. As it happens, I was wrong. It seems as though killing me was more important than losing Bowling Ball Head. Shots rang out and plaster fell from the wall and settled on my shoulders like dandruff. I kept running, dragging the heffalump with me.
"Leave me alone, you half-witted sex pervert," shouted Eliza. "I know what you want, and I won't go quietly."
I nobly ignored her slanderous comments and continued dragging her towards the car. But as I got to the bottom of the stairs, the volume of gunfire got too great, and we had to take refuge behind the low wall that ran around the car parking area. Using a minor spell, I conjured up a rope of air and gagged and bound Eliza, just in case she decided to make a run for it, or started to scream more unsubstantiated obscenities at me. Not that it was likely, as she was already wheezing and puffing like a gut-shot buffalo. Then I drew my FN, popped my head over the wall, and snapped off a couple shots. Their return fire quintupled as hundreds of rounds chewed into the brick wall. Damn it! I had obviously pissed them off with my tiny two-shot show of aggression. Oh well, thought to myself, go large or go home. I grabbed a spell cartridge and threw it directly above me, gesturing towards my attackers with my left hand as I did so. Adole bitike. The spell ignited and sped toward the nearest group of bikers like a spear of napalm. Yeah, I shouted. Get your lips around that, you bastards. But my celebration was short-lived as a wall of shadow rose up and enveloped my fire missile, snuffing it out before it could do any damage. Not good. That was one of my go-to spells when it came to dealing out harm to those that opposed me. A wave of black built up like a tsunami and rushed at me from the opposite side of the car park. Moving inside it, I could see the swirling shapes of ghouls and wraiths, their spectral mouths gaping wide, obsidian teeth ready to rend and slash. This was a team effort. No single mage could conjure up a mess of evil that large and get it moving in any particular direction. This was good and bad. Bad because if that thing swamped me, I was toast. Ghouls and wraiths were basically boiled-down malevolence, concentrated, pissed off, as it were, and they had no actual corporeal form, so they were mega difficult to fight. Good, because if I could rip this manifestation apart, then it would backfire in serious fashion, and take the casters out of the game for the foreseeable future. There is nothing quite as debilitating as a major spell being ripped to shreds on you. It was like being held down and assaulted by the Cleveland Browns, both humiliating and painful. In fact, they were taking quite a risk casting it. It was the poker equivalent of going all in, and they obviously didn't know Sholto Gun always held the winning hand. Throwing 2 cartridges high into the night sky, I cried out the command and then curled up into the fetal position to protect myself from the backblast. Lux de Kalo. The spells exploded into a miniature sun of pure white light, and a surge of heat raced across the car park and struck the wave of darkness. There was a 2-second pause as the opposing spells pushed against each other. And then my one won. Obviously. The resultant explosion was super impressive, a cross between a billionaire's 5th of July fireworks display and Teotihuacan. The sound of the casters unraveling could be easily heard above the magical explosion, a sort of high-pitched keening and whining that slowly wound down as they fell into unconsciousness. Score 1 for Team Hex. Badass mother. The shooting stopped for a while as the necromancers took stock of their situation and adjusted for same. Give us the girl, and we will let you go free, boomed out not Chris Christopherson's voice at a magically enhanced volume. Fuck off, I yelled back. Get your own bulldog. This one belongs to someone else. You and your juvenile attempts at humor are not making things any better, Mr. Gunn. I beg to disagree, I shouted as I readied another spell. And as for letting me go free, well, pull the other one. I chucked the cartridge into the sky and tried another flaming arrow. Adolabitke. This one caught them unawares, and I felt the wash of heat as it struck home. Unlike the rebound from the last spell, this was a stone-faced killer, and the screams of at least 2 dying mages rent the night air. The remaining bad hats all opened up at once, hundreds of rounds of full metal jacket slugs chewing away at the wall like a Rottweiler on a toddler. I had to do something soon, or my cover would literally be blown. I lobbed another spell over the wall and conjured up a slight variation on the flaming arrow of napalm. It was basically the same spell, but instead of flying, it scuttled across the ground, keeping a low profile.
Correra adiat.
The spell struck the wall on the other side of the car park and exploded in an extremely satisfying fashion. But, apart from a few yelps of pain, I could tell I hadn't done any major damage to anyone. And now I was down to 4 spells, a bunch of ammo for my FN, and a partner who seemed to have disappeared. In lieu of doing nothing, I popped my FN over the wall and blasted away merrily, just to show them Sholto gun was still in the game. They all fired back, and for a few seconds, it was like Call of Duty 4 Modern Warfare, except if you got shot, you didn't respawn. You simply died. I could tell by the shot placement they were starting to flank my position, working their way right and left, spreading out as they did so. This was not good. Groups of people are easier to hit than solitary ones. I heard a weird gibbering sound and glanced over the wall to see a couple of Camazotz flying towards me. These are basically huge, like Great Dane-size huge vampire bats that have been summoned directly from the Shadow Realm. Damn. One of the gang members must be of Native American origin, as it was impossible to raise these puppies if you weren't. Just my luck. I lobbed a spell cartridge at them and issued a command. Fulgur! A cascade of lightning crackled across the car park, striking both the denizens of darkness multiple times and turning them from flying critters to barbecued wings. 3 spells left. Out the corner of my eye, I saw a movement and turned to see one of the bikers come sprinting around the wall from the far left of the car park. I whipped up my pistol and was about to take a shot when there was a flash of silver, and his head simply detached from his body and went sailing over the wall. Vusi held his bloody assegai up in salute, winked at me, and disappeared again. Happy days. My erstwhile partner had become contemporaneous once more. With a little more confidence in my heart, I started to creep closer to the Porsche, moving away from my current cover, but still keeping behind the wall. I grabbed Eliza by the foot as I edged by and dragged her with me. Amping up my hearing using the inner magic of my chakra brands so I could keep track on where Vusi was, I almost instantly wished I hadn't. The sickening sound of steel slicing through flesh filled my ears as the Zulu worked his way around the attackers on the other side of the wall. A wet scrape, followed by a slight grunt or soft expulsion of air, and then the sound of a corpse hitting the ground. Vusi was a bona fide killing machine, and I knew the night now held a few more terrors for those who were on the opposite side to one Sholto gun and his new partner, Vusi, something unpronounceable. I chucked another spell over the wall and intoned the command. Etsaliri uri. The spell ignited in a ball of white-hot flame, and then started to leap randomly around the car park. Every time it struck a motorbike, the machine would erupt in flames. After the ball had lit up 7 bikes, it ran out of power and spluttered around on the floor until it finally faded away. Vusi jumped the wall opposite me and ran like a long dog towards the Porsche. I threw my last 2 spells into the air and commanded, Flictum ignis! The sky lit up with a vast sheet of lightning that arbitrarily arced groundward, burning all that it struck. This was a powerful spell, but it was also as risky as Russian roulette, because there was nothing stopping the lightning striking either Vusi or myself, or, heaven forbid, Bulldog Face. But sometimes you just gotta say, what the fuck, throw the dice, and hope you don't roll snake eyes. As Vusi sprinted across the open space, shafts of lightning smashed into the blacktop, throwing chunks into the air like shrapnel. We met outside the Porsche, panting madly as adrenaline coursed through us. "We need to get out of here," shouted Vusi. "You think?" I replied. "But we've got them on the run, apart from the fact I'm out of spells and they still have us badly outnumbered." "No," grunted Vusi. "I mean, we really have to get out of here now." He pointed over his shoulder. Just on the other side of the wall, I could see a massive shadow coalescing into a form. Large head, burning eyes, 4 legs, teeth the size of a teenager's arm. Holy shit. "Hellhound!" shouted Vusi and I together. With fumbling fingers, I opened the Porsche, tossed the heffalump in the back seat, jumped in, started the engine, and slammed my foot down. The back snaked from side to side as the tires searched for traction, and then with a roar of power, the Porsche took off. I glanced in the rearview mirror and let out an involuntary ladylike squeak. The hellhound had fully materialized and was coming for us. "Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit," I mumbled. "Objects in the rearview mirror may appear closer than they are," I said to myself, in an attempt to stop my brain suffering from fear-induced meltdown. "Must go faster," urged Vusi. And for those of you who are maybe thinking that Sholto Gun don't run from nothing, you would normally be correct. Sholto Gun don't run from nothing. Except hellhounds. He runs from hellhounds. Every time. "Do something," I yelled at Vusi, as the elephant-sized hound of hell bore down on us. "Like what?" "I have no idea. Try some sort of dog whisperer shit on it." "Oh, you mean like display calm assertive energy?" "I don't know." "Fuck this," said Vusi, as he grabbed his spell pouch, poured all 6 spells into his hand, and chucked them out the window. "Ukulwa!" In the mirror, I saw his spells hit the ground in front of the hellhound and then explode in an orgy of deep purple light. Countless tendrils erupted from the earth and latched onto the hound's legs, dragging it to a halt. I let out a whoop and punched Vusi in the shoulder. We both grinned. Seconds later, there was a loud sucking sound, and Vusi's spell imploded. The backlash smashed into the Zulu, throwing him forward and into the windscreen. Being bulletproof, the glass held, but Vusi's forehead split open to the bone, and blood poured out onto the pristine leather dash. I was about to give up all hope and throw myself to the mercy of the good Lord when the gate loomed up out of the darkness, and we were through. As the Porsche hit the solid blacktop, I dropped a gear and mashed my foot down even harder. The 550 horses under the hood slipped their reins and headed for the hills, leaving the flaming denizen of the devil stumbling in our wake. Trust in sweet German engineering to outrun Satan any time. "Vusi, you okay?" He nodded. "Yes." "Good. Well, then could you hang your head out of the window and stop bleeding on the interior of my $100,000 automobile?" "Dick," he mumbled with a grin. "And then some." I laughed. 10. We got to Little Frankie's HQ just after midnight, and due to the fact that we had phoned ahead, we had a guard of honor. I had released Eliza's magical straitjacket as soon as we were off Staten Island. As I did, she immediately started to vomit out a list of vitriolic insults and abuse, accusing us of everything from child molestation to bestiality. Vusi had finally lost his temper and slapped another air restraint on her, trussing her up like a mummy. "By all of my ancestors," he observed, "that woman is pathologically unpleasant. She must practice." "Yeah," I agreed. "She's probably got a freaking doctorate in shitty and disagreeable behavior. I have no idea why her brother would want her back." "Family," said Vusi, and we both left it at that. The guards escorted us up to Frankie's apartment, and he welcomed his sister with open arms. Needless to say, she spat in his face and then burst into tears. These siblings had some serious issues. While Vusi and I helped ourselves to drinks, Frankie led his sister to her bedroom, patting her back and mumbling platitudes. As they walked away, we could hear her making demands. "I'm hungry. Tell your friends that they are both morons. Send out for food. I want a hot dog and some fried chicken and a hamburger and another hot dog and..." When Frankie returned, he shook us each by the hand.
"Thank you, gentlemen,"
he gushed.
"It's good to have her back. She's very delicate, you know. Not sure how long she would have lasted out there in the real world."
Neither Vusi or I commented.
"Now then,"
continued the fat man, as he handed me a piece of paper.
"These are the names and addresses of my 2 boys who were attacked. As you can see, they both live close by. It's a small residential hotel that I own, exclusively resided in by my muscle. To be honest, they aren't in the best of condition, so I wouldn't visit them tonight. Still recovering. Go around tomorrow, late morning. I'll make sure they're expecting you. And thank you, once again."
Both of us nodded and headed downstairs, looking forward to getting a bit of shut-eye after the night's efforts. 11. That night I slept like a baby. And by that, I mean I woke up sniveling on the hour, and almost crapped myself twice, as fiery dogs from hell chased after me while I ran and ran and ran but didn't actually go anywhere. Man, I hated hellhounds. The next morning, both Vusi and I had breakfast, and then worked up a good sweat replenishing our stock of spell cartridges. Then it was to Frankie's residential hotel to interview his shop-soiled muscle boys. The hotel was situated 2 blocks away from Frankie's HQ. 3 stories, set back slightly from the sidewalk with a strip of astroturf running along the front. The double front doors were sign-written in gold on black. The Continental Hotel. Under that, a handmade sign in black Sharpie. No vacancies. It looked like every other dive residential hotel that I'd ever seen. And that wasn't due to any subtle glamour or spells of concealment. It simply and truly was what it was. A downtrodden, threadbare shithole of an establishment for men and women who were basically married to the magical mafia. Luckily, there was a parking space across the road. I parked, and Vusi and I crossed the street and entered. The building hummed with a magical charge. Nothing heavy, simply a preponderance of low-level mages causing a concentration of magical essence way above that normally found on the street. The entrance lobby was of a type. Small, with mustard-colored walls, vomit-patterned carpeting, and mismatched occasional chairs. A reception desk with a bell, an old computer, and a lack of receptionist. Vusi tapped the bell, and it let out a dull ding. We waited. Vusi struck the bell again, harder, and twice in a row. Ding, ding. We waited. This time, Vusi gave it some stick. Bang, 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 bang. Nothing. With an irritable look, the Zulu mage wove an internal spell, fed a huge amount of power into the tiny bell, and hit it again. The sound of a massive Chinese gong shook the building. Windows vibrated in their frames, pictures fell off walls, and herds of cockroaches came scuttling out from under the furniture, ready to welcome the end of the world. A doddering old man came limping at top speed from the room behind the reception, his eyeglasses on skew, hair standing up like he had just received an electric shock, and cheeks as flushed and ruddy as a young virgin.
"Right. Which one of you jokers did that?"
he yelled. "I did," answered Vusi. The old man took one look at Vusi's expression, and his ire changed instantly to a show of world-class servility.
"And how can I help you, sir?"
he inquired. Vusi pointed at me, and I held out the piece of paper that Frankie had given us. "These 2 men," I said. "Where are they?" He squinted at the paper and then shook his head.
"These men are ill," he answered. "You can't see them. Thank you. Please call back in a few weeks."
As he started to turn to walk away, I grabbed his shirt and pulled him towards me. "Look at me," I instructed. He did. "Who am I?" The old codger straightened his eyeglasses and peered. His face went a whiter shade of pale, and his servility changed up a few gears into downright fear.
"Mr. Hex," he croaked. "I'm sorry, sir. My eyes aren't what they used to be. Down the corridor, on the left, Tony is in room 3 and Alex in room 5, next door to each other."
I let go of his shirt and stalked off. Vusi followed. "I see your reputation precedes you," he grinned. I shook my head. I don't know why they have to make things so difficult. It's not as though I want to go around scaring old men. Idiots, all of them. I knocked on door number 3, waited approximately 1 second, and let myself in. I had dealt with street magic muscle before, and if I had learned one thing from my experience, it was they respected strength and belittled the fearful. There were only 2 levels in their lives, alpha and the rest. Sholto Gun was the alpha. Everybody else was the rest. One of the men we were looking for was there, sitting in a lazy boy chair, the footrest up, back down, watching television. Both of his arms were in plaster, and he was wearing a neck brace. His eyes turned to check us out as we walked in. He recognized me straight away. "Hex, welcome. Little Frankie said you'd be calling. Sit." He gestured toward the bed with a tilt of his head. It was the only other piece of furniture in the room. I glanced at the less than pristine bedding, all rumpled up on the unmade bed, covered in used fast food cartons, bleeding ketchup sachets, and empty Coors bottles. "No thanks, Tony," I informed him. "We'll stand. Won't keep you long. Came to ask you about the run-in you had with the newbies in town. Talk to me." "Not much to tell, Hex," answered Tony. I was doing my rounds, collecting insurance from local shop owners, selling a few minor curses, potions, and such to those who needed. Normal day.
Insurance? Questioned Vusi.
Protection, I explained. Pay your monthly premium or something bad will happen to you or your business. I saw a flash of anger cross the Zulu's face, but he quashed it before it burst into flame. And I must admit, I agreed with his reaction. There is little more detestable than leaning on some innocent shop owner to extort money out of him under threat of violence. It is the ultimate in bullying. But sometimes, when you deal with scum, you simply gotta jump off your high horse and play in the mud for a while, or you'll end up getting nothing done. Anyway, continued Tony, oblivious of Vusi's reaction, I'm coming out of Chang's Food Emporium, via the back entrance, of course, and there's this dude waiting there. 5'6", slight build, freaking midget, black fellow. One of those multicolor African shirts, full-on afro. No warning or nothing, he just smiles at me, says something like, "Well met, little mageling," and smacks me upside the head. Like, hard. But this is Tony Mangielli here. I outweigh the little shit by at least 100 pounds, and I'm like almost a foot taller. Also, back in the day, I could have been a contender. Said he don't know that. So, I grins right back and gets to work. 20 seconds later, I'm lying on my back with 2 broken arms and a cracked vertebra. Guy was all over me like ugly on a moose. And you know what the worst of it was? I shrugged.
The worst of it was he didn't use no magic. Well, no spell cartridges at least. Man, talk about emasculating. Still, I got off better than Alex. He's real fucked up, poor S.O.B.
So that's it? I asked. Why did he attack you?
Oh yeah, replied Tony. He took my spell cartridges. We always carry 5 each when we go out, which is a pain in the butt for us, I can tell you, but it's boss's orders.
Tony was referring to the fact that a minor-level mage like himself couldn't simply bang out 5 spell cartridges in a morning. They just didn't have the power to do so. It would take them a whole day and a substantial amount of effort to make but a single one. In fact, even mages like Vusi and I could only do maybe 20 a week. If needs be, we might be able to push 50, but that would bring us so close to burnout as to be mighty risky. So, when push came to shove, street mages preferred to use good old-fashioned muscle whenever possible. But why would he do that? I asked. One mage can't use another mage's spell cartridges. They aren't attuned. It's impossible. Vusi cleared his throat. Oh no, I reacted. I don't like the sound of that. Spit it out. I have heard tell that some have the ability, he said. Rumor only, but it has been said that some magicians can tap into the signature of another mage and utilize their spells. I turned back to Tony. With Alex, did they take his spells as well? Tony nodded.
And the other street dudes that have been accosted, he added, maybe 7 or 8 that I've heard about, badly beaten and relieved of their spells.
So, these dudes have gotten themselves between 30 and 40 cartridges already, I noted. That's a shithouse full of spells.
And more of us are getting hit every day, added Tony.
They're building up a source of unimaginable power, said Vusi. Either that or an arsenal of some sort. Whatever, I said. It's not good. Let's go talk to Alex. We left without saying goodbye, closing the door behind us. Before I knocked on Alex's door, I spoke to Vusi. That doesn't make sense. I've seen Tony in a fight before, a few times actually. The boy is no pushover. There is no way that a 5'6" lightweight could best him without magic. Vusi shrugged. Must have been using internal power. I didn't like the sound of that. It took a real powerful mage to create magic without a cartridge. I mean, I could do it, obviously, but not enough to have much effect on a monster like Tony. This shit just gets worse and worse. Like before, I knocked and then walked straight in. Alex's room was a carbon copy of Tony's, except Alex had red drapes and a copy of the Mona Lisa on his wall above his bed. But unlike Tony's, this room smelled of sickness. Alex was awake, sitting upright in his bed, but his eyes were swollen, half-closed, ringed with deep black bruises. A jigsaw of crude stitching zigged and zagged across his face, and a blood-stained bandage wrapped the nub of his right arm where his hand used to be. His breathing was shallow and strained, as if all his ribs had been badly broken. In short, the poor bastard looked like hell in a handbasket. "Alex!" I greeted him. His eyes followed Vusi and I into the room, but he didn't say anything. I perched on the end of his bed, and Vusi took the single chair. "How you feeling, buddy?" I asked. He didn't answer straight away, almost as though he was thinking about the answer, which he wasn't, as there was obviously only one basic response, and that was the one he eventually gave. "I feel like 200 pounds of warmed-over shit," he croaked. I grinned at him. "You look it," I concurred. "What happened? Someone run over you with a Mack truck?" "I wish. That would have been a walk in the park in comparison." "Talk to me about it," I responded. "Nothing much to tell," croaked Alex. "Same old shit, different day. Came out of Barry's outfitters after paying him a call and ran into this monster of a dude. That's it, really. He smashed me up. I tried to fight back, but didn't stand a chance. Couldn't even get a spell off. And he was enjoying himself. I could tell. He wouldn't shut up. Kept up a constant running commentary like it was some sort of boxing match. Fucking psycho." "And the hand?" I asked. "He had this knife. Sort of Rambo type thing, maybe 8 inches long." Alex ran his fingers over his face. "Used it to redecorate my face a bit. Then he stabbed me in the gut. I took a swing at him, got him good, smashed his nose, blood everywhere. But it just made him real pissed at me. So he whipped the blade down and cut my hand off. That was that. I just lay down and waited to die. Lucky I survived." "Did he take your spells?" asked Vusi. Alex nodded. "And my ring. I had a ring with some runic magic in it, meant to protect me from disease, that sort of thing." "Was it an African dude?" I asked. Alex shook his head. "White. White as they come, man. Built like a bodybuilder. Cropped blonde hair, blue eyes. Real fucking Hitler wet dream boy. Maybe 6'6". Weighed about 1,000 pounds and all muscle." "You said he talked a lot," said Vusi. "What sort of accent?" Alex frowned. "Not sure. Nothing like I'd heard before. Guttural, kinda shitty. Not German, more, I don't know, more aggressive." "I think I know this man," said Vusi. "A South African. Karl Weinberg. They call him the Prophet. Bad news." "Did he use any magic?" Alex shook his head. "Don't know. If he did, it was all internal." I stood up. "Thanks, Alex. We'll be in touch if we can think of anything else." He nodded. As we got to the door, Vusi stopped and turned. "Where is your hand?" "What?" "Your hand. You said that you drew blood, then he removed your hand. Where is it now?" "It's been destroyed," answered Alex. "The boss sent it to Dragon Charlie's to be cremated." That made sense. No mage, whatever level, wants bits of himself hanging around. Mages are never buried, always cremated, because if you can get a body part from someone, then you can use it to create a hold over that person, and heaven forbid what you can do to a whole body. The word zombie ring any bells? Anyway, it's old magic, dark, and it works. Ipso facto, any body parts, hair, nail clippings, hands, will always be burned. But the thing with a hand is, you can't just burn it in an ashtray at home. It has to be professionally done. A proper oven that burns at 1,800 degrees. So we all used an old dude on the south side called Dragon Charlie. He was the go-to burning dude, as it were. "Why the interest in the hand?" I asked Vusi. "Alex said he drew blood from his attacker when he punched his nose. There's a chance some of it is still on the hand." "And if there is," I continued, "then we can use it to cast a tracking spell and track this blonde fucker down. Brilliant!" "Yeah," agreed Vusi. "But not if he's been cremated and disposed of." "Worth a try," I countered. "Come on, let's boogie. Maybe we hit a bit of luck." 12. Dragon Charlie's hangout was situated in Williamsburg on the south side, an area that used to be known for its high levels of crime and social ills, but was now becoming a center for hipster culture, with their vegetarianism and their artisanal foods and organic, gluten-free grains. And don't forget the beards. Good Lord, does their evil know no end? But there are still some areas of Williamsburg where hipsters dare not travel, areas that were still controlled by the bottom feeders, the hyenas and vultures of society. My kind of people. As we drove through the more gentrified parts of the neighborhood, heading for Dragon Charlie's, I saw Vusi's look of puzzlement increase, minute by minute. Eventually, he asked, "Why is everyone dressed like lumberjacks?" "Douchebags," I explained. Vusi nodded. But after a few more minutes, he turned to me, still puzzled. "What is a douche, and why do these lumberjacks carry bags of it?" I didn't have a pat answer for that one. But fortunately, we arrived at Dragon's place, so I simply ignored the question, parked, and got out of the Porsche. Vusi followed me into the building. The first thing you noticed about Dragon Charlie's establishment is that it patently wasn't a standard crematorium. For a start, there was no chimney. Second, there were no ovens. Simply a large, 2-foot-thick stone crucible, big enough to fit a family sedan in with a little room to spare. That was situated in the middle of a high-ceilinged, open warehouse. You see, Charlie was a fire starter, a peculiar type of mage that was pretty ordinary in all aspects of magic, except for fire. Him and Flame were like twins. A mere thought could conjure up a forest fire. A concentrated push could create pulses of heat in excess of 2,000 degrees Fahrenheit. I suppose in the old days, they may have called him a dragon, hence the nickname. Or maybe it was his actual name. Who knew? It would do no good asking. Charlie didn't take well to personal questions. Whatever. You wanted something incinerated on the down low, you chucked it into Charlie's crucible, and for a small amount of gold, he reduced it to ashes. Always gold. He accepted no other payment. Shit, maybe he was a dragon. I wonder where he keeps his hoard. Off to the side was an office, and behind that, a corridor to Charlie's living quarters. I led Vusi to the office. There was no door, so we just walked in. I didn't bother to make ourselves known. You couldn't sneak up on Charlie even if you tried. I know, I have given it a go a few times, just for fun. It can't be done. Charlie was a small and old, like really old. How old? I don't know. Suffice to say, I was sure he couldn't have been as old as he looked, because then he'd be dead. "Greetings, Hex and Associate," he said. His wizened head cocked to one side as he turned in our general direction. Charlie never looked directly at you. Well, he couldn't on account of being blind. I once asked him how long he had been blind for, and he had replied, ever since he hadn't been able to see. So I took the hint and never pried again. "Need something burned, Hex?" "Not today, Dragon," I answered. "Looking for some info." He held out his hand, and I deposited a tiny sliver of gold in his palm. Charlie wasn't the only supernatural that had a hankering for the yellow metal, and any mage worth his salt always carried around at least a few pieces of it for trade purposes. The blind man sniffed at the metal, nodded his approval, and slipped it into his pocket. "Ask," he commanded. "I'm looking for Alex Costello's hand. Apparently little Frankie sent it over for cremation." Dragon nodded. "You still got it?" I asked. "Come," instructed the old man, as he walked across the warehouse to a collection of shelving. Unerringly, he pointed to a gallon bucket on one of the lower shelves, his lack of eyesight impairing him not a jot. In there. "Finally," I said to Vusi, "a stroke of luck." I took the lid off of the bucket to find that it was full of a light gray powder. Ashes. "Ah, shit, Dragon," I moaned. "It's all burned up."
"Might be, but it's still there. All of it."
"Why is there so much ash?" I asked.
"Because it was part of a job lot," he answered. "Had a whole batch of stuff to burn up, so I put it all together to dispose of later."
"What sort of stuff?"
"Other body parts, personal items of clothing, a weapon or two, if memory serves. You know, stuff."
I felt like kicking the bucket over and stamping around the room like a toddler throwing a tantrum. But then Vusi stopped me.
"I think I have a spell that can track him," he said hesitantly.
"Well, do you or don't you?" I snapped, my disappointment getting the better of my manners.
"I do," he confirmed. "But the problem is, it's going to track down everybody who had something in that bucket. We'll have to visit every single person and check on them."
I turned to Dragon. "How many people's stuff?" I asked. He shrugged.
"I'm a fire starter," he said, "not a bookkeeper. A few, and strictly speaking, they weren't all people. That's all I can remember. I'm old, you know. Got better things to fill my head with than the contents of a burned-out bucket."
Fine, I sighed. Can I have the bucket? He held his hand out again, and I slipped him another sliver of gold. Without further ado, Dragon simply turned and went back to his office. Vusi and I were now the proud owners of a bucket full of burned up stuff. Happy days. 13. I sneezed. Damn it. There was something inherently creepy about sneezing because you had sniffed up a schnozzle full of body parts that had been reduced to ashes. Yuck. I had bits of Alex's ex-hand in my sinuses, as well as God knows what. Vusi had mixed up the ashes well and then laid it all out on the workshop table in thin lines, like the world's biggest cocaine binge was about to take place. Then he had stood and stared at it for a while, and I'm talking like 5 minutes, which is a long time to stand there watching a dude stare blankly at lines of ash. Finally, he moved, taking out 2 of his weird clay spell cartridges. I hope this works, he said, as he motioned me to stand back. Then he placed 1 clay ball on the table and threw the other into the air. Funani ngiboni se. The spell on the table spread out over the ash in an almost liquid motion, little wavelets of light and shadow, caressing, seeking. At the same time, the airborne spell burst into a ball of light, blue and ethereal. It floated above Vusi's head, shimmering like a cobalt pearl. The Zulu raised his right hand and continued to chant. Tola kubo, tola tola. The pearl of light moved to hover over the lines of ash, vibrating and darting from place to place. After a couple of minutes, it went back to its original place over Vusi's head. Then it disappeared. Vusi let out a deep breath. It is done, he said, a hint of pride in his voice. There are 9 different signatures. Unfortunately, I cannot tell which are organic and which are man-made, so we shall have to track them all down. Okay, I agreed. How? Vusi clicked his fingers, and the ball of light appeared again. We follow the light. It will take us to the nearest lead first. I nodded in appreciation. That was some serious A-plus spell wrangling. I was impressed. And so we found ourselves, driving towards Queens. After 20 minutes or so, I got used to the way the blue pearl worked. It wasn't completely round, more of an oval shape, an egg, and the pointy end of the egg swung in the direction we were meant to go, sort of like a heads-up sat-nav display. As we entered Queens and started heading towards Ozone Park via the 678, I suspected I knew where we were going. Back in the late 40s, I said to Vusi as I drove, the city's subway system decided to extend the A-line from Cambria Heights. When the city engineers started to dig the tunnel, they made a miscalculation on the figures and went too deep. Rumor says they stopped excavation at that stage because of union problems and backlash from the council due to their miscalculations. So the 76th Street station was never built. In fact, it's not even on the city ordinance maps anymore. Go to the council, and they will deny they ever started building it. And that is because their miscalculations caused them to breach an agreement that had been in place since 1790. Obviously, the government had to hush the whole thing up. What agreement? Asked Vusi. A pact humans had made with dwarves, I answered. You have dwarves below New York City? Yep, I nodded. They came over with the original German settlers. Now, most of the major cities have a dwarf town below them. I have heard of these dwarves, said Vusi, but never before have I met one. I do not think there are any in Africa. Whatever you think you know about them, I warned the Zulu. Forget about it. They're nothing like the books or the movies. It's one of the few things Tolkien got completely wrong. In what way? Okay, obviously they are short. 3 feet, some 3 feet 6 inches or so. The women under 3 foot high. But they don't all have beards, and they aren't all sort of rough and ugly. In fact, many of them are particularly attractive, in a Germanic, blonde, pale-skinned, flaxen hair sort of way. Oh, yeah, and they are built like brick shithouses. Stocky slabs of muscle, but graceful and scary as all hell when you put a hammer or a battle axe in their hands. Even the girls. Tough SOBs. And lastly, no Snow White jokes or dwarf puns, please. These little dudes take offense at the slightest thing. Be cool. I am cool, answered Vusi. And I had to agree. You could refrigerate cocktails on Vusi, he was so unruffled. Gratifyingly, my hunch had been correct, and the ball led us to the Bayside Cemetery, where I knew that an entrance to the dwarves' caverns was concealed. I found a spot to leave the Porsche, and we entered the cemetery on foot. It took me a while to find the mausoleum, but once I did, we checked that no one was watching, and went in. At the back of the crypt was a low door, ancient oak with rusted steel bands. I drew in some power, just a trickle, and knocked, letting the magic penetrate the door as I did. Then we waited. Perhaps 10 minutes. The door creaked open, and I gestured at Vusi to follow. As we entered, the door swung shut, and we were in utter darkness. I was about to conjure up a light when there was a hum of electricity, and the room burst into light. "Hex!" boomed a voice next to me. I looked down to see an old friend, albeit one I hadn't seen for a couple of years. "Runbar! Greetings! How goes things?" "Good," answered the dwarf. He looked at Vusi and raised a questioning eyebrow. I introduced him. "This is Vusi," I told him. "He is a Zulu mage visiting us from Africa. Vusi, this is Runbar. He is one of the gatekeepers, a prestigious and highly respected position in the underground kingdom. Sort of a internal security guard." Runbar held out his hand, and they shook. "You are the first dwarf I have met," said Vusi. "And you are the first Zulu I have met," countered Runbar. "Now, follow me. I'm not sure why you are here, but knowing Hex as I do, I am sure this is not just a social visit. As I am sure that, now he is here, there is trouble afoot. Anyhow, we must speak to the king first. It is customary." "Hey," I retaliated. "I resent that. I don't deny it," I hastened to add, "but I do resent it." "I have known Hex for but a short time," agreed Vusi, "and I must profess, he does seem to be a trouble magnet." The two of them laughed. "Yeah," I said. "Go on, laugh it up at my expense. If it wasn't true, then I would take umbrage. Whatever. I'm just cursed with having an interesting life." Runbar led us through a meandering maze of tunnels. They were neat, well-lit corridors with plasterboard walls and concrete floors. Wherever there was an intersection, it was well signposted, but I knew that without our guide, it would be a matter of moments before we would have been thoroughly lost. After a few minutes of walking, we started to come across more dwarves. Most greeted us with a nod or a hello, but some ignored us completely. The less polite dwarves were all of a type. They wore similar clothing, brown leather smocks, heavy work boots, and leather hoods that kept their faces in shadow. I had come across these dwarves before, but when I had last been underground, there were very few of them. They belonged to a sect that called themselves the Sons of Grodin, or Grodenites. The more enlightened dwarves referred to them as Trogs, short for troglodytes. Ignorant cave dwellers. They were to the dwarves as the Hasidics were to the wider Jewish community, ultra-conservative and sticklers to the old ways. They spoke only Dwarvish, a harsh, guttural language. They followed the correct rites and traditions and wore only the traditional clothes of the working dwarf. "What's with the preponderance of Trogs?" I whispered to Rungbar. "The movement has gained in popularity over the last couple of years," he explained. "Their leader, Derzad Kulak, preaches we must have less to do with the topside. He fears you topsiders are influencing our way of life too much, and it's weakening us as a people. Actually, things have been getting rather tense of late. The Trogs are attempting to usurp power from the king. Nothing overt, mind you, simply blocking him whenever they can, maneuvering against him. Some members of the king's council have advised treating their behavior as treasonous. Others have said the king should accede to their wishes." "What are your thoughts?" Runbar shrugged. "We are more influenced by topsiders than we have ever been. For example, we have movie houses now, run all the latest films, even have a Walmart. In return, we spend less time eking out a living and now have more time for reflection, poetry, leisure time, things the Trogs find abhorrent. They believe work cleanses the soul. Very old school. As for treason, well, until they do something overt, then any accusations would have no grounding in reality. We're almost there." Runbar turned to Vusi. "Right, you're going to meet King Erim Ragak. X knows the protocols, although he tends to treat them a little lightly. But it's all pretty easy. Rules are simple. Don't speak unless spoken to. Don't look him in the eye. Don't touch him. Do not approach the throne unless instructed to. In other words, don't do as Hex does. Do you have any weapons on you? Vusi nodded. Runbar held his hand out. I'm afraid you have to give them to me. No topsider can enter the presence of the king while under arms. With reluctance, Vusi drew his assegai, flipped it in the air, and held the butt out to Runbar. The dwarf took the blade and stared at it with a look akin to reverence on his face. This is an ancient blade, he said, full of magic. Vusi nodded. It is the blade of King Shaka Kasen Sankakona. It was forged in 1798 by the god Inkulukulu, using sky metal and quenched with his own blood. There is no blade that is its equal. Take good care of it. I shall guard it as my own, breathed Rumbar, as he wrapped it in a cloth hanky and secreted it under his coat. The dwarf ushered us into the royal chamber. This area was a little more traditional than the corridors that had led us there. Exposed stone walls with timber shoring. Flaming torches lit the area with a pleasant yellow glow. Thick, woven carpets of various hues covered the floor, and hundreds of axes, shields, and other bladed weapons graced the walls. King Harem sat on his throne. Next to him, on his left, stood his advisors, Lady Dwina Gimmick and Lord Clack Bullrack. They both couldn't stand the sight of me, and didn't even bother trying to keep the look of disdain from their faces at my physical presence. Harem looked like shit. His usual clear eyes were rheumy. His skin looked thin and crepe-like, and his typical upright stance had degenerated to a stoop, so he sat forward in the throne, like a consumptive beggar. I bowed and greeted him in the traditional fashion first. All hail King Harem, keeper of the light, protector of knowledge, and bull of the deep dwellings. Greetings, Mage Shotogun. All hail. Turning to Vusi, I introduced him. May I present Vusi, the Zulu, a mage of power and knowledge. He has traveled from Africa and is on a quest of great import. Vusi stepped forward and went down on one knee. Greetings to the king of the dwarves, he said. May the great Inkulukulu smile upon you. May he gift you by letting you die in battle, a bloody axe in your hands, your enemies at your front, and your people by your side. Greetings, Vusi the Zulu. All hail, responded the king. Right, I said. Now, all the crap is out of the way. You look like shit, Harem. I mean, WTF? You been taken ill? The king grinned as both his advisors drew in deep, scandalized breaths, like I'd just taken a dump in the royal presence. I'm 307 years old, Hex, said the king. You should look this good when you're my age. I laughed, but it was more than that. Dwarves live for over 600 years, some even longer, whereas Harem looked to be on his last legs. I would try to question him later if I could, the problem being that those advisors stuck to him like shit to a blanket. So, tell me, Hex, continued the king, why are you here? I gave His Majesty a quick rundown on the deal so far. The murder of Vusi's sister, the fact that 3 new mages were in town and kicking up trouble, and our suspicions that the new mages were looking to create the Daemon Sublatu, using royal blood so as to upgrade the summoning to include a fallen angel. Finally, I told him of the tracking spell, and how we were working through the ashes provided by Dragon in an attempt to find our prey. Harem looked shocked, but his 2 asshat advisors started laughing like I was fucking Carrot Top or something.
Fallen angel,
snickered Lady Dwina.
Really? Hex, you outdo yourself this time. Everyone knows that spell is a myth. Stories to frighten children with.
You waste our time,
added Lord Clack.
And anyway, your tracking spell must be flawed. No dwarf would ever use someone like Dragon Charlie. It's against our culture. Anything precious to a dwarf is committed to the earth, and that includes bodies, parts or whole. Somehow, you must have miscast your spell.
I'm afraid Lord Clack is correct, admitted King Harem. It would be heresy for a dwarf to cremate either themselves, any member of their family, or any item of any worth at all. All that is dwarf must remain in the family or be committed to Mother Earth. No, stated Vusi. I cast the spell correctly, and by the strength of the tracker, I would guess we are talking either a whole body or a large part thereof.
Impossible,
repeated Lady Dwina. Vusi clicked his fingers, and the tracking orb appeared above his head. It pulsed, and then turned to face northwest. "All we need to do is follow the orb," he said. "See where it ends up. That will clear up any misunderstandings."
"Douse that magic right now, you savage!" shouted Lord Clack. "No conjuring is allowed in the presence of the king."
Vusi sneered at Clack. "Firstly, I am no one's savage. Secondly, I'm not conjuring. I am merely calling forth a preconjured spell. Even one as ignorant as you should know the difference."
"I demand you get rid of these heathens!"
yelled Clack at the king. Harem stood, and for a moment he seemed to slough off his exhaustion.
"You dare demand of me?"
he asked, his voice like ice. Clack immediately clammed up and bowed his head.
"Never, my king," he mumbled. "I apologize. I let my ardor overcome my civility."
"Yes," agreed the king. "You did. I shall overlook it this time, but take note, Clack. You skate on thin ice." He turned to Vusi and nodded. "Send your spell forth, and we shall accompany you. Let us put an end to this misunderstanding." The Zulu took point, with King Harem on his shoulder, followed by the two advisors. I was next, and Runbar took up the vanguard. At the same time, I kept a close eye on both Clack and Dweena, neither of whom I trusted as far as I could toss them. The trip took a while, as the king had to stop and talk to, or at least acknowledge his subjects as they bowed and greeted him. Finally, we ended up in front of a door that had been set into the stone surrounds, a brass door handle, a finely wrought knocker, and bands of steel.
"This is the home of Derman Herbalfic," stated the king. "I know it well. Derman is a trusted friend, and I tend to seek his advice on many occasions, even though his views are oft of a disparate nature to mine."
"In what way?" I asked.
"He is very progressive, whereas I, although no trog, believe in a status quo. To move ahead too fast is to court disaster. But make no mistake, Derman has many ardent followers, and his movement for change gathers momentum on a daily basis."
"I do not understand," said Vusi. "You are the king. Who cares about movements and politics? What you say is what your subjects must do, surely."
Harem laughed. "That is a topside version of a king. We dwarves vote for our kings, much like you do for your president. However, we have no parliament or senate. All in all, we do have more autonomy than a human leader, but we are still subject to the will of the people, and although we have no maximum length of time to lead, we can be voted out at any time, if the people get together and make it known they would like an election. I have been king for over 70 years now. But if Derman, or indeed even Durzad Killick or the Grodenites gathered enough support, then they could easily oust me. But enough," the king said, as he used the knocker to rap on Derman's door. "Let's put an end to this misunderstanding." After a minute or so, the door swung slowly open to reveal a female dwarf. The look of surprise on her face as she saw her king was almost comical, had it not been shaded with an expression of dread.
"Majesty,"
she muttered.
"Greetings, Dia, beloved of Derman. May we enter?"
For a moment, I thought she actually might refuse, such was the look of impending doom on her face. But with obvious reluctance, she opened the door and ushered us in. The house was as expected. Low ceiling, perhaps 6 feet, just low enough to cause Vusi and I to stoop uncomfortably. A sitting area with furniture a little too small for humans. Open plan to an eat-in kitchen.
"Where is Derman?"
asked the king. Dia flinched but said nothing. Harem frowned and repeated his question.
"Dia, where is your husband?"
"I have said nothing,"
whispered the female.
"I have spoken to no one, your majesty, just as I was told."
"What are you talking about, woman?"
snapped the king. Clack bustled forward.
"This is a waste of your time, sire," he said. "This female is obviously not all there, and as you can plainly see, there is nothing amiss here. Let us proceed back to the royal chambers and see to affairs of state."
The king stared at Clack like he was on fire.
"Nothing is amiss? Do you truly not see that this lady is troubled?"
He turned back to Dia.
"Speak to me, Dia. Where is Derman?"
"He is missing,"
whispered Dia.
"for over a week now. He left to search the deep tunnels, hoping to find a new seam."
He never returned.
And why did you not report his missing? Demanded Harem.
I did, sire, whispered Dia. She pointed to Clack with a shaking finger. He said I must mention it no more or there would be consequences.
The king turned to his advisor, his face a picture of wrath.
You did what? Sire, blurted Clack, I saw no reason for you to be disturbed. I am sure this woman's husband will return in time. We have other, much more important things on our plates.
The king turned to me. Hex, it seems as though there has been some manner of foul play. Although I doubt it is related to your quest, it is likely an internal matter. I nodded my agreement. This was obviously some sort of dwarf power play. Politics, wheels within wheels, and it would do us no good to get involved. I bowed low. We shall escort ourselves to the exit, King Harem, I said. Perhaps we may return at some time in the future when all has been resolved. You would be welcomed, said Harem. Now, gatekeeper, please escort my advisors and I back to the throne room. Then call the council. There is much that needs to be investigated. Runbar bowed low and was about to leave when Vusi coughed discreetly.
Oh, of course,
said Runbar. He delved into his coat and handed Vusi his assegai. We said our goodbyes and headed for the exit, asking directions every now and then. When we got to the surface, Vusi breathed a sigh of relief. I don't like tunnels, he admitted. Can't say they're a favorite of mine either, I conceded. So, what do you think all that was about? Vusi shrugged. Internal, as the king said. Someone obviously got rid of that Derman dwarf and tried to hide the body by burning it up. That shit-faced Clack is most likely involved. Or maybe those deep-down dwarves. Trogs. Maybe they offed him. Who knows? Who cares? Didn't get us any closer to our goal. Yeah, at least it narrowed it down by one. So, where to next? Vusi clicked his fingers. Follow the bouncing ball. We got back into the Porsche and took off. 14. It was past midnight, and we had followed up on 2 more leads since we had left the underground kingdom. Both had been simple cases of low-level mages destroying personal artifacts. Then the seeker orb had led us here. Grand Central Station. I had parked the Porsche on a yellow line, close to the entrance, and used a spell cartridge to cast a glamour over it. I hadn't made it invisible, although I could have. But then people would walk into it and wonder what the hell was happening. Meh. Instead, I simply cast a spell of repulse. So if anyone actually looked at the SUV, their mind wouldn't register the car. They would know there was something there and walk around it, but traffic cops and vandals would ignore it. Clever, huh? Although there were a few people around, due to the lateness of the hour, we still had to maintain some modicum of stealth. So Vusi had concentrated the orb, compressing it down to the size of an acorn. Not quite as easy to follow, but easier to conceal. We followed it through the station and to the Whispering Gallery, and then to a door at the end of the gallery. The door was locked, secured with 2 large, old-fashioned cast-iron padlocks. I had been here before. Using a flow of internal magic, I sprung the locks and opened the door. We entered a service tunnel. Steam pipes and cables covered the ceiling, and the walls ran with damp. Bare bulbs provided scant light at random intervals, and the tunnel seemed to stretch away into the distance with no end. More dwarves, said Vusi. I shook my head and corrected him. No, not dwarves. Mole people. I drew my pistol. As I said, I had been here before, and it had not ended well. Taking my lead, Vusi drew his assegai, holding it ready in his right hand. The blade seemed to glow in the gloom with some eldritch creation, as deadly as my firearm. What are mole people? He asked. They're the people who have slipped through the cracks in the pavement, I explained. Started back in the day, late 1800s. Homeless people moved off the streets and into the tunnels, abandoned underground stations, work tunnels, that sort of thing. At first, there were only a few of them, but as the years went by, their numbers grew. They started to form a society. Small underground hamlets with leaders and structure. They tapped into the electricity and water and sewage, started to build houses and shit. I mean, nothing grand, but better than living on the street. Now there are over 5,000 of them. Families, gangs, businesses, And the one thing they all have in common is they hate surface dwellers. Hell, some of these mole dudes were actually born down here. Some say there's a group of them call themselves the Dark People that have never actually seen the surface. Creepy stuff. They're led by a committee, but the head of the committee is the real power. A dude they call Dark Man. It said he's a powerful mage. Dark magic, obviously. I've had dealings with these dudes before. Not much, but enough to know to avoid them if possible. Never met the Dark Man. Sounds as if they could well be involved in the mages we're looking for, noted Vusi. I had to agree. Damn it. The last thing I wanted was to be scrabbling around in the shadows with a bunch of psychotic mole people. Why couldn't the orb have led us to a nice bar, or a strip club, or even a restaurant? It was late. I hadn't eaten since lunch. I had a hankering for seafood. But I suppose dark mages bent on supernatural domination and the raising of fallen angels didn't hang out at Red Lobster, or the Bubba Gump Shrimp Company. We continued down the seemingly endless passage, eyes peeled and senses on high alert. Finally, the tunnel curved to the right and then ended in a circular atrium. 3 more tunnels branched off from here. The orb floated unerringly to the far right tunnel, the darkest and most forbidding looking of the 3, naturally. Pulling in some power, I floated a globe of light above our heads. It wasn't much, as I didn't want to completely ruin our night vision, but it was enough to avoid running into any unseen obstacles by mistake. Then Vusi held up his hand. We stopped. "Listen," he whispered. I heard it. A scrabbling. Like a huge cockroach. Something wicked this way comes, I thought to myself. All manner of monsters came to mind. Alligators that had been flushed down toilets and grown to humongous sizes in the sewers and tunnels, mutant rats, bigger than Volkswagen Beetles, hybrid creatures of nightmares with too many legs and jaws like a great white shark. The sound got closer. Almost metallic. Obviously, something with a chitinous exoskeleton. Definitely a monster cockroachy thing. Holy shit. I raised my pistol. Vusi crouched slightly, his assegai in front of his chest, ready for action. A pale glow manifested in front of us. And out of the gloom appeared 3 old ladies, all pushing a single, battered shopping trolley, a dull flashlight attached to the front like a makeshift headlamp. They stopped and stared at the 2 of us. "Good evening, ladies," I greeted.
All hail, Shotogun, mage of mages,
cackled the one.
All hail, hex, breaker, and maker of spells, intoned the next. All hail him to be known as leader of the councils,
said the final one. What the hell? I asked. How do you know me? Instead of answering, they turned to face Vusi.
Hail, Bekumba Vusim Panganzitha, said the first one. Hail, blood of kings yet not king, said the second. All hail, lesser than hex and yet greater. All hail.
The 3 crones finished in unison. Then they continued on their way, squeaking and scrabbling down the dark tunnel, their flickering flashlight their only guide. Their battered shopping trolley the repository of their entire universe. Witches? Inquired Vusi. Witches, I agreed. I hate witches. Me too, I admitted. They creep me out. We continued on our way. 10 minutes later, the orb stopped and swung from side to side. Then it pointed downwards. At our feet, I saw a rusted manhole cover. Down? Asked Vusi. Down, I confirmed with a sigh. Down was never good. The bowels of the earth and I wanted to stay far apart. Give me open skies above New York City skyscrapers, and I would show you a happy Shotogun. The closer to the center of the earth I got, the unhappier I became. Bad shit happened in the depths. I mean, that was where hell was, after all. We lugged the cover aside to reveal a long iron ladder set into the wall. Lucy went first. Maybe 10 stories of ass-clenching descent, and we reached the bottom. Once again, as dark as a banker's heart, but not for long. As we turned a corner, we saw light. Lots of light at the end of the tunnel. And noise. Busy. Human. Like a marketplace. And lo, we exited the tunnel into what seemed to be a thronging market square in the middle of a village. Albeit a crappy third-world toilet of a village, peopled by pale-faced, ragged-clothed uglies in almost terminal need of a hose-down and a few pounds of lice powder. I doused my light, and Vusi pulled the orb close enough to secrete it, and we both concealed our weapons. But we still stood out like dog's balls on a child's blanket. The overall hubbub slowly dwindled as all and sundry turned to stare at us. The general vibe of the place started to morph from that of convivial commerce to something more akin to lynch mobs and the Deep South. "There's no way this can end well," I murmured to Vusi. And just to prove I was completely correct in my assumptions, a group of 10 heavily armed men pushed their way through the crowd, automatic rifles aimed at the two of us.
"Shoto gun,"
stated the one.
"You and your companion are ordered to come with us to appear before Dark Man. Move it."
Vusi leaned towards me and whispered, "Should we kill them all?" The problem was, Vusi whispered like he had learned to do so in a sheet metal factory full of running chainsaws. His whisper was only marginally less easy to hear than an average 2-year-old's tantrum. The sound of safeties being deselected and weapons being cocked filled the square. I shook my head. "No," I said. "Let's just see where this takes us." 15. Darkman had plainly decided to go for the intimidation look. Black shirt and trousers, black biker boots, and full-face black leather mask, complete with a zipper for his mouth and steel studs running along the crown. Seriously? For some reason the dude reckoned that dressing up as a gimp would scare the crap out of people. Clearly, he didn't get out much.
"I know of you,"
he said, his voice a guttural growl that went well with the S&M mask.
"Hex, dealer in mischiefs and minor magics."
I didn't bother to reply. Minor magic's my ass. He turned to Vusi.
"You, boy," he said, "I don't know."
Flashing a warning look at Vusi, I shook my head. I had seen how he reacted to being called boy, and I was hoping to get some usable info out of Gimp Mask before things went irreparably downhill. Making a quick decision, I decided to plumb for respect and self-effacement as opposed to kicking ass and taking names. So I put my game face on and got serious. "Mr. Darkman," I said, "we mean no harm and apologize for trespassing. I am working at the behest of the Brotherhood. We seek someone who has used the services of Dragon Charlie in the last few days. They may be linked to our quest."
"Darkman knows why you are here, little mageling."
Seriously? Was this douche actually referring to himself in the third person? And what's with the little mageling and minor magics? I was trying to be polite, but this asshat was starting to piss me off.
"You are here in an effort to prevent the unpreventable, to stop the rise of power of the mole people. Our time approaches as yours begins its natural decline. The night shall overcome and we shall assume our rightful place."
"Dude, I must profess to not following you at all," I admitted to the Gimp Mask boy.
"Do not lie to me, performer of petty parlor tricks. When the summoning begins and our kind rule the world, you shall know true humility. When the Lord of Darkness rises and the throne of light falls, then you and your ilk shall feel our wrath. On the rising of the next full moon shall we conquer. All hail the Demon Prince! All hail our savior!"
Bingo. Finally, a concrete lead. Gimpface was obviously up to his elbows in this whole shitty mess. Time to kick things up a notch, dispose of the whole respect and self-effacement approach, and head more towards the kick some serious butt section of the ballpark. "Right, Darkman," I announced. "We got 2 ways to do this. My way, or... No, sorry, 1 way to do this. My way. So I'm going to ask some questions, and you are going to answer them. In return, I might leave you in a similar vein of health that I find you. Understand?" Darkman threw his head back and laughed. Then I felt a small pulse of magic and a ball of flame appeared in his right hand. And I mean a tiny, is that really the size of your dick, ball of flame. Pathetic.
"Behold," he shouted, "I have the power."
His armed entourage gasped in wonder at their boss's perceived major magical talent.
"Now," he continued, "prepare to die."
Before I could react and show Gimp Mask what real power was, Vusi stepped forward, drew his assegai, slammed it into Darkman's chest, twisted it, and yanked it out in a fountain of blood and gore.
"Ingidlili," he shouted. "Nobody calls me boy."
I shook my head. Again with the whole boy thing? I complained. Shit, Vusi, now who we gonna interrogate? Man, you got some serious anger issues. And what's Ingidlili mean?
It means I have eaten.
Traditional Zulu war cry. Anyway, we can interrogate these assholes, he said, pointing at the armed entourage, who were all raising their weapons, ready to do dire damage to the men that had offed their leader. Grabbing 2 spell cartridges, I cast them at the group and yelled out my command.
Predicio.
A shimmering blue shield sprang up between us and them, and just in time, I might add. Hundreds of slugs ricocheted off the shield, buzzing and sparking around the room like a swarm of life-threatening fireflies. I threw my will into the shield, grunting with effort as I did so. It's not as easy as it looks to defect bullets, especially when they're striking at a combined rate of around 1,000,000 rounds a second. "Better help," I yelled at Vusi. He grabbed a spell and rolled it along the floor as I lifted the shield a tad.
Ukushisa.
The spell exploded into flame that leaped from person to person, igniting their cloaks and their hair as it did so. The gunshots stopped as the mole thugs all dropped and rolled in an attempt to put out the flames. I let the shield go and quickly conjured up a twist of ice that I laid down on one of the burning gunmen, dousing the flames and arresting the burns. I needed at least one alive to question. The flames sputtered to a halt once the bodies stopped twitching, and the nauseatingly sweet aroma of burned human flesh filled the air. People will tell you it smells like burned pork. Well, it doesn't. It smells like BBQ human. A particularly unique odor that once smelled is never forgotten. Going down on one knee next to the man I had saved, I slapped him a couple of times to get his attention. "Right, Moley. Talk. What was Gimp Mask going on about? What summoning? What Dark Lord? And who the hell put him up to this?" The mole man glared at me, his face a picture of defiance.
"I know nothing,"
he spat. Vusi leaned over him and held his blood-drenched assegai in front of his face. "Can I cut his nose off?" he asked. "Or should I take his eyes out first?"
"Wait,"
yelped the man.
"I remember."
And he started to gabble like a maiden aunt after a pint of sweet sherry. The upshot of his outpouring of info was the foreign mage we were searching for, the Nazi lookalike that called himself the Prophet, had come calling. He had spun Darkman a line about raising the Dark Lord and how the Lord would conquer the world with Darkman at his side. The mole people would assume their rightful place at the acme of society. Money, girls, and cars, and all the usual trappings and trimmings of the rich and powerful. Mole people win the game, surface dwellers get carrots inserted. That's when it hit me. That missing dwarf, Dermot whatever, I said to Vusi. You reckon someone killed him and used Dragon to dispose of the body? I reckon so. Why? Why not just bury him deep in some tunnel? Vusi shrugged. Look, I don't know much about dwarves, but it seems to me they have an almost mental connection to the earth. I would guess any dead dwarf buried there wouldn't stay hidden for long. Maybe even if they buried him far away. Earth communicates to earth, just like a shark can sense blood from 100 miles away. I agreed with Vusi's take on things. I knew that under the right circumstances, I could sense certain types of magic many miles away. Okay, I continued, thinking aloud. Let's take that as a given. Is it possible the Prophet could have been there at some time as well? I mean, did the Seeker spell seem stronger or give any indication that he had been there? Vusi shook his head. It's a Seeker spell, not an iPad. It seeks, that's it. Sorry. Why, what are your thoughts? it occurred to me that these mole morons and the trogs have quite a few things in common. Mainly, their fuck the topsiders philosophy. The trogs would like nothing more than to see humanity subjugated to a dark lord. Then they would be freed from the views the topsiders are spreading through the dwarfish communities. The mole people would love the same, but for reasons of revenge and power. I reckon the prophet has had dealings with the trogs. This is a larger conspiracy than we first suspected. These mages want more than a simple hand in the criminal underworld of New York. These dudes want to control the city in its entirety. Full-on domination. And if they manage to summon a fallen angel and bend it to their will, then they have every chance of succeeding. New York will literally become a hell on earth. "This is not good," stated Vusi, exhibiting a hereby undisclosed talent for understatement. "But look on the bright side," he continued. "It's just a theory, and you could be wrong." "Hopefully," I admitted. But I could see from the expression on the Zulu's face that he was in agreement with me. It was simply a theory, but it rang true. The shit was about to hit the fan in a big way, and we only had 5 more days until the full moon. 16. We had bound the mole thug with degradable air bonds and left via a nearby entrance he had happily given us instructions to, in return for keeping his face free of assegai wounds. Both of us were exhausted, so I drove us straight home. Vusi had assured me he could reconstruct the seeker spell the next morning, so we ate and then hit the sack. The next morning, after breakfast, we replenished our spell cartridges, took lunch, then headed off in the Porsche to follow the blue ball once more. The first port of call was a witches' coven situated close to the wetlands on City Island. When we got there, it was plain to see they were no more than a small society of hedge witches, middle-aged bookshop owners, home bakers, and midwives. Sure, they had some power, but it was all gentleness and light. They welcomed Vusi and I into their hall and were open to answering all questions. Turns out, they use Dragon Charlie 3 or 4 times a year to reduce any ingredients, leftover spells, and waste. Not the sort of things you want hanging around, and definitely not something you would simply bury in the backyard or chuck into the city waste. Case closed. They gave us a box of the best choc chip cookies I had ever tasted, and we went on our way. We followed the blue ball of madness back into New York City and on to Greenwich. A few twists and turns later, and we found ourselves outside a small, standalone ex-warehouse in the Village, close to the Cherry Lane Theater. The place had been converted into a residential dwelling, and one could tell, by the fact there was no communal entrance pad, it was most likely a single residence. A very expensive single residence indeed, what with current property values running at well over $2,000 a square foot. I parked, and we gave the building a quick once-over, scouting around the back and the sides. But neither Vusi or I could sense anything overtly magical, although we both agreed there was a definite feel about the place. And when 2 mages had a feeling, well, suffice to say, before we decided to enter, we both made sure we were tooled up. Spells, weapons, and attitude. I rang the front doorbell, an electronic affair that caused a small camera to light up above our heads when I pushed the button. Moments later, the door buzzed open. There was no invitation, but it seemed implied, so we both walked in. An entrance hall with marble floors, a chandelier, mirrors, an absolutely huge portrait of a man who bore a striking resemblance to Barbie's boyfriend Ken, all chiseled jaw, dimpled chin, and wrinkle-free forehead. I wondered if he had a dick, or just an intimidation-free mound of smooth plastic. The double doors at the end of the lobby opened, and a group of 4 women walked in. When I heard the sad news Hugh Hefner had passed on, I must admit to wondering, albeit briefly, where all those poor, homeless bunny girls were going to live now their master was gone. Well, it appeared that by a pure stroke of luck, I had found their new habitat. Except, unlike Hugh's bunnies, these girls were dressed in long, flowing robes of white. Robes that should have been signifiers of both chastity and purity. Apart from the fact you would be able to read a doctor's prescription through them, they were so sheer. And their underwear was even more see-through, like they weren't actually wearing any type of see-through. Vusi turned to me with an accusing look. "Why didn't we come here first?" he asked. Beats moles and dwarves hands down. I shook my head. No idea, dude. It's your damn spell.
Good day to you, sirs, gritted one of the women, addressing me directly. You must be the leaders 4 o'clock.
Say yes, muttered Vusi. Yes, I nodded. We must be. The bevy of beauties led us up a flight of stairs and down a corridor. I noticed the walls and carpets were covered with magical sigils. Now, for those of you who don't know, sigil-based magic is also referred to as chaos magic. Each specific sigil, or sign, represents a magical power of some sort, be that angel or demon, cell of protection, or calling up of power. I don't practice chaos magic for a few reasons. Firstly, it's just too damn difficult. There are over 20,000 separate sigils of power, and each one is very specific to its conjugation. Secondly, if you get the sigil wrong, it can backfire in your face in a most spectacular fashion. Using an incorrectly drawn sigil in a magical rite is a bit like trying to ram a .45 cartridge into a chamber for a .38. If you try real hard to do it, then you probably could, but it will surely explode while you're trying. And thirdly, sigil magic was cumbersome and time-consuming. You couldn't simply chuck out a sigil spell. There had to be drawings and circles of salt and incantations and incense. What a goddamn hassle. However, I knew enough to know that the sigils on the walls and carpets were not all correct. It looked as though some commercial artist had simply copied them from a picture, with more regard to decorative proportion than magical significance. This was like uber dangerous in so many ways. If someone actually tried to use any of these incorrect sigils, it could well result in a catastrophic backlash. And we're talking plagues of locusts, days of darkness, and the death of firstborn son type of repercussion. Real biblical stuff. We arrived at a door. It was painted black, and on it was the seal of Astaroth, one of the great dukes of hell. Except the artist had forgotten to draw in the center key of the upside-down cross. As a sigil, it would still work, but leaving the center key out is the equivalent of a hair trigger on a rifle, or having a half-second detonation fuse on a hand grenade. Either the man we were about to see was a certified genius, or an utter fool. The beauties opened the door and ushered us in. One look was enough to confirm my suspicions, and let's just say, this was no certified genius. He was obviously in his late 50s, wearing a robe that had been copied straight from Gandalf in Lord of the Rings. Clean-shaven, with skin stretched so tight from plastic surgery that he looked exactly like his Ken doll painting in the lobby. I wasn't sure if he was smiling, or if his epidermis had been pulled back and tacked to such an extent that it had caused a permanent Joker's leer. He was instantly recognizable as the son of Carlton Wainwright III, the last in the line thereof. His father had recently died and left this pathetic miscreant a huge sum of money, like 100 million squillion dollars. He started to walk forward to greet us, hand out and chin up, when he stopped in his tracks. "Wait a moment," he stated. "You aren't my 4 o'clock. Who are you?" "Name's Sholto Gunn," I said. "This is Vusi. And you are correct. We aren't your 4 o'clock. We're here on Brotherhood business. We seek a trio of foreign mages, probably African, who are taking part in unsanctioned dealings in the city. The trail has led us to your dwelling, so if you don't mind, we have some questions. Firstly, have you used the services of Dragon Charlie recently?" The Ken doll tilted his head back and looked down his nose at me. "I don't care who you are or what you want," he said, his voice imperious, confident. "But no one comes into the house of the great and powerful Ronald Wainwright and makes demands." "Who is Ronald Wainwright?" asked Vusi. "I am," replied Ken doll, a puzzled look on his face. "I mean, obviously." "Just checking," said Vusi. "Don't want any misunderstandings." "Look, Mr. Great and Powerful," I snapped. "I've had a couple of long and shitty days, and I really don't have time for this crap. So you can ass around all you want, pretending to be Gandalf the Beige, or Hugh fucking Hefner, or Ronald McDonald, but you had better start answering my questions before I get really pissed at you." "You dare come into my domain and threaten me?" thundered Ken doll. "You shall feel my wrath," That was it. Enough. What with the fucking dwarves and mole people and witches and false leads, there's only so much shit one man can take. I drew a spell cartridge, chucked it into the air, and commanded, Fulgor Maximus! Lightning erupted in the room, smashing Kendall off his feet, and then marching across the walls and carpets, burning out the misshapen sigils as it did so. Bricks shattered, plaster crumbled, carpeting smoldered, and smoke filled the room. The beauties screamed and fell to the floor, gibbering in terror, and joining their master, who was busy doing the neutron dance, twitching and thrashing about as a gazillion volts of electricity ran through him. Did you, or did you not, use the services of Dragon Charlie in the last few days? I yelled. With a sharp cut of my hand, I stopped the electrical storm and waited for a reply. Kendall nodded, his movements still jerky and uncoordinated due to the surfeit of electricity in his body.
Every day all my bodily excretions are collected, and then, at the end of each week, they are disposed of by dragonfire. It's the only way to truly keep my essence safe.
Man, I thought, talk about paranoid. Even the head of the Brotherhood didn't go to such lengths. But this had to stop, before it resulted in a catastrophe of some sort. I didn't mind some rich nut job wandering around pretending he was Sauron or Gandalf or whatever, but the fact was that this dude was wealthy enough to start some serious trouble, his walls of botched sigils being a case in point. One thing I was convinced of, though, was that this moron had nothing to do with the mages we were looking for. I released another spell into the room. This time, it was a combination of a few of my more obscure conjurings. Glamour, illusion, emotion, all tied up in a giant tidal wave of fear and horror. Behold, I intoned, as the room filled with the facsimiles of monsters and ghouls, tentacles and slime and blood and gore. They weren't real, but Kendall and his beauties would both perceive and remember them as such. This is the doom that awaits you if you continue on this path. Evil shall take you and yours, destruction and devastation. Okay, I was laying it on a bit thick, but I couldn't risk this no-brains dabbling in the arcane arts anymore, lest he did manage to release some real disaster on the world. Better deal with the problem now. Do you understand? I asked. Ronald Wainwright, full-time gazillionaire and part-time moron, nodded frantically. Good. Now, instead of fooling around with things you know nothing about, take a few $1 million and go sort out the homeless problem in New York. Got it? Again he nodded, like a loon, eager to obey as his fear overrode all past ambitions. We shall leave now, I informed Ronald, but we shall be watching you. Don't make me come back. I banished the demon show with a gesture, and we left the building. 17. Once we were back in the Porsche, we let the blue ball of madness drag us back across New York City, over the river, and onwards through New Jersey, and on towards Harriman State Park. Almost 50,000 acres of pristine wilderness within eyeballing distance of the Big Apple itself. There is no specific entrance to Harriman. You just take whatever road you're on that leads you in. But this road was one I had been on before. Once again, I had a pretty good idea where we were going. And once again, I wasn't happy. We just seemed to be moving from shitstorm to shitstorm, and not getting much closer to our prey. What's wrong? Asked Vusi. Why? You've got that look, he said. What look? You know, he continued. That puckered-up brow look, like something's wrong. Like you need to take an emergency dump and you know in advance there's going to be a huge queue at the John. That look. Werewolves, I responded. There's a major pack of them that hang out in the forest here. I'm sure that's where we're heading. Ha! Good. Now Vusi had the same look. Glad to see I wasn't the only one that didn't revel in the thought of hanging out with 300-pound fur-clad killing machines who may or may not be in league with a trio of mages looking to summon the Dark Lord. I smiled. Misery loves company. And now I knew Vusi was as unhappy as me. I wasn't so unhappy anymore. I don't like shapeshifters, said Vusi. Welcome to my world. No, seriously, he continued. One moment you're giving the stink eye to some obnoxious dickhead at the bar, and the next thing you've got a pride of lions wanting to gut you and take you home in a doggy bag. It's dishonest. They should have signs or something that read, "Beware, under this frail human exterior is a 300-pound king of the jungle who takes offense at the slightest of perceived slights." I nodded my agreement. Many is the time I have delivered the tried and tested rebuttal of, "You and whose army?" only to have the object of my scorn burst through his clothes as he exploded into a wolf the size of a horse, with teeth like bayonets and claws like daggers. Not that they ever got the best of me. After all, I was Sholto Gun. I walked softly and carried a big stick. Well, I didn't actually walk softly, but I did carry a big stick. A few of them, actually. And I had yet to meet a wolf that didn't back down to a mage wielding an FN pistol loaded with a magazine full of silver bullets, and a pocket full of spells powerful enough to take down the Lower East Side, as well as most of Manhattan. But there was always a first time, and quite frankly, it just wasn't a pleasant experience. A bit like bobbing for apples with razor blades in them. It might turn out all fruity and nice, or it might end up with cut lips and a mouthful of blood. And so we proceeded, minds full of doom and gloom, but happy in the fact both of us were unhappy, if that makes any sense at all. The Seeker spell led us down a meandering track that slowly petered out in an area surrounded by trees. We checked our weapons and got out. "On foot from here," I said, stating the obvious. "I know their den is close. I've been here before, but I can't recall exactly where it is." "Not to worry," said Vusi. "They probably already know we are here. Let's just walk into the forest for a while, and then wait for them to greet us." Vusi's plan was simple and doable, so we did it. After 5 minutes of following the Seeker spell, we stopped. "Okay, doggies," I called out. "I haven't got all night. Come out wherever you are." And then, just like that, they were there. 4 horse-sized wolves standing in front of us. Yellow eyes staring, unblinking, teeth exposed, hair standing up. It always gets to me how something so huge can move so silently. It's creepy as all hell. I cast my gaze around and noticed the rest of the pack were there as well, standing a little further back in the shadows cast by the setting sun. At least another 20 of them. Then he entered. A man. 6'6", 300 pounds, beard, hairy chest, back, legs, and, well, hairy. Also, naked. The Seeker spell wobbled over to him and settled above his head. He didn't even glance at it. "Hex. Alpha, you're not welcome here," he stated. I sighed. You know, just once, I'd like to go somewhere and be greeted with open arms. Maybe even a pat on the back and a "good to see you, Hex," as opposed to the standard reception that seemed to consist of equal parts of fear and pissed off. But then if I truly wanted people to be happy to see me, I would have become a stripogram, not a name-taking, butt-kicking mage. "Yeah, well, you know how it goes," I answered. "Didn't really have a choice. Places to go, people to kill, sort of thing. I've got a few questions, then we'll be on our way." The Alpha shook his head, causing the wolves to growl softly. "No," he said. "You've broken the pact." "There is a pact?" asked Vusi. I waved my hand back and forth. A bit of a pact," I admitted. "What is it?" "You know, your standard sort of pact thing. Never darken our doorstep again, and we will let you live sort of pact. Nothing really." "Oh, great," snorted the Zulu. "Now the wolves want to kill us. What are you, the Prince of Darkness? Don't you have any friends?" "Hey," I retaliated. "That's unfair. I have friends. It's just that the nature of my work tends to piss people off. I can't help it. I'm all sweetness and light at heart." "Bullshit." "No need to get all snippy," I said, as I turned my attention back to the Alpha. Shit. I wished I'd bothered to remember his name the last time we met. Still, I suppose I couldn't go wrong with Alpha. Or maybe Dude. "Listen, dude," I said. "Seriously, this is important, so if we could just take a rain check on the whole blood pack thingy, that would really be appreciated. I only need some information." "It's a blood pact?" snapped Vusi. "A blood pact. Oh, This just gets better and better. Maybe something you could have warned me of before we came here. Then I could have prepared myself by refusing to come with you. I ignored Vusi and concentrated on the Alpha, willing him to accept my reasoning. All I was asking was for a small dispensation, a tiny bending of the rules while I carried out an important task. He shook his head. No, he said. You drew blood from our pack. You killed one of our own. True, I interrupted, but he was guilty of murder and it was self-defense. Yes, agreed the naked wolfman, and that is why you still live. But the fact is, you spilled pack blood. You were warned never to return, or the blood pack would be invoked. Blood calls out for blood, as is our right. We demand trial by combat. This was the problem with shifters. Well, the bigger ones at any rate. Their default answer to every dispute was trial by combat. You didn't get the skunk shifters or songbird shifters encouraging bloody combat to decide whether mayonnaise was an acceptable condiment on a burger or is pineapple acceptable on a pizza. No and no, by the way. But as soon as you get a bunch of bear, wolf, or puma shifters together, it was like all combat city over any dispute. At any rate, the Alpha was right. I had broken the pact. I had been fairly hopeful of skirting the issue due to the serious nature of our quest, but if they wouldn't even listen to the quest in hand then, trial by bloody damn hell shit combat it was. Macho testosterone-driven assholes. Regrettably, the rules wouldn't allow me to use my pistol. I could, however, use any bladed weapon of choice and my own internal magic, unassisted by spell cartridges. I had been through this before, and I always won. Unfortunately, I also always got the crap kicked out of me while doing the winning. See, the rules were simple. You fought until the Alpha decided it was over. And because it was a blood pact, it was usually only considered over when a substantial amount of blood had been spilled. I started to take off my jacket when the Alpha held up his hand. Not you. That one. He pointed at Vusi. I shook my head. No way. He has nothing to do with this. The pack are bored of teaching you a lesson, said the Alpha. Perhaps if we hurt your friend, then you will show more respect. Bullshit, I shouted. The pack are not bored. The pack are scared because I always kick the crap out of your champion. Fuck you, Alpha Doggy. Not you, insisted the Alpha. The rules are plain. We can nominate whosoever we want for the bloodletting. I was about to continue my argument in a more strenuous fashion when Vusi put his hand on my shoulder. It is fine, he said softly. Perhaps it is they who need a lesson. One look into his eyes, and I knew he wasn't simply engaging in some macho posturing. He was calm, steady, and deadly serious. He wanted to teach a 400-pound monster a lesson. Holy shit. I shrugged. Fine. Do you think you got this? With no expression on his face, he took off his jacket, the shoulder rig that held his assegai, and then his shirt. His entire torso was covered in scars. Long, meandering knife wounds that had been roughly stitched up, small, triangular spear wounds, puckered indentations from gunshots, and rough patches of rippled skin from burns. And underneath all the scar tissue, a framework of solid muscle, like steel hawsers plated together, muscle that came from the burning forge of battle and hard work, muscle that had never seen a gym or a cardio workout, muscle that was harder than iron and had been annealed in the throes of mortal combat until it was almost no longer human. In other words, Vusi was a lean, mean fighting machine. The Alpha beckoned, and his champion loped forward from the shadows. He was, beyond doubt, the biggest wolf I had ever seen, all teeth and claws and slobber and mad yellow eyes. Vusi shook his head. No, he said. This is not fair. Oh shit. My boy was losing it before the fight had even started. When he had taken his shirt off, I thought we may have been in with a chance, but he was already folding. Would you like someone smaller? Laughed the Alpha. Perhaps one of the pups would suit you better. There was a chorus of growling laughter from the pack. Vusi shook his head again. You misunderstand me, he said softly. I mean, it would be unfair to him. He pointed at the champion with his assegai. Where is the challenge in facing one lone animal? He sniffed disdainfully. I demand at least 2 in order to rectify this insult. Oh my god. Vusi had lost it. Obviously, the fear and adrenaline had gone to his head and fried his brain. I subtly reached for a spell cartridge, only to feel a gust of hot breath on my neck. I turned to see one of the wolves right next to me. He shook his head and growled. Oh well. The only thing left to do was stand back and watch my newfound partner be reduced to a pile of hamburger. I would intervene as soon as I could, and afterwards take him to the best private hospital and hope he lived to tell the tale of when he had demanded to fight 2 werewolves at once because his brain had been momentarily fried by a surfeit of adrenaline. The alpha called another wolf to the fore. Slightly smaller than the champion, but still big and scary enough to make one wish they had worn brown trousers. The 2 monsters faced Vusi, growling and slobbering, canines exposed as they pulled their lips back in a frightening show of aggression. And Vusi moved. I could feel the rush of air magic as he dove at the feet of the 2 massive wolves. The air he wove around himself helped to propel him forward, so instead of simply launching himself at them, he shot forward like a human cannonball at a circus. As he struck the ground, he rolled and dragged his assegai across the exposed stomach of the second wolf, slicing deeply as he did so. The wolf squealed in agony as its intestines boiled out of it like a spilled pot of eels. If that had happened to any mundane animal, it would have been curtain down time, almost instant death. But the werewolf would recover, given time and as long as Vusi didn't push the attack on it any further. The champion hesitated for a split second as his companion fell whimpering to the floor. Such was the horror and violence and speed of Vusi's attack. And the Zulu took full advantage of the champion's tiny hesitation. With a grunt of effort, he turned his forward momentum into a backward somersault, jumping high and landing on the champion's neck. The terrible assegai flashed in the remaining light of the setting sun as Vusi brought it down once, twice, thrice. Huge, deep wounds opened in the champion's shoulders, neck, and head. Blood spurted high, and Vusi held on tight, his one arm firmly around the champion's neck, the other ready to wield the assegai again if need be. But there was no need. The champion sank to his knees and then collapsed next to his companion, a spent force. Again, he would recover in a few hours, but he was well and truly beaten. Vusi stood up, held his assegai above his head, and shouted, "Ingidilili! I have eaten." A mere 7 seconds had passed from beginning to the end, and slowly the wolves all crept forward to form a circle around the Zulu. Then as one, they lay down their heads between their paws, ears flat, submissive. Then the alpha changed, morphing from naked man into a 7-foot-high hybrid of man and wolf. He walked over to Vusi and bowed. "Never before has a human bested our 2 greatest warriors with such ease," he growled. "As such, we hold you in our esteem and pronounce you Brother Wolf." Then the pack arose and as one set up a howl that lasted well over 5 minutes. Vusi simply bowed, put his shirt back on, and came to stand next to me. "Ooh, Brother Wolf," I whispered to him. "Do you want a dog biscuit?" A slight smile touched his lips. "No," he replied, "but I could do with a bottle of brandy and a foot massage." "I'll buy you a case of brandy, Brother Furryhead," I promised, "but you're on your own with the foot massage." The alpha, still in scary mode, walked over. "By blood, you have earned the right to speak," he addressed me. "What would you want to know?" "Dragon Charlie," I said. "Do you dudes use him?" The alpha shook his head. "I have heard of him, but what use would wolves have of a fire starter?" Well, that left only one explanation. The mage that called himself the Prophet had been here. I tensed before the next question, readying myself for battle, and I could feel Vusi doing the same. "Have you been approached by a mage recently?" I asked. "Foreigner? Tall? Blonde? May have referred to himself as the Prophet?" This was the moment of truth. If the alpha denied having seen the Prophet, then I was going to cut loose with some serious butt-kicking magic. Similarly, if they were in cahoots, then there was every chance that the pack would attack us. Luckily, for once, things went my way.
Yeah,
Acknowledged the Alpha.
that tool. His real name is Carl Weinberg. Not this side of sanity as far as I was concerned. Powerful, though. I could feel the magic boiling off of him like steam from a kettle. He organized a meet through a mutual acquaintance. Said it would be to our common benefit. When we met, though, he was all dark side this and shadow lord that. Said he wanted to oust the humans from New York and set up an enclave of power that would recognize the werewolves as the leaders of all they surveyed. Then he went on to talk about raising a fallen angel or some crap, like that was even possible. Guy's obviously a few sandwiches short of a picnic. We basically told him to fuck off, and he got all, "You're either for me or against me," threatening. So I set the pack on him. He got away with a few nips, and that was that. Why the hell are you going to all this trouble to track him down? That guy is obviously deluded. I told him everything, starting with the Daemon Sublato. By the end, he had reverted to naked human form, and he looked sick, physically ill at the news. "Right," said the Alpha. "This tracking spell seems to work. Here's what we do. We come with you, find this mother, and take him and his partners down. End of problem." Lucy shook his head. "Not so simple," he said. "This was the last lead the Seeker spell had. I was hoping it would lead us to the Prophet, but he has obviously conjured up a serious anti-tracking spell on himself. I can track where he has been, up to a point in time, but I can't find where he is now." The Alpha stood still for a few seconds, and then smiled. "I think I might be able to help," he said. He stood up and windmilled his right arm around his head. This was obviously a command for the pack to change back to human form, as there was a cessation of sound, and instead of being surrounded by massive wolves, we were now surrounded by over 20 naked humans, some of whom were female. I wasn't sure which scenario was more uncomfortable. Vusi, however, was under no such indecision, as he stared openly at the naked female werewolves, a grin of appreciation plastered across his face like an Irishman faced with a counter of free Guinness. "Stop staring," I whispered. "I'm allowed to," he retorted. "I'm a brother wolf, remember? Growl, bark, and so forth."
"Idiot." The Zulu laughed. The Alpha beckoned to one of the females, Janine. She walked over, completely unconcerned about her nakedness. "Alpha?"
"Didn't you get a bite of that moron who came to see us all last week? The blonde mage?"
She nodded and smiled.
"Yep, tore a chunk out of his ass."
"And his trousers?"
asked the Alpha. She nodded again.
"Have you still got the piece of his trousers?"
"It's around here somewhere," she confirmed. "Why?"
"Find it. Then I want you to familiarize everyone with his scent. And I mean everyone. In fact, tear it into 4 pieces, pick another 3 pack members, and get moving. By sunup tomorrow, I want every shifter in New York City to know the Prophet's scent and to be looking for him. Get it?"
She bowed low.
"As you command, Alpha."
The Alpha turned back to Vusi and I.
"Look, it's a long shot," he admitted, "but at least it's something. Have you got a cell?"
I nodded, pulling it out of my jacket pocket.
"Give me your number," he said. "I'll call as soon as I hear anything. Anything at all."
I recited my number. As I did so, I noticed the 2 wolves that Vusi had bested were both already back on their feet. The curative powers of these shifters never ceased to amaze me. Then Vusi and I headed back to the Porsche, and hopefully, home for a good night's sleep. 18. The next morning, just after breakfast, my cell rang. It was Detective Clarkson from the NYPD. It wasn't good news. 4 hours later, Vusi and I sat in the parked Porsche and contemplated our next move. The detective had owed me big time, so he had been more than cooperative. Not that it had helped. 2 bodies had been found in a rent-by-the-hour hotel in Chinatown, Grand Street, close to Little Italy. Time of death, sometime last night. And the reason he had called me? Left eyes, livers, navel, and a patch of skin from the inner thigh. Both of them. Now, the trio had 3/4 of the spell: Asian, Caucasian, and African. Son of a bitch. Detective Clarkson had shown us the bodies and allowed us access to the scene of the crime, but neither Vusi or I could lift anything from it. Whoever had done it had scrubbed it clean. In a magical sense, not even the smallest feel of magic was left. Once more, we were at a dead end. Not sure what to do next, we went back to Bayside Cemetery, and I banged on the door to the Dwarf's kingdom. I needed to talk to Runbar. Time was running out, and whether he knew it or not, the dwarves were neck-high in this shit. As usual, he was there to open the door.
"X,"
he greeted, a look of surprise on his face at seeing me again so soon. "Runbar," I answered. "Look, we need to talk. There are only 2 days left until the next full moon, and Vusi and I are no nearer to finding these mages. Now, I'm not sure how much you know, but I am sure you at least suspect that your trogs have got something to do with this whole thing. Maybe even those 2 douchebag advisors of the king as well. We need to know what they know. Help us." The dwarf shook his head.
"X, you can't just come in here making wild accusations like that. Shit, man. I know the king favors you, but make no mistake. If he hears you spouting off that the sons of Grodin are involved in traitorous dealings with dark magicians, he will come down hard on you. You'll be arrested for sure."
"They aren't just formless allegations," I argued. "We've been to see the mole people, and they confirmed it. Sort of. The mages made the same offer to them. Help them destroy the normals and get a share of the topside when the dust settles. With the trogs, it would be different. They would give their left balls to see the topsiders taken out of the equation. No more bad influences, no more movies, no more human moral corruption, no more topsider weaknesses. We have to talk to the king. We must tell him." The gatekeeper shook his head.
"No, Hex. And now I must ask you to leave."
"Runbar, this is important. He needs to know."
"He already knows," shouted the dwarf. "He fucking knows, Hex. We all know."
I didn't answer. I couldn't think of what to say, but at the same time, I couldn't believe the king was knowingly involved. It didn't make sense.
"Look, Hex," explained Runbar. "The foreign mages approached the trogs. They asked for help in getting some obscure spell ingredients for the summoning. Apparently there is more needed to cast the spell than simply the body parts. Precious stones, rare metals, that sort of thing. The trogs supplied them what they needed. It was a win-win for them. As you said, the demise of the topsiders would mean that the sons of Grodin would become more powerful. The decadence of the topsiders would become null and void. Dwarves would once again be dwarves. The king spoke to them after your last visit, and they confessed freely. They didn't even see it as a crime. To them it was simply a logical thing to do, a necessity. He has forbidden them to provide any more help, and as far as we are concerned, that is that. Case closed. Now, you need to leave." I shook my head. "No ways. I need to speak to them, and they need to be punished." "Not going to happen," said Runbar. "Firstly, they won't speak to you. And trust me, no matter what you do, no matter how much you threaten them, these guys are fanatics. You will get nothing out of them. And as to being punished, well, the king wouldn't dare." "What do you mean, wouldn't dare?" I asked incredulously. "He's the fucking king." "Only for as long as the people let him be," Runbar pointed out. "And if he started to blatantly screw with the sons of Grodin, his popularity would suffer an immediate and irreversible decline. Trust me." "Why?" I asked. "I thought they were a fringe movement at best." Runbar sighed in exasperation, and then continued to explain. "It's politics, Hex," he said. "The trogs cannot be held responsible. You see, they are all that is truly dwarf. The rest of us want to have the luxuries the topsiders bring, good liquor, movies, fashion. But under it all, we know that the heart of the true dwarf will always be there in the form of the sons of Grodin. We might stray from the true path, but the trogs won't. They are our conscience, our inner strength, our deep-rooted self. They cannot be held to blame, or shall all be held to blame. To punish them is to punish us all. You will have to be satisfied that they will no longer be involved.
Now, you will need to leave, and mention this no more. And if I decide to take things further, I asked, then you will see why the dwarves are feared on the battlefield. Trust me, Hex. You cannot win this one. Even you cannot declare war on an entire people. You will lose. It does little good to threaten me, I growled back. Do not forget, I am Sholto Gunn. Runbar stared back at me, unblinking, his expression one of staid stoicism. This isn't over, little man, I told him as I turned to leave. Fuck you, he retorted. I am no little man. I am a dwarf. 19. That went well, said Vusi. Somehow, you appear to have ostracized an entire race of people. Stupid short asses, I muttered. I am dwarf. Be fucked. I don't think they could have known at any rate, said Vusi. I mean, it's not as though the prophet would have told them where he was staying, or anything important for that matter. Yeah, you're right, I conceded. It's just so frustrating. We only have 2 days to save the world, and everything that's for us is against us. Wow, pessimistic much? Asked Vusi. Anyone else who might be involved? Asked the Zulu. I nodded. Yep, it's New York. We got all sorts of fringe assholes here. Vampires, devil worshippers, zombies, voodoo priests, the Fae. What about vampires? They're a force of darkness. Do you have a local house? Normally I'd say no. They tend to stay under the wire, but we're fast running out of options. So I suppose we should give the local bloodsuckers a call. Putting the Porsche in gear, I pulled out and headed for 5th Avenue, Manhattan. Trump Towers. Yeah, I know. That's where the upper hierarchy of the blood-sucking syndicate work and play. They own 2 floors of the commercial section of the towers, and 5 entire floors of the residential real estate. I pulled into the valet parking and gave the youngster there $100 and then a gentle push of compulsion. Keep my car right here, I told him. No 25-minute wait for me when we were through. The compulsion would ensure he would keep the Porsche ready for us, even if he had to start a war to do so. Vusi and I went through to the lobby and then took the escalators to our destination, the reception area to Noctis Industries, the holding company of the local vampire chapter. The offices were sumptuous to the extreme. Inch-thick maroon carpets, ebony wood wall paneling, concealed lighting, and a raft of Renaissance-period artwork. Behind the reception desk sat a 20-something female, all bright-eyed and bushy-tailed. I could tell she wasn't a vamp. Her youth was genuine, her beauty a product of breeding. Also, I could see the bite marks high up on her neck, concealed by her hairline. If I hadn't known to look, I would never have picked it up. She was what they called a familiar, a sort of bloodsucker groupie. There were lots of them. Apparently, when a vamp feeds on you, it's better than sex. Not that I'd know. If a finger came anywhere near me with its canines erect, it would find it had developed a bad case of wood, as in stake thereof to the chest. Still, takes all sorts. Here to see Master Aphanis, I told the fang fucker. Do you have an appointment? Tell him Hex is here, and be quick. Time's wasting fast. I'm sorry, sir, simpered the familiar, but no appointment, no see the master. You aren't sorry, I informed her. But if you don't get Aphanis here in the next 3 seconds, you will be. I drew my pistol. The world was coming to an end, and I didn't have time for this shit. The familiar squeaked and grabbed the phone. Master, there's a Mr. Hex here to see you. He doesn't have an appointment, but he is being rather insistent. The master vampire opened the door to his office and ghosted across the reception area like an ice skater, swift, silent, and graceful.
Hex, he greeted effusively. Please, come through to my office.
This is Vusi, I grunted, as we followed the master bloodsucker back into his inner sanctum. He nodded a greeting and smiled, exposing his 2 long fangs as he did so. Aphanis' office was a great blend of modern and antique. The windows, like all their properties, were covered in a UV reflective material that allowed one to see out, but cut all the harmful effects of the sun to a negligible level. It also cut a lot of the light, and as vamps could see perfectly in the dark, there was no artificial lighting, and the room was as dull as twilight on a winter's eve. The vamp gestured to a group of wingbacks, and we sat.
"I know why you're here," he said. "Mr. Dougherty has already contacted us. We have all our soldiers looking for the mages you seek."
I thought as much, I admitted. To be honest, we are at our wits' end. I came to check if any of the foreigners had approached you or any of your kin. Aphanis raised an eyebrow.
"You must be grasping at straws," he said. "You know better than most. We would never do anything to upset the status quo. As long as we stay under the radar and keep random murders to a minimum, we are accepted by the Brotherhood, and the Council of Light tends to leave us alone. The moment we start to put our heads above the parapet on a constant basis, well, I would venture to say the Church would be the first to do something about it."
I nodded. Yeah, they would probably call me and tell me to have a serious chat. Aphanis nodded.
"And although we are ostensibly immortal," said the Master Vampire, "we do still have a need to keep our chests stake-free and our heads on our shoulders. And we all know when Hex comes calling, those small privileges may be cut off."
I shrugged, truly at a loss. Any advice? I asked. After all, you are like 1,000 years old. You must have learned something in all that time. The vamp laughed.
"One would assume so," he said. "But do not confuse longevity for wisdom. As a species, we live forever, but that doesn't mean we learn forever. There is a limit to what the brain can absorb, and ours tends to be filled with thoughts of blood, lust, and power. Shallow, I know, but it makes us happy. Rest assured, Hex," continued the vamp. "If we hear anything at all, we will contact you."
Standing up, I bowed and gestured to Vusi. When we got to the door, Aphanis called out,
"What about the Fae?"
I shook my head. I don't trust them.
"But they know all, or at least they claim to," insisted the Master Vampire.
They do, I admitted. But their version of the world has little to do with reality, and although they don't lie, their truth is oft couched in such riddle as to be incomprehensible. We left and went back to the Porsche. So what next? Asked Vusi. Pound the streets. We get aggressive with every informant I know, bust some chops and hope for the best. Sounds flimsy, noted Vusi. Yeah, but at the moment it's all we got. And pound we did. I called in all my favors. I threw gold around like I was Bill Gates' wife, and I slam dunked so many people my fists got raw and my shoulder grew too tired to throw another punch. Nada. Nothing. Not a fucking peep. We dragged our sorry asses home that night at a little past 3 a.m. Grog woke me 3 hours later by rustling a copy of the New York Post in my face. With bleary eyes, I scanned the front page. It was obvious what my manservant had wanted me to see. Horror killing, the headlines shouted out. The Australian ambassador was brutally murdered in what the police are calling a ritual killing. Mr. Stephen Amangu was Australia's first Indigenous Aboriginal foreign ambassador to the United States, and I didn't bother to read the rest of the article. Feeling like I had been gut-shot, I climbed out of bed and headed for the shower. Show Vusi, I told Grog. I'll see him at the breakfast table. They had all 4 pieces of the spell, and the full moon was tonight. 20. The two of us stared at the pile of fried food in front of us. Neither felt like eating, or talking, or breathing. We were so fucked. My cell phone rang. I watched it buzz around the tabletop for a few seconds before I pushed my mind-numbing apathy aside and forced myself to pick it up. I didn't recognize the number, but answered anyway. What? We got him. It was the Alpha Werewolf. I still couldn't remember his name, but that gruff, growling voice was unmistakable. It felt like the sun had just risen after a lifetime's worth of winter. A reprieve. Where? He gave me the address. Come on, I shouted at Vusi. The doggies found the prophet. Let's go fuck shit up. I pulled the Porsche over, guided by one of the wolves in human form. We were in Jersey, down by the waterfront in a raft of abandoned industrial buildings. The morning was overcast, not yet raining, but I could feel the moisture in the air.
They're in there.
He pointed to a squat warehouse, broken windows and crumbling masonry, but the doors were new and looked solid and well locked. How many? I asked. He shook his head.
Not sure. A whole bunch. At least 20 that we've seen. Armed guards there. He pointed out locations as he spoke. There, and there on the roof.
So, what's the plan?
Our alpha is around the other side by the water. He figured that when you get here, we just attack. Wolves don't go for subterfuge much.
Hold on. I took out my cell and dialed the alpha. He answered immediately. Hey, it's me, I greeted. Look, I'm with your man here, and he's giving me the rundown on your plan. And while it does have the advantage of being super simple, I'd like to make a few adjustments, if you don't mind.
Go ahead,
he answered. Okay. Firstly, Vusi and I need to lay some sort of concealment spell over this whole area. A big one. Because I reckon things are going to get noisy when we start. We'll need a couple of minutes for that. Then, the two of us will go in for a recce, see if we can find out a bit more. Once we have a better idea, I'll call you again and we can take it from there. You copacetic with that?
I'm fine, said the alpha. Do it. We'll wait for your big, sophisticated plan.
After a brief conflab with Vusi, we decided to split the area into two halves. He would take care of the east side, covering the building and the river, and I would glamour the west side, stretching from the building and into the surrounding real estate. We took 2 cartridges each and chucked them into the air. The glamour spells rippled outward like a haze of oil on water. 2 minutes later, we were both satisfied. The spells would simply encourage people to ignore whatever they saw or heard in the vicinity. It wasn't foolproof, but as long as we didn't set off any tactical nuclear weapons or similar, we were relatively safe from detection. Finally, I took out another cartridge and cast a localized glamour on both Vusi and myself. Again, not an invisibility spell, simply a more concentrated version of the huge glamour we had just laid out. If someone stared straight at us, they would see through it, particularly if they were on guard and concentrating. But a quick glimpse, a fleeting glance, we were safe from detection. Let's go, I urged, and the two of us headed for the warehouse at a fast run, making sure we didn't trip over any of the piles of rubble and general trash that littered the place. Even with the glamour in place, a guard would definitely notice a random pile of junk being scattered about by an unseen hand. We were about 20 paces from the building when we both felt it, like a wave of static electricity had shorted out against us. Uncomfortable, but not painful.
Shit, yelled Vusi. They've set up some sort of ward. It's stripped our glamour away.
It's also raised an alarm, I added.
How do you know?
I pointed at a pair of gunmen on the roof, both of whom were lining us up in their sights. Run? I suggested. We took off at a sprint, heading for the side entrance to the warehouse as a fusillade of bullets churned up the ground around us. As we got up against the wall where the gunmen couldn't see us, I pulled out my cell phone and dialed the alpha. Attack the place now, I shouted. Hit them as hard as you can.
Sure thing, he confirmed. Just one quick question. How exactly does this big plan of yours differ from the one we had before you arrived?
I must admit the difference is very subtle, I acknowledged. But trust me, this is a better plan. Now I've got to go. Places to go, people to kill. I cut the call and put the phone back in my pocket as I drew my FN pistol. Vusi kicked the side door in and I followed him across the threshold. The warehouse was basically a huge open space with a series of gantries and low walls that had turned into a maze. A set of offices raised to the mezzanine floor dominated the center of the structure, and I could see there were people inside of them. Lights were on, and several armed men stood on the gantries around them. As well as that, there were several more guards scattered around the inside of the building, all heavily armed. I counted at least 35 men, and that wasn't taking into account any on the outside, so maybe 40 or even 50. Plus the 3 mages. Shit, this was going to be close. We moved into the building, Vusi with his assegai in one hand and a spell in his other, me with my pistol ready. Someone above us, I pulled the trigger twice, and a body flipped over the gantry and fell to the ground. Another on the right. Bang, bang. Body down. Nice shooting, acknowledged Vusi. Thanks. Someone opened up on us with an automatic weapon. Slugs buzzed and snapped around us, close enough to feel their passing. I couldn't see where the fire was coming from, so I simply snapped off a few shots in the general direction. Vusi chucked a spell up and gave a command. Ukushisa! A fireball careened across the warehouse and smashed into one of the walkways. The automatic gunfire came to an abrupt end. Nice one, I said. Vusi nodded, but he was frowning at the same time. What's the problem? I asked. I put everything into that spell, he said. Should have been 3 times the size. I meant to take out that whole section over there. They must have cast some sort of spell dampener, I suggested. That was not good. It took some seriously high-level spelling to cast a general dampening spell. In fact, I wasn't even sure if I was capable of doing it, and I am Sholto fucking Gun. But now I started to hear growling and cursing as the wolves penetrated the target area. The volume of gunfire ramped up considerably, and the sounds of booted feet running on metal walkways rang out as men found themselves fighting a pack of horse-sized mega-wolves. Come on, I shouted at Vusi. Let's get to those central offices and introduce ourselves. We moved using the buddy-buddy method. I would scuttle forward a few yards while Vusi covered me, and then he would do the same, leapfrogging past me. I managed to pull off a few more rounds and put another couple of thugs down. Vusi used a fireball to crispy critter a guard, and then wielded a gust of air to knock another from the walkway to the ground far below. But our troops were taking some hits back. I saw at least 2 wolves down, both headshot at least 3 or 4 times. That's the thing with shifters. They are unbelievably tough and able to heal almost any wound, except for a multitude of headshots. You blow their brains out and they go down and stay down. Permanently. Already the bodies were starting to shift slowly back to their human form, a sure sign their lives had left them. A wave of anger rushed over me. These were innocents. Brave men and women drawn into a battle they had volunteered for, even though they knew the risks. It was unfair in the extreme. I shot 2 more gunmen who were standing directly outside the offices, putting them both down as my armor-piercing slug smashed right through them. Then the doors opened, and the prophet stepped out. Behind him came another 3 bodyguards and 2 more civilians, obviously the other 2 mages. I lined up the FN and emptied the magazine at him. Every shot was aimed true, but every one ricocheted off his magical shield, even though the slugs were blessed, filled with holy water, and double-spelled for maximum penetration. Damn, this guy was good. Unperturbed, I changed my empty magazine and carried on banging away, more to distract him than anything else. Hit them, I shouted at Vusi. The Zulu threw up a spell. Close your eyes and cover your ears, he yelled at me, just before he shouted out his magical command. I whipped a helmet of air up and covered my head with it, darkening it at the same time, impervious to sound or light. Ilanga Ngoku Wakalayo. A shaft of ultra-bright, pure white light burst into being and shot straight at the group opposite us. It was a masterful spell. The prophet's shield stopped physical objects, but could do nothing against the light. And then, the mother of all bangs ripped the air apart. No fire, no brimstone, no destructive force, simply a super awesome, extra loud explosion. Vusi had produced a magical flashbang grenade, but only about 10 times more powerful. The prophet and his men clutched at their eyes and ears and fell to their knees, blood streaming from all orifices. Werewolves and men screamed in agony as their eardrums ruptured and their eyesight was burned to white spots. I dissipated my helmet, drew a bead, and fired swiftly, moving from right to left. 1, 2, 3. All bodyguards down. 4, 5. Chest shots to the other 2 mages. 6, 7. 2 shots into the prophet, shoulder wounds only. Enough to incapacitate, but not kill. I wanted him alive, just in case. Man, this was almost too easy. It was about time things started to go the way of Sholto Gun. Vusi and I walked over to the conquered mage. Vusi in his usual stealthy way, all caged animal and confined fury. And me, doing my best John Wayne impression. You okay? asked the Zulu. Sure, I answered. Never better. You look like you got shot in the leg. Why are you walking so weird? I swiftly changed my John Wayne walk to a Clint Eastwood, but Vusi was still staring at me like I was performing a solo from Riverdance, so I went back to my Sholto gun walk instead. Well, didn't quite work out how you thought, I addressed the prophet. You mess with the crabbo, you get the stabbo. I don't know what that means, he replied. I must confess, sounded better in my head, I admitted. Doesn't matter. Here you lie, all fucked up with your compatriots by your side. No more calling up fallen angels, no more creating a dark world for all, no more nothing. It's over. He started to laugh. Genuine humor showed in his eyes. This was not good. A sudden thought came to me, and I stepped over the laughing moron towards the other fallen mages. Both were lying face down. I kicked one over, rolling him onto his back so I could see his face. I felt like someone had just sucker punched me, because I suppose someone had. Vusi grabbed my arm in concern. What is it? I pointed at the mage lying on the floor. I know this man, I said. His name is Tommy Dwyer. He's a low-level nothing mage, a street-level piece of shit. I rolled the next one over as well. Peter Peterson, another bottom feeder. Leaning down, I grabbed the prophet by his shirt and lifted him up. Where are the other two mages? I screamed. Tell me, or I swear you will suffer for all eternity. The son of a bitch just kept laughing, like a fucking loon, tears running down his cheeks. It was all so easy. You fell into our trap like a little mouse looking for a piece of cheese. Threaten as much as you like, mageling, he continued. Kill me. I don't care. Because when our Dark Lord is reborn, he will bring me back and grant me eternal life at his side. Strike me down, and I shall become more powerful than you can possibly imagine. No, I shouted. You don't get to do Obi-Wan Kenobi at me. I do Obi-Wan, you sick, twisted fuck. Without thinking, I conjured up a flame and turned it onto the prophet's face, melting the skin from his forehead, boiling his right eye and burning off his ear. But he just kept laughing and laughing. Then he stopped. I looked down and saw Vusi's assegai standing out from the prophet's chest. I let the body go, and it sank to the floor, the assegai making an obscene sucking sound as it withdrew. He would give us nothing, said Vusi. He was not even human anymore, only a receptacle for evil and darkness. I said nothing. I felt like lying down and crying. The spell was still out there. The mages were still out there. The end of the world. And Sholto fucking Gunn was standing here with his dick in his hands, not knowing what to do next. What an idiot I am. 21. We have to go to the lands of the Fae, I said. No time, argued Vusi. I don't know if you've noticed, but we only have 5 hours left to save the world, and you even said they were full of shit. So what's the point? Point is, I answered, that we have nowhere else to go. They are full of shit, but we'll just have to take our chances. And don't worry about time. It's the only plus side to visiting the realm of the Fae. Different timeline. We could spend days there, and when we get back here, only minutes would have passed. That's if they let us get back here. You never know with those fuckers. Lucy shrugged. Look, my friend, he said. This is your home ground. You make the call, and I'll follow. Just make sure it's the right call. Things are getting down to short strokes here. I nodded. Okay, let's go. I spoke to the Alpha on the way out, catching him up on all the info and thanking him and his pack. Then I told him we were going to the realm of the Fae, and he said farewell like he would never be seeing us again. I hate it when people write me off like that. But, in the circumstances, I wasn't exactly batting 1,000, so who could blame him? So, the Fae live in Central Park? Asked Vusi, skeptically. No, of course not, I answered. But the entrance to their realm is here. Whereabouts exactly? Now that is the problem, I admitted. The gate moves around. We just have to find it.
But how? This place is pretty big.
2.5 miles long and over a half-mile wide, I confirmed.
We'll never do it in time, said Vusi. I don't even know what to look for.
It's easy, I insisted. We just look for a group of cats. Or sometimes there's only one. They'll all be sitting and looking at nothing. That's where the gateway is.
I don't get it, said Vusi.
Cats can see through the gateway. Their natural curiosity means they stop and stare. But their innate caution means they don't often cross over. So we find the staring cats, we find the gateway.
Vusi shook his head. Fine. Look for cats. Let's split up. I'll phone you if I come across them.
Likewise, I confirmed, as we set off, running hard in opposite directions. It took me half an hour. I found them in the Shakespeare Garden, near the 79th Street Traverse. A whole herd of them, or whatever the collective noun for cats is. Clouder, I think? They were sitting together staring at a specific spot in the middle of an open patch of lawn. I took out my cell and gave Vusi a call. 4 minutes later, he was there.
So how do we get in? He asked.
Simple portal spell, I answered, as I took a cartridge out. Come, let's get closer. We shuffled into the line of sight of the cats.
Do we need to hold hands or anything? Asked the Zulu.
Not unless there's something you want to tell me, I said. Vusi laughed and shook his head.
You wish.
I tossed the spell in the general direction of the gateway and commanded, Intrabit. The air shimmered and split, opening up to reveal a dark rent in space about 2 feet wide and 7 feet high. I glanced around to check no one was watching us, but this was New York, and everyone was far too concerned with their own problems to notice a mere tear in the space-time continuum. Gesturing for Vusi to follow, I jumped through the portal. The realm of the Fae. I take it you haven't been here before, I said to Vusi. He shook his head.
We don't get fairies in Africa. There's a thing called a yumboe. It's small, mischievous, very low level. And of course the tokoloshi, malevolent, evildoer, mid-level. But that's it.
Cool. A few pointers then before we start moving. There are 2 courts in the realm. The Seelie Court, or as some call it, the Summer Court, and the Unseelie Court, or Winter Court. Traditionally, the Seelies are all goodness and light, and the Unseelies are bad and dark. In reality, though, it's not that simple. What they actually are 2 sides of the coin, sort of yin and yang. One cannot exist without the other. And as for one being good and the other bad, that's bullshit. They can both be real SOBs. Or as helpful as they feel at that moment in time. Put it this way. Imagine the most recalcitrant, moody, impulsive, unpredictable, happy, sad person you have ever met. Then multiply that by 1,000 and add a chip on each shoulder the size of a redwood tree. There, you have a member of the Fae Courts. So, keep on your toes. Show respect but not fear, and don't back down. They detest weakness. Got it? Vusi shook his head.
No, not really.
I patted him on the shoulder. Me neither. And I've been here like 20 times before. Don't worry. You'll be fine. I hope.
Great, said Vusi. I am filled with confidence.
I looked around in an attempt to get my bearings. Come on, I said. This way. We headed east, following a thin track through the verdant forest. All around us flowers waved in the light, warm breeze. Songbirds competed in voices of silver, and hundreds of butterflies flitted about in myriads of color. Ornamental grasses lined the track, and from the trees, blossoms fell like confetti at a wedding.
This is like paradise,
commented Vusi. Yeah, I agreed, as my eyes roved left and right, and up and down. Don't let it fool you. Stay vigilant and stay alive. Oh, one more thing. Your magic here is much stronger. I mean exponentially so. You don't need to use your spell cartridges. In fact, don't. You could get feedback and explode. All you do to cast is imagine the power, cast, and command. Simple. But bear in mind, It works for everyone here, so we're surrounded by heavy hitters. Together we trudged eastwards, Vusi acting like an inner-city orphan out in the country for the first time, and me like a Vietnam vet in country for his 6th tour. So when the multi-legged monstrosity burst out of the forest to attack us, I was on point. Teeth and skin like a crocodile, 8 spidery legs, and a scorpion's tail. The Fae called them conniptions, and they didn't always look the same. Some gravitated more to the lion-like, others were two-headed, and yet others could fly. They were a general magical melange of all predators, and the only good thing about them was that they were solitary beings and never hunted in packs.
Glacius tempestus.
A hail of ice shards struck the conniption, punching through its tough hide and shredding its flesh. It roared in agony, slashing its poisonous tail at me and gnashed its teeth. I launched another volley of ice daggers that took it down. As it hit the ground, I conjured up a 3-foot-long ice sword and hacked off its head. Vusi walked over to the creature and nudged it with his foot. "Well, there's something you don't see every day," he commented. All said and done, you had to give the Zulu 100% for cool. He was most definitely the frostiest son of a bitch I had ever met. Not to be outdone, I simply shrugged. Yeah, well, once you've seen one, you've seen them all. Really? Actually, no, I had to admit. Never seen two exactly the same. But you get my drift. We continued along the track, and I was pleased to note, cool or not, Vusi was maintaining a level of alertness several magnitudes higher than before. 20 minutes later, we broached a hill, and in the distance saw the castle we were heading to. It was magnificent. All white marble spires and gossamer bridges and red turrets. Most of the architecture was so fine, the stonework so fragile, that it was obvious the structure was kept erect by magic more than engineering. As we got closer to the castle, we could see a group of horsemen leaving via the drawbridge and approaching us at speed. "Anything I need to know?" asked Vusi. "Friends or foe?" "Should be friendlies," I answered, hesitating slightly. "You don't sound too sure of yourself," commented Vusi. "Why?" I shook my head. Man, if I had to remember every person that was pissed with me for some reason or another, I'd need to carry around a personal secretary to keep track. I do remember the last time I was here I had left in a hurry. Something to do with a female of the species and her previous betrothal to some prince or other. Needless to say, it had all ended in tears, and I was temporarily persona non grata. And that was then, and this was now. I think. Time is a little fluid in the Fey realms. For all I knew, that was then, and this was still then, which would prove to be rather awkward. As they got closer, I recognized the leader. Brock Longarm, captain of the Sealy Guard. A stroke of luck. Brock didn't detest me as much as many of the other Fey. The company pulled up in front of us, and as one, they leveled their lances at us. Damn, not good.
"Hex," shouted Brock. "You come uninvited and unwelcome. Did you honestly think just because a little time had passed you would be allowed back in the kingdom of the Fae?"
I put on my best, hurt, contrite expression and assumed an air of stoical innocence. Brock dismounted and walked over to me. At 6'8" he towered over me, but his build was typical Fae, as thin as a praying mantis, like a stick figure held together by lengths of plaited wire. Heart-shaped head, pointed ears, full lips with sharp teeth, and a nose barely large enough for a Barbie doll. Okay, for those of you who haven't met one of the Fae, they are hard to describe. From what I've just told you, you will most definitely get the wrong impression. Because what I cannot put across in words is their overwhelming, unstoppable attractiveness. The grace inherent in every movement, the silky sound of their voices, and their eyes. Large, open, deep green, and overflowing with what can only be described as joie de vivre. A joy of life that was tangible. To gaze into a fairy's eyes was to know true happiness. It was their greatest strength. And it was what they used to cover up a deep-seated darkness that lurked in their very souls. Because in the land of the Fae, all was good and hunky-dory until it wasn't. Without warning, the Fae could flick from the essence of love and beauty into the equivalent of a tantrum-gripped 2-year-old with a tactical nuclear weapon. What am I trying to say? Tread softly. Very softly. You have been warned. Brock laughed and threw his arms around me. Only fucking with you. It's good to see you again, little man, he said. Have no fear. All that was in the past is both forgiven and forgotten. I smiled. Thank you, good friend, I answered. By the way, how long has it been since I was last here? Brock shook his head and smiled. You humans, with your imprecise knowledge of time. It's been over 20 years, my friend. I thought perhaps you had died. After all, I know how short-lived your people are. 20 years? I couldn't believe it. In the human world, I had visited the Fae some 6 months ago. Oh well. Didn't Einstein say the dividing line between past, present, and future is an illusion? Or something like that? Whatever. Just go with the flow. Brock, I have need to see the king. We seek advice of the greatest import. The captain nodded. A quest? Of course. There is nothing more noble. Follow us, and we shall take you directly to him. 22. King Iffin and Queen Celery, rulers of the Seelie realm. And when I had last seen them, apparently some 20 years before, not outright fans of one Sholto hex gun. I stood with my head down, hands behind my back, doing my best to play the part of beloved son returning after a scolding to be greeted by his loving parents. I prepared my arguments and apologies in my head, ready to defend myself verbally. As it happens, that was all a complete waste of time. Hex! Shouted King Iffin. By all that is holy, long time no see. Where have you been? You haven't aged a day. Well, maybe a few months, but hardly. Oh, and you have brought a friend. He swept down from his throne and picked me up in a bear hug. I always forget how unbelievably powerful their emaciated frames were. Then he grabbed Vusi by the hand and pumped it enthusiastically. Queen Celery followed, picking me up and bussing me on both cheeks. But when she turned to Vusi, her demeanor changed, and I could almost hear her growl seductively. And who is this? She breathed huskily. This is my friend Vusi, I responded. A powerful mage and warrior. Together, we are on a quest. Vusi bowed deeply. An honor, your royal highnesses, he greeted. Iffin clapped his hands imperiously. Prepare food and drink, he commanded to no one and everyone at the same time. Instantly, courtiers began to bustle about and servants ran to and fro. Come, continued the king, as he led the way from the throne room, down the corridors, and to the banquet hall. Mere minutes later, a repast of mind-boggling sumptuousness filled the table, and servants poured goblets brimful of rich red wine. I didn't feel much like eating, but Vusi was taking full advantage of the impressive spread. The queen sat next to him and fed him extra tidbits, like he was a favorite pet, and he accepted her ministrations with a wide grin. I tried to get his attention without being too obvious, and at the same time answering all King Iffin's catch-up questions, because I could see the usually ice-cold Zulu was falling into the fate trap. And once you were lost in those eyes, it was real hard to get out. I decided I'd better speed things up, and launched into my tale of woe, starting from the murder of Vusi's sister, and finishing with the fact we only had 4 hours or so to save New York City, and quite possibly the world. Talk about pressure. Iffin listened politely, but I could tell his attention wasn't quite focused. And then, with frightening suddenness, he stood up and banged the dining table, enhancing his strike with magic so the 3-inch thick oak actually split along the length of the table.
"You have gone too far," he shouted at Vusi. "Have you no respect, you dog?"
I saw Vusi do a double take as his world shifted back into focus.
"Why don't you lick her face and roll over on your back so she can pet your stomach like the cur you are?"
I sighed with frustration. Here it was, that flip side of the Fae that caused them to go from 0 to 100 in 1 second flat. Chip on the shoulder weighing in and dictating their every next move. Vusi stood, his hand straying close to his assegai.
"I am no one's dog,"
he growled at the king.
"Woof, woof,"
taunted Iffen. Queen Celery clapped her hands delightedly. "Fight!" she yelled. "For only by trial of arms can the truth be truly decided." This was not going well. I had seen Vusi fight, and he was good. I mean, he disemboweled a werewolf for fuck's sake. But this was the king of the Fae. He was the land, and the land was him. And you cannot fight the land and win. I know. I tried once before. Time to intervene. I stepped forward and slapped Vusi in the face. Hard. "Bad dog," I yelled. "I brought you here to ask a boon of my king and friend, not to slobber over his wife." I struck the Zulu again. "Now apologize, immediately, or else." I raised my hand again. "If you hit me one more time," informed Vusi, Soto voice, "I will slice your dick off with my assegai. I swear."
"Go with this," I urged. "Trust me, grovel or die."
Vusi took a closer look at me and saw the seriousness of my expression. "Later," he whispered, "you and I are going to go round and round." Then he fell to his knees. "Forgive me, O glorious king," he begged. "I lost myself in the beauty of your queen's eyes. I freely admit my love for her and ask your clemency and understanding." Vusi's eloquent plea stopped Iffen's anger in its tracks. He contemplated the kneeling Zulu and then nodded. "It would be remiss of me not to understand," he admitted. "And so I forgive you. Stand, sit away from her, and all is excused." Celery pouted. "What? No fight?" The king shook his head. "No fight." I breathed a sigh of relief. Fucking fairies. "Hex," continued the touchy regent, "the realm of man does not concern me overmuch. However, your suffering is my suffering. I see much, and I have advice. Whether you adhere to it or not is up to you." "Anything is gratefully received," I prompted the king. "Look to your father," stated Iffen, "for there, and only there, lies hope." "I'm an orphan," I said. "I never knew my father. Anything else?" But Iffen merely stared back at me, and then shook his head. "No more advice will you get nor need from me. That is sufficient." I bowed deeply. No need to forget protocol merely because I had no idea what the king was talking about. "I ask a boon of you, my liege," I continued. "We seek the Winter Court to pay our respects." Iffen appeared to think for a while. Then he answered, "This I shall grant, and also another, for the road that you are about to travel is hard beyond measure. Come, the two of you kneel before me." I beckoned to Vusi, and we knelt before the king. He drew his sword and touched both of our shoulders, mumbling an incantation under his breath as he did so. "There," he said. "I have gifted you both with the power of the land. For the next 24 hours, you will have no need of those clumsy spell cartridges you are so needful of. Your magic will come direct from the realm. Enjoy." Both Vusi and I thanked the king effusively. This was a fine gift indeed, like getting a machine gun that never ran out of ammo. Exceptionally cool, notwithstanding the fact we would both most likely be dead within the next 24 hours. "Stand," continued the king. "I shall send you to the Unseelie Court as you wish. Farewell, good friend, and his companion. Knowing what was coming, I grabbed Vusi by the hand so we weren't separated. Oh, so now you want to hold hands, he said. Something you want to tell me? Yes, I said. Try not to throw up. And then it felt like the world had collapsed in on itself, rushed down our throats, and come kicking and screaming out of our asses. Vusi threw up. 23. The same throne room, the same people, the same place. But not. Whereas the Sealy courts were sunshine and flowers, this was ice and shadow, just as beautiful in its own way. I told you not to throw up, I informed Vusi. The Zulu stared, wild-eyed, at all around him. What the hell? I smiled at his confusion. Remember what I told you? Flip sides of the same coin. Just don't get confused. These are not the same people. Hex! Boomed the king. When did you get here? To all intents and purposes, the man greeting me was King Iffin. Except, while Iffin wore silver robes, this man wore robes of the darkest sable. King Ultran, I greeted the monarch, before I turned to his queen, who was the spit of celery, and Queen Rantes. As the king approached me, I quickly warned Vusi, this time, no flirting with the queen, okay? Ultran isn't as understanding as Iffin, so keep your distance. I advise frosty politeness. Copy that, acknowledged the Zulu. As had happened only moments before, Ultran clapped his hands and ordered that food be provided. We followed him through to the banquet hall and sat down. As before, the queen cozied up to Vusi, a predatory look on her face. But this time, the Zulu kept his distance, refusing her offered tidbits and keeping his expression blank. Wasting no time, I leapt straight into my story and asked the king for advice. I could see he was a little taken aback by my haste, but he gave me his thoughtful, learned opinion nonetheless. You're fucked, he said. No human can fight a fallen angel. Have you tried this roast quail? It's quite delicious. So that's it? I persevered. Ultran nodded. Oh yes, definitely. You go home, they summon the fallen one, he kicks the crap out of you with no effort whatsoever. Dark times for all involved, end of Earth. There must be something, I said. Ultran shrugged. If you had the staff, maybe. But you don't. And as far as I know, it no longer exists. And anyway, even if it did, I doubt you would be able to wield it. Have to be pure of heart and willing to sacrifice for the good of all. You know, standard weapon of light type crap. And you, as we all know, Hex are a bit of a dick. So, the staff wouldn't bond to you, even if it did still exist. What staff? I asked. But I could see Ultran was no longer concentrating on me. In fact, all his attention was focused on Vusi and the queen. I glanced over, but Vusi was sticking strictly to the advice I had given, and was sitting there like a real cold fish, while the queen stroked him and leaned against him and pushed bits of food at his mouth. Suddenly, Ultran stood up and smashed his fist down on the table, splitting the 3-inch thick oak as he did so. This has gone far enough, he shouted at Vusi. Tell me, sir, why do you sit there and deliberately insult my wife? Vusi looked at me and shrugged his shoulders, as if to say, what now? I couldn't help, as I was just as baffled as him. Talk to me, sir, continued the monarch at top volume. Do you find her so repulsive you cannot even show her the minor courtesy of flirting back when she dallies with you? Queen Rantes clapped her hands delightedly. Fight, she yelled. Not sure what to do next, I rushed over to Vusi's side. As I did, the Zulu stood up and grabbed his assegai. If you slap me and call me a bad dog, I swear I'll gut you, he said. I have no idea what's going on here. I did what you told me, and now King Dude there wants to kick my ass. What the hell is wrong with these people? Arrest these miscreants, commanded the king. As is traditional, they shall both undergo trial by combat. Fight? Inquired the queen. Ultran nodded. To the death, he confirmed. Rantus's eyes lit up in excitement. A score of guards ran at us, leveling their spears as they did so. Fuck this for a living, I mumbled as I cast a spell at them. Aquas multas! A wave of water appeared and washed over the charging guards. I followed up with another spell straight away. Galida! The water froze the guards to the floor, as well as turning the rest of the hall into an ice rink that was impossible to traverse without falling over. Bringing up a mental image of Central Park, I cast the spell to open the portal. Exitus! And we were back in New York, surrounded by a clouder of curious cats, all sitting in a row and staring at nothing. 24. So, you don't know who your father is, stated Vusi. Not the best of advice, then, considering we only have a few hours left to find him and save the world. I know who my father is, I contradicted. Maybe not my biological one, but the man who raised me. And he's a father as well. I mean, like, as in priest. I'm pretty sure that's who Iffen was talking about. Father Cooney. Finally, something easy, said Vusi. Let's go visit this father and see what he can do to help. I shook my head. He won't see me. He ostracized me after I started doing work for the Brotherhood. Said I was a heathen sinner and deserved to go to hell. We'll insist, said Vusi. We got bigger problems than some old man's hurt feelings. Come on, let's move. I started the Porsche and pulled away from the curb. Maybe we would get in front of the old man, but I knew we would get little joy out of him. He was a recalcitrant SOB and as stubborn as the proverbial mule. He would be all like, "It's God's will, pray and he shall overcome." I agreed with him. But I also reckoned I was also God's will, and he had put me here to kick ass and take names, and sometimes that meant I spent a bit of time in the gray area, away from the light. But Father Cooney didn't see it that way. You were either for the Lord or against him. No gray, only black and white. It didn't take me long to get to the Church of the Ladies of the Cedars of the Lebanon, South Bronx, where I grew up. The church looked the same, built in 1895 in the Baroque Revival style, its 2 towers and imposing facade looming over the street, just like it had done for the last 125 years, an oasis of calm in a neighborhood that had seen some rough times. I hadn't even come to the street for the last 5 years. I was afraid of running into Father Cooney or any of the nuns, afraid of their looks, disappointment, anger, betrayal. But I still did work for the church and tithed 1/10 of my earnings to the Church of the Ladies of the Cedars of the Lebanon. Not that Father Cooney would have been impressed by that. You cannot buy your way into heaven, he always used to say. Oh well. Fuck him. I was an adult. No longer did I need the old man's approval to live my life. Time to knock on the door and accept the consequences, figuratively speaking. The doors to the church were never closed. Vusi and I mounted the steps and walked in. I crossed myself as we entered. As it was late afternoon, there was no congregation. In fact, the place was empty save one nun who was polishing the altar. She took one look at me, blanched, and scuttled away at speed. Here we go, I muttered, more to myself than Vusi. Sure enough, 20 seconds later, Father Cooney came striding from the vestibule. He was a tall man, over 6 feet but trimmed down to 6 flat due to his habitual stoop. Raw-boned, gaunt face, nose like a hatchet, close-cropped gray hair. He pointed at the door. Out, he commanded, his voice honed through years of preaching and commanding. Get thee hence from this place of worship, spawn of Satan. Hello, Father, I greeted the old man. His face went purple with rage. How dare you address me as such? Go. Go now, dealer in darkness. I need your help, I said. The world needs your help. How typical of you, he snorted. Sholto Gunn. His needs are the world's needs. How arrogant, how prideful, how typical of you. I fell to my knees, desperate for some form of atonement. Please, Father Cooney, I begged. A minute of your time. We need advice. Help us. You are beyond help, he answered, his voice barely above a whisper. Please, leave this holy place lest you contaminate it. I stood and turned, defeated by an old man's stubbornness. Come, I said to Vusi. It's over. But the Zulu didn't move. Instead, he faced the priest. In my country, amongst my people, he said, we have a saying, Umuntu ngamuntu ngabantu. Literally translated, it means, a person is a person because of other people. But what it actually means is the way you treat others defines who you are. Vusi shook his head in disgust. And you call yourself a man of God. You should be ashamed. He put his hand on my shoulder. Come, friend. We do not need this broken old man's help. We can fight and die without him. Let us go. Wait, said Father Cooney. Talk. What is it you need? I told him. Halfway through my story, he had to sit down, his face as pale as a shroud, as the enormity of what I was telling him struck home. I finished with the news that we barely had 3 hours left until moonrise. I cannot help, he said. I do not know how. I am sorry. What about the staff? Asked Vusi. Oh, yes, I confirmed. The king mentioned a staff. Then he said it wouldn't work for me. Actually, he said you had to be pure of heart and willing to sacrifice for the good of all, and that as you were a bit of a dick, it wouldn't work for you. For the first time, I saw a faint hint of a smile on Father Cooney's face. Sounds like a wise man, this king fellow, he said. As it happens, he is correct. He refers to a holy artifact that resides here at the Church of the Ladies, the staff of St. Gregory of Thaumaturgus, patron saint of impossible things. Cool, I responded. What does it do? Father Cooney shrugged. We aren't even sure if it's the genuine thing, but it's supposed to give the wielder great strength against all evil. It is said the saint once struck down a demon lord with it, sent him back to hell. Well, that's just the ticket, I said, feeling a small glimmer of hope for the first time in a while. Loan us the staff. I'll conquer the old fallen angel, bring the staff back. All's well that ends well. Hex wins the day once again. Cue cheering, fade to black. Father Cooney stared at me for almost 20 seconds. Or half a lifetime, as it seemed. You are such an ass, he said. So much access to power, and so little wisdom or humility. You truly are still a child. Sticks and stones, I said. Now give Hex the stick so he can go and kick some fallen angel butt. Even if the staff is genuine, said Father Cooney, and even if it accepted you as its master, it isn't that simple. Why? I asked. How are you possibly going to rain on my parade now, old man? If the staff is real and I can use it, there is no downside. If it's not real, well, then I end up waving a stick at a fallen angel while he toasts my ass on a permanent basis. Whatever. There is no downside for you. Either the Dark Lord loses or I do. Win fucking win, priest. Now give me the staff and let me do my job. Quite frankly, I was getting tired of the old man's shit. Time was wasting, and I had places to go and demons to kill. The father took a deep breath. The staff demands a sacrifice, he said. Damn, I thought. Nothing is simple. Fine, then, what sort of sacrifice? A goat, gold, community service, and 20,000 Hail Marys? The life of the user, answered Father Cooney. And just when you thought things couldn't get any shittier. You mean whoever uses it dies? Asked Vusi. The father shrugged. I'm not sure. It depends. Some say it only takes 20 years, some say 50. Others maintain it takes whatever the user has left. No one has used it for over 1,000 years, but most scholars agree it will probably take whatever life force the wielder has. But it will work? I asked. If it is the genuine article, admitted the priest. As you have so succinctly pointed out, it may simply be a stick. And then you shall have greater worries than mere mortality. Give it to me, I said. It's time to sort the men from the boys. Don't be stupid, child, snapped Cooney. This isn't some sort of game. It never is, old man, I replied. You will die, continued the priest. No ifs or maybes. You will face this denizen of darkness and you will die. Whatever the outcome. Is that what you want? Don't be foolish, old man, I answered. No one wants to die. Now go and fetch me that staff. And remember, don't lay down any bets against me just yet. Because I am Sholto Gunn, and I don't take no shit from no fucking stick. 25. I stood on the sidewalk outside the church, the staff in my right hand. It was 6 feet long, an inch thick, and polished smooth from eons of handling. I couldn't feel any power emanating from it. No eldritch feelings, nothing. And we still had no idea where the two mages were. What now? Asked Vusi. I shrugged, and tapped the staff on the sidewalk. Nada. I tried channeling some power into it in an attempt to create some sort of resonance. Still nothing. I held it close to my face and inspected it minutely, looking for magical runes or writing of some sort. Nothing. It's just a fucking stick, I said to Vusi. Come on, let's drive to my Uncle Dougherty. He's a big honcho with the Dark Brotherhood. Maybe he can tell us something. Grasping at straws, said Vusi. Isn't he the one who hired you to sort this shit out in the first place? I nodded in agreement. But when straws are all you got left to grasp, I argued, then you grab them as hard as you can. We walked to the Porsche, and I opened the driver's door. As I was about to get in, a man spoke.
Keys and wallets, motherfuckers.
I looked up to see we were pretty much surrounded. A group of 4 street thugs, bottom feeders. The one who had spoken held an old .38 Special in his hand. The others were armed with knives. Piss off, I said, as I threw the staff into the back seat.
Last warning, growled the thug. Keys, wallet, then lie down on the sidewalk.
I didn't even bother turning around to cast the spell.
Fulgor.
The bolt of lightning arced from one thug to the next, grounding through their weapons, turning them to superheated metal they couldn't drop fast enough.
Lapidbus.
A hail of stones, the size of golf balls, hammered down on the group of would-be hijackers, slamming them to the ground, splitting skin and raising welts and bruises.
"Oh, shit!"
cried out the leader.
"Not again!"
I pulled out my FN pistol and jammed it in the guy's face. "Listen, you asshole," I shouted. "You got 3 seconds to give me a reason not to pull this trigger, because I have had, the shittiest week ever. 1, 2... Wait, yelled Vusi. Don't shoot.
What he said,
sniveled the thug, as tears of terror ran down his face. Why? I snapped at Vusi. He said again. When you hit them with the spells, he shouted, not again. That's true, I thought. Yeah, what did you mean again?
2 days ago, he answered. There were 7 of us. We tried to rob a couple of dudes like you. He pointed at Vusi. They also hit us with lightning, except they followed up with fire and killed 3 of us. The rest of us ran. And now it's happened again. I can't believe it. What is this, some sort of psycho African Harry Potter convention in town?
Where did this happen? I asked.
Close by, in Melrose.
Did you see where they went afterwards? The thug shook his head.
No way, man. We were all too busy running away.
Not good enough, I growled as I pushed the barrel of the pistol into his forehead.
Wait, he screeched. I saw where they came from, that red brick apartment block opposite the Salvation Army Center.
I knew the place well. Come on, I said to Vusi, as I jumped into the Porsche. Let's go. What about these dudes? Killed them, I answered. The chief thug let out a wail, fell to the floor, and assumed the fetal position. Really? Nah, we got bigger fish to fry. The Zulu climbed into the passenger seat, and we sped off. Minutes later, I ramped the Porsche up onto the sidewalk, and we rushed into the building. It wasn't the sort of place that warranted a concierge, doorman, or even a monthly pest-killing service. The description down market would have been kind. As luck would have it, we caught the building super emerging from one of the elevators as we ran in. Yeah, I know, 2 strokes of luck in under 30 minutes. We were either on a streak, or fate was sniggeringly preparing to take a big dump on us. Hey, I called out. We're looking for 2 foreign men, African. I believe they might be renting an apartment here. May have been 3 at some stage. The other would have been a tall blonde dude. The super looked at me like I was a monkey trying to throw my own shit at him before he pushed past me and headed for the door. I reached for my pocket and pulled out a C-note. At the same time, Vusi pulled out his assegai. We pushed them both in the dude's face. His expression of terror competed comically against his one of greed. Okay, I said. Tell us what you know, and I'll ask my friend not to put his spear in your eye. If what you tell is useful, I'll give you the 100 as well. We cool? He nodded.
They left yesterday, even though they paid up until the end of next week, he said. But I got keys for their place. I can let you in. Maybe that'll help.
I nodded. Well done. You pass go, keep both eyes, and get to collect $100. Show us the way. The super led us into the apartment, grabbed the hundo, and ran like a long dog. 1 room. Large. 3 camp cots along the far wall. A kitchenette area. A dining table with 4 chairs. No TV. No easy chairs. An unopened can of chili on the table. Next to it a tourist map of the city, unfolded to cover most of the surface like a paper tablecloth. An ashtray full of cigarette butts. Nothing else. No incriminating ticket stubs. No book matches. No circled area on the map. No nothing. Shit. And shit again. Shortest lucky streak ever. Vusi sat down at the table and started to pick his way through the used cigarette ends, like a bum looking to stock up his tobacco pouch. Gross, I said to him. You ran out of smokes? I don't smoke. You know that. So what's with the homeless impression? They smoked, he answered. Well, whoop-de-doo, I said with as much sarcasm as I could muster. Happy days. Maybe they'll all die of lung cancer in the next, I looked at my watch, 3 hours. Then all our problems are over. Ignoring my mocking tirade, Vusi picked up one of the butts and stared minutely at it. Reckon there must be some saliva on this, or at least on one of them. Now why didn't I think of that? Too busy being a dick, I suppose. Vusi took out his assegai, and with one swift movement, sliced his palm. A shallow cut, but deep enough to let the blood flow freely. Then he held the wound over the ashtray, soaking the discarded butts. Blood magic? I asked. Playing with fire, my friend. He nodded. Needs must. Normally, I wouldn't mess with this, but it's time we took some risks. Blood magic was the darkest magic. Using your own essence to create a spell was akin to a sacrifice to the dark gods. It always worked, but later there would be a cost, and you never knew what that cost might be. Still, Vusi was right. It was balls to the wall time, and screw the consequences.
Funa ukutola umbokiso,
commanded Vusi. Then he held his hand over the map and waited. After almost a minute, a single drop of blood dripped down and splashed onto the map. Hart Island.
You know the place?
Asked Vusi. Yeah, it's an uninhabited island close to City Island. Basically a huge cemetery, but you can only get there by boat. Big place, loads of old dilapidated buildings. Not going to be easy to find them.
The tracking spell will keep working, said Vusi. It's part of my blood now. I'll be able to feel where they are. How do we get there?
Reckon the best way is to get to City Island and get a boat from there.
Let's go, urged the Zulu.
We took off at a run. 26. I drove hard and fast past the Bronx Pelham landfill and then turned right onto City Island Road. As we crossed the bridge, we were already looking for a boat. Vusi pointed to the left. "There," he said. "By that marine supply warehouse." I pulled a sharp turn onto City Island Avenue and headed for the marina. Pulling up at the head of the main jetty, I cast my eye around, searching for someone who could help us. About halfway down the jetty stood a man, about to cast off. His vessel was a small fishing boat, new, well-maintained, and large enough to take at least 6 people. "Come on," I said to Vusi, as I ran towards the fisherman. He looked up as we drew closer, no doubt wondering who these 2 desperate-looking strangers were and why they were running at him like he was their long-lost father. "Can I help?" he asked, his expression wary. "Yep, we need to hire your boat," I informed him, as I yanked a wad of cash out of my pocket. He shook his head. "Sorry, gents. Got a charter coming through early evening. Maybe tomorrow." "It's an emergency," I urged him. Again he shook his head. "No. Tomorrow. Come back tomorrow." "Oh, shit," I exclaimed. Why did everything have to be so difficult? I gestured at him and commanded, "Ligabus!" Bonds of air wrapped around him, pinning his arms to his sides and strapping his legs together. Slowly, he fell over, thumping onto the wooden jetty. "What the fuck?" he exclaimed. "Sorry, friend," I said. "This is a proper emergency." I stuffed my wad of cash into his trouser pocket. "We'll bring her back soon. Don't worry about the bonds, they will dissolve after 10 minutes or so." Vusi had already jumped on board and started the engines. "Full tanks," he said. "Ready to go." I climbed on, and we took off, heading towards the harbor exit and Hart Island. We were about halfway there when something struck the boat. "What did you hit?" I asked Vusi, as he was piloting. "Nothing," he answered. "The water's clear." There was another thump, and the whole boat shuddered. "Obviously not," I said. There it was again. Then a tentacle flicked over the side. And I'm not talking smoked octopus or fried squid here. I'm talking 20,000 leagues under the sea. I'm talking release the Kraken. I'm talking shit in your pants and swear to never even put ice into whiskey from now on because you are going to stay as far away from water as humanly possible. Then the second one wrapped around the boat. I whipped out my FN and started blasting away. The tentacles may have been huge, but they were simply massive bits of sushi after all, and my armor-piercing rounds chewed straight through them. Interestingly, the blessing spells and holy water also activated, sending waves of golden light arcing through the monster, whatever it was, flesh. "It's not natural," I shouted at Vusi. "The holy water is affecting it. It must be some sort of evil construct the mages have put to guarding the island." "What are you doing?" he shouted back. "Studying for a degree in the completely obvious? Clearly it isn't natural. When was the last time you saw a 50-foot-long squid in New York Harbor? Now kill the thing!" I changed magazines and blew off the second tentacle, only to have another 2 clamp themselves onto the boat and start rocking it from side to side. Water began to pour in, and our forward momentum came to a halt as the 5th tentacle slapped onto the deck and started groping around, obviously searching for the occupants of the craft. Vusi chucked a series of fireballs at it, but they had little effect. I changed out my last magazine and used it to sever a 3rd tentacle. Shit! Out of ammo. Vusi had given up on fireballs, and now he was simply hacking at the tentacles with his assegai. And doing a damn good job. Blood and gore flew everywhere, and the footing on the deck started to get a bit precarious. I conjured up a 4-foot-long ice-bladed double-handed broadsword and set to chopping away as well. As we hacked off the 5th tentacle, the boat shuddered, and the creature slipped away, leaving a trail of dark blood in the water as it sank back into the depths. Vusi started the engine again, and we set off, I scanning the water like a couple of bathers who had just watched the Jaws movie. The first one, not the crap that followed. By the time we were almost at the island, the sun was low enough in the sky to start casting lengthening shadows, and the warmth was being leached out of the air. We hove to at a shabby, but modern and well-used pier, tied the boat up, and proceeded to the shore. The moment we stepped onto the land, we could both feel it. Evil incarnate. Such was the malevolence taking place on the island, the very earth itself seemed to recoil. Vusi pointed south, off to our right. It was a double-story red brick, horseshoe-shaped development. Broken windows and doors, parts of the roof missing. "I think that's the pavilion," I said. "Heard it used to be an asylum for insane women back in the day. And that building there," I gestured towards another red brick establishment, more in the foreground than the building Vusi had pointed out. "That must be Phoenix House. Was some sort of rehabilitation hospital, come prison. You reckon they are in the pavilion?" Vusi took out his assegai. "Let's go do some good," he said. 27. As we approached Phoenix House, the first of the two rundown buildings, the shots rang out. Both of us reacted immediately, hitting the ground and rolling as bullets spat and buzzed around us. I wasn't as agile as I normally was, due to the fact I was carrying a 6-feet-long staff that got tangled up in everything as I rolled. I glanced up at the building, and it was easy to spot our assailants, as the building was silhouetted against the setting sun, and their gun flashes were clearly visible in the shadowed windows. Making hay of the fact that neither of us needed any spell cartridges, due to the upgrade we had been gifted by the Fey King, Vusi and I opened up. Coincidentally, we both chose fireballs. Baseball-sized globs of sticky fire raked the top floor of the building, punching through windows and exploding against walls. We worked from left to right and then back again. We could hear the screaming from where they were as men staggered around the rooms, both clothes and flesh aflame. "Let's go," I shouted. We moved forward again. More gunfire, this time from the lower floors, as well as a few rounds from a copse of trees to the right of the building, close to the sea. "You take the building," I told Vusi. He nodded and began hammering the first floor with fireballs. I tried to get a bead on the person or persons shooting at us from the trees, but they were hidden in shadow. So, instead of using fireballs, I opened my arms and conjured forth 2 separate mini tornadoes of flame. Then I lowered my arms to bring the fiery twisters down from the heavens. They touched ground on either side of the copse of trees and moved towards each other. The spinning vortices of flame chewed through the trees like massive demonic wood chippers. Leaves simply ceased to exist and trunks burst into flame. The blazing wood added its heat to the general conflagration, and the twisters grew as they consumed everything in their paths. One man came sprinting out of the cover, his hair and clothing aflame, but he didn't last long, falling to the ground in mere seconds as his cooked flesh sloughed from his bones. "That's our element of surprise gone," said Vusi, as we got back together. "Can't win them all," I conceded, as we continued towards the pavilion. A group of 3 more men rushed out from the cover of Phoenix House as we passed, and I swiveled round and tagged them with a storm of ice shards. The daggers of ice tore through the group, shredding clothes and flesh. They dropped to the floor and lay still. As we approached the pavilion, Vusi said, "I advocate burning the crap out of this place from a safe distance. I mean, our only outcome is to stop them. You agree?" I nodded my head, then held my hand up to forestall them. "Wait, what if they have innocents inside?" "There are no innocents in war," answered Vusi. "There are if they're hostages or something. Who knows? We better look first. Get close and take a quick peek. I'll take the right side of the building, you go left." I bent low as I jogged to the side of the structure, flattening myself against the wall and then shuffling sideways to the first window. Peering inside, I saw nothing, a large empty room. I ducked under the window, just in case, and continued. The same with the second one. But the third window opened into the main hall, probably the ex-dining hall for the residents, and that is where they all were. In the center of the room stood 4 wooden posts dug into the floor, north, west, south, and east. On each post, a naked person, 2 men and 2 women. All were bleeding from numerous cuts. All were alive. I looked closer to see the cuts were actually magical sigils. Hundreds of them. Their pain must have been intense, but they were all so far gone as to raise little more than a subdued whimper. Another 10 armed men surrounded the sacrificial area, and standing in the middle of the 4 posts stood the 2 mages we had come for. They both held daggers above their heads and were chanting the rites to the daemon Sublato. Then the sun finally sank behind the horizon, and the full moon rose. 28. We went in like a wrecking ball, all fire and fury. There were more guards scattered about the building, but we went through them like the Black Plague. Fireballs, ice daggers, hailstones the size of basketballs, every piece of ordnance we could conjure up. There was no time left for subtlety. Thought and action became one as we hammered our way through to the main hall. We were almost there when the air changed to the consistency of treacle. Every movement became a titanic struggle, every intake of breath a fight.
"The climax of the ritual draws near," shouted Vusi. "We must move faster."
We both gave it all we had. Sweat streamed down our faces, and muscles quivered in near exhaustion as we pushed forward, fighting against the palpable swamp of evil miring us down. With a final push, we broached the door and burst into the hallway. The rest of the bodyguards opened up on us, their automatic weapons chattering away like a gaggle of evil witches at a feast. Bullets plucked at our clothing and tugged at our flesh as some of the shots struck home. I felt the burn as a slug clipped my hip, spinning me like a top and dropping me to the floor. I answered with a spray of fire, and then rolled back to my feet. Glancing to my left, I saw Vusi had been struck in the face, his cheek hanging open as blood streamed down his neck and onto his chest and shoulder. I sucked in more energy from the surrounds and concentrated my magic on one of the massive steel girders that supported the ceiling. With a flick of my wrist, I heated the metal until it was almost molten. Then I formed it into 1,000 balls of magma and sprayed the remaining guards. The storm of molten metal cut them down like wheat in a hurricane. Vusi looked over at me and raised a thumb in recognition of the spell. "Yeah," I shouted, "and there's more where that came from, because Sholto Gun is in the house." Together, we ran at the 2 mages who were still standing still, arms aloft as they chanted their rites. 20 feet from them, we ran slap into a magical shield, the likes of which I had never felt before. It was like a see-through steel dome, utterly impenetrable. Vusi and I scrabbled away at it for a few seconds, then we hit it with flame and ice and stone. Nothing. Meanwhile, the area inside the dome started to fill with a dense black smoke that roiled out of the mouths of the 4 sacrifices. I stood for a few seconds in thought. Then I turned to Vusi. "Follow my lead." Conjuring up a huge ball of flame, I used my will to compact it until it was a white-hot ball of plasma. Then, with the lightest touch, I teased a tendril off it, twisted it, and slammed it into the dome. The spine of white-hot plasma crackled and sputtered as it drilled into the shield. Vusi saw what I was doing and added his own version to the attack, a stream of blue-white fire, needle-thin, a laser as opposed to a nuclear bomb. The area around the needles of fire began to glow, then turned bright red, and finally, with a vicious crackle, the jets of plasma broke through and the entire dome fell apart. At the same time, both mages dropped their arms and went down on their knees. The 4 sacrifices literally exploded in a fountain of gore, and the black smoke started to coalesce into a shape. Then in front of our very eyes stood a fallen angel and Prince of Darkness, and he was beyond doubt the most beautiful being I had ever seen. 29. The celestial being looked down upon me and smiled. His eyes were the deepest azure blue, his blonde hair tumbled in waves to his shoulders, and his flawless white teeth were perfectly offset by the dark café au lait color of his skin. And I saw both Vusi and I were kneeling, our faces rapt as we gazed at his perfection. And we both prostrated ourselves before him, arms outstretched in front of us. "Please," he said unto us, "raise yourselves up. Kneel, but do not prostrate yourselves, for you are not made in my image. His words caressed me and lay over me like the sweetest balm. I knew that with him by my side, I would no longer suffer, nor want again. He was the father and the mother I had never had. I felt tears of joy run down my cheeks, and I wanted nothing more than to please this ultimate being. My name is Gadriel, he told us, and as I once protected the garden, I shall now protect you. Together we shall stride the earth like a colossus. All shall bow before us, for we shall be the new Trinity. Together we shall rule all kingdoms of the world. And as I wept, a voice spoke to me, calling from the deepest realms of my consciousness, and it said, "Hey, dickhead! Surely you're not falling for this." I shook my head in an attempt to clear the blasphemous thought, but it spoke again like a mosquito buzzing and whining in my ear. "Listen up, asshat. You are stronger than this. Look lively. And you shall be known to all as the right hand of Gadriel, and all shall fear you," continued the perfect one, who stood in front of me. With a great effort of will, I tucked my legs under me and stood up, using the staff of St. Gregory to help me lever myself to my feet. And I saw Gadriel flinch in surprise as I rose. "I did not give you permission to stand in my presence, child," he admonished me. A feeling of shame washed over me. How dared I stand in the presence of my father, of my master, of my God? I tensed myself against the feelings, grabbed the staff in both hands, and held my head high. "Fuck you," I said, my voice coming out as a painful croak. "Fuck you very much. All shall not know me as the right hand of a fallen angel. No, never. All shall know me as Sholto Gun, because that's my name, you son of a bitch." I swung the staff at his head, and as it swung, galaxies glittered in its wake. Suns extinguished and planets formed. Men made their own choices and suffered the consequences thereof. Civilizations died and nations were born. A great star rose in the sky, and 3 men followed the star and proclaimed him king. It struck Gadriel in the face and exploded. The agony that ripped through my body was indescribable. I would have welcomed death with open arms. But somehow, I held on, making the pain my own, drawing it to me as the only real proof I still lived, harnessing it, nurturing it, and then throwing it back at the piece of shit that had caused this whole thing to happen. "My name is Sholto Gun," I screamed as the fallen angel exploded into 1,000,000 pieces of the cosmos. I fell to my knees. Worlds collided. The sun rose. "But you can call me X," I whispered. And all faded to black as I felt my life drain away. 30. I am still alive, which is a good thing. Vusi has decided to stick around for a while. Father Cooney was all pissed that I destroyed the staff of Gregory. I mean, it was like 1,000 years old. WTF. Maybe time to get a new one. How much life did the staff take from me? Who knows? 10 years? 50? More? Would I do it again? Fuck yeah. Any regrets? Well, let me just say this. My name is Sholto Gun. I am the greatest mage alive, and I will continue to live every moment like it is my last. So there.
Well, there you have it. Magic, snark, mayhem, guns, and more snark. Be sure to give Book 2 a listen. Illegal Magic. And once again, please hit the subscribe button so I can keep uploading free audiobooks. Bye for now. Illegal Magic. Someone is calling up a demon army, and Father Cooney has enlisted Hex to stop them. Unfortunately, the demons aren't the only thing that Hex has to worry about. He's also pissed off a billionaire who has hired a private army to take him out with extreme prejudice. But what they all didn't realize is you push Hex and he pushes back. Real hard. Sholto Hex gun, warrior mage for hire.